This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously.
A very good morning from the First Central County Ground in Hove, where in a few minutes' time we'll be getting underway this Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy encounter between the Southern Vipers and the Central Sparks. This is actually the last round of fixtures in this period before the Charlotte Edwards Cup gets underway. So both these teams will be eager to round off this particular section with a victory. I can tell you that the Sparks won the toss and they are going to bowl first. Your commentary team throughout the day. A little later you'll hear from Phil Green, who's manager of Hursley Ladies, a well-known National League club just north of Southampton. And to take you through this first bit is myself, Kevin James, and Phil's daughter, Gemma Green, who plays for Hursley Ladies. Hello, Gemma.
Morning, Kev.
Looking forward. This is your first commentary of the season.
It is, yeah. It's not been much cricket at all, really, has there, because of the rain? But yeah, this is my first commentary stint of the year.
So we'll be taking you through the day. Now, there are showers forecast at various points. Hopefully we might dodge them all. That might be a little bit hopeful, but we might dodge one or two. But I think they're getting slightly heavier towards what will be the scheduled close of the game. So we'll have to wait and see. Certainly a lot better anyway than what we witnessed here on Saturday, where the Vipers were due to play the Western Storm. But unfortunately, not a ball was bowled. A much heavier cloud. There are one or two heavy clouds out there, but we're okay at the moment. It's been sunny for most of the morning. Right, let's give you the two teams then. These two teams sit sort of roughly in the middle of the table. Let me give you the table first. The Vipers come into this in third, Central Sparks in fifth. 8-team group, of course, 8 regional sides. Right, do you want to do the Central Sparks, Gemma?
Absolutely. So the Sparks team today, there's one change from their last fixture, 2 changes from when Vipers played them just over a week ago. So the Sparks team is Eve Jones, Abby Freeborn, Amy Jones, Erin Burns, Amy Campbell, Davina Perrin, Katie George, Emily Arlott, Izzy Wong, Georgia Davis and Grace Potts.
Yeah, Erin Burns playing her second game. Had a good game up at Thunder. Of course, the last time the Sparks were in action. An exciting tie up at Old Trafford, and Amy Jones playing her first game of the season. Now, the Vipers, that game at Wormsley, I think, was a week...
It was Bank Holiday
10 days
Monday.
ago, was it? Or something like that? Yeah, Bank Holiday Monday, that's right, up at Wormsley. In which the Vipers won a very exciting game by 3 wickets, but it was close for a while. They've made one change from that side. There's no Danny Wyatt, the England batter. She's taken a bit of a break leading up to the Ashes. And Aussie Nicole Faltham, who would have made her debut here on Saturday, is now making her debut here today. So the Vipers are Ella McGacken, Maya Boucher, Georgia Elwes, Faltham, Georgia Adams, the captain, Charlie Dean, Lindsay Smith, Rhianna Southby, Emily Windsor actually will be batting a little higher than Lindsay Smith and Southby, Alice Monaghan and Lauren Bell. So the two umpires, who I think you already know, Gemma.
Yep, the two umpires walking out to the middle now are Chris Watts and Paul Nichols.
So an all-male umpiring team, yeah. I'm not sure that always happens.
No, there's a lot of female umpires on the circuit now, and you do tend to get at least one in this competition. But we've got 2 guys out there for the 50 over game today.
Certainly have. So a couple of ways in which you can watch and listen. We're on the BBC Sport website if you want to listen. And just go to the live guide on the cricket pages, and we are via the Sussex YouTube channel. Links posted there at Solent Sport. There's also on the Vipers channel as well, I'm sure, on the Central Sparks, although I haven't actually quite looked recently. So plenty of ways that you'll be able to follow us during the day. The Sparks, so far, they beat Northern Diamonds by 7 wickets at Worcester. They lost by 59 runs against the Blaze at Trent Bridge. They lost to Vipers at Wormsley, as we mentioned, and that exciting tie on the Duckworth-Lewis method against the Thunder at Old Trafford. And the Vipers, so far this season, well, a surprising loss to the Sunrisers in the first round of the fixtures, and that still remains the Sunrisers' only victory. We all thought, didn't we, at the start of the season, Sunrisers beating the Vipers, the Sunrisers have arrived.
Absolutely, it was one of the biggest upsets we've had in this competition since it's been running, but they've not carried it on, have they?
No, they're back to normal, I think it's fair to say. They then beat the South East Stars at Beckenham. That was a good win. They beat the Sparks, as I mentioned earlier, by 3 wickets. They were 46 for 4 at one stage, the Vipers, and in real trouble. Georgia Adams and Charlie Dean putting together a stand which got them over the line in the end. And then the abandoned game against Western Storm here last Saturday. So the Sparks team are out there in the middle. We're at the C end of the ground, down the hill, quite a pronounced hill here at Hove. Those of you that know it, if you don't know it, well, believe me, it's probably just about the largest slope, maybe Lords, but it's in a different way. That's left to right. Here it's from top to bottom. Cromwell Road end at the top end, but opening the bowling from our commentary end, the C end, that is going to be... Is that Grace Potts?
Next, Emily Arlott.
Emily Arlott. So these two sides have met 3 times in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy in the past. Sparks won here by 120 runs at Hoe here in Hove back in 21. That was a big win. And the Vipers have won the previous 2 back in July last year. And of course against the Sparks at Wormsley. So the opening batters for the Vipers will be McGacken and Boucher, and it's going to be McGacken to face. Here's Emily Arlott then to get the game underway, right arm over, just short of a length, and McGacken very watchfully pushes that out on the offside. We're underway.
Yeah, this has been a little bit of a bogey fixture for Vipers. So they have lost to Sparks here in this competition, but they also had a terrible loss in the Charlotte Edwards Trophy. I was here during that game a couple of years ago when the bowler in question, bowling now, tore through us, taking 5 for. So yeah, they've not had a great run here against Sparks, the Vipers.
Bit of a bogey round. Perhaps they should have switched grounds. Here's Arlott again outside the off stump, and that's left alone. Yeah, that game, the 50 over game here. Eve Jones half century.
Marie Kelly got 100.
Oh, in the Charlotte Edwards.
No.
in
the RHF game.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
100 not out. I think she got it off the last ball, if I remember.
Bad. 3 figures. Here's Arlott again. Then comes in, bounding in and bowls. It's full of a length, and that's pushed out towards extra cover by McGacken, and there is no run. Ella McGacken so far in this competition. Just a 6 against the Sunrisers at the Aegeus in that defeat. 67 in the win over Stars at Beckenham, and was out for 0 in the game at Wormsley between these two.
Yeah, it's been a quiet start for Vipers' top order, really. McCacken's not scored too many. Boucher's had a few starts.
She's looked good, actually. Just hasn't quite got the big one. There's a bit of bounce there, short of her length. McGacken plays it into the ground, and it's slightly misfielded in the gully area. And McGacken's off the mark, and the Vipers are underway.
We've got Amy Jones here today, England wicket keeper. She's not keeping wicket, though. Abby Freeborn has kept the glove. She's done a really good job. I thought she looked really good at Wormsley. And Vipers played them a week ago. So Amy Jones is playing as a batter today, so she's out in the field.
Playing her first game of the season.
Yeah.
Quick 30-second update coming up. I'll just do that in a moment as Arlott comes in and bowls. And we're in the first over of the morning. The Sparks winning the toss and inviting the Vipers to bat first. And the Vipers are off the mark, courtesy of a single for Ella McGacken. We're just watching England batter Maya Boucher bat against Emily Arlott. The Vipers come into this game 3rd in the table, the 5th of Central Sparks. These two played back on the 1st of May down at Wormsley when the Vipers won that game. Exciting game. They won it by 3 wickets in the end. So the Sparks will be looking to get their revenge. So the Vipers won without loss. That's the end of the first over. And the first over of 50 completed. Just to repeat that the teams, no Danny White for the Vipers. She's taken a bit of a break for a while. And Nicole Fulton, the Aussie batter, in for her. And for the Sparks, 2 changes from the side when these two last played each other. Erin Burns and Amy Jones in. No Hannah Baker and Chloe Brewer. She's been struggling a bit, Chloe Brewer. But basically 1 change since their last game against the Thunder, which is Jones for Brewer.
Yep, and we've got at the far end, at the Cromwell Road end, Grace Potts is going to take the new ball at that end. Obviously, these days you get a new ball each end in 50 overs. So the umpire's just taken a brand new ball out for Grace Potts, who has been opening the bowling with Arlott. She bowled really well at Wormsley. Their whole seam attack looked really good. They lost the game, but they out-seamed Vipers for sure. So Potts coming in over the wicket, tall right arm, and that's just left alone outside the off stump into the gloves of Abby Freeborn. Yeah, they're 4 bowlers, so these 2 openers, and then backed up with the first change of Katie George and Izzy Wong. That's a serious seam attack. And they bowled really, really well up at Wormsley, all 4 of them. So it'll be interesting to see what they do here on a slightly cloudy day, bowling first, as Potts comes in again. Bowls, and again that's quite wide. That is signalled a wide, so just left alone.
Yeah, Potts has taken 4 wickets so far in this competition. Emily Arlott has taken 6.
Potts was Sparks' leading wicket taker last year in this competition with 10 wickets. She does get the ball to move away as she comes in again. And over the wicket, and again that's just left alone, and once again signalled wide by the umpire. So I don't know if that swing's just taking it a little bit too far, but straying with her line first up.
Yeah. If you're not used to running down the hill here at Hove, it takes a little while getting used to. You just find yourself just sort of running away down the hill a little and arriving at the crease a little quicker than you'd expect.
So in again to McCacken, and that one is wide of the off stump again. McCacken does have a little swipe at that, trying to cut that behind point, but it's a play and miss. Once again through to the keeper.
There's a bit of swing. Definitely the ball's shaping away here.
How long has that new ball each end rule been in? It's relatively new, isn't it, in cricket terms?
Couple of years.
Yeah.
Was it? So it might be a fraction longer actually.
In again with that white ball, and that's a fuller ball, but still outside off stump and left alone again. So just the 2 wide so far in terms of the score for this over.
Yeah, I think so. I'm the last person to ask about any rules and what have you. Don't ever ask me, Gemma.
But it must make quite a big difference for the opening seamers, especially when you've got a first change seam attack as well. The ball's fairly new, in past the umpire and bowls, and that's a little bit straighter, and that's just pushed into the covers for no run by Ella McCacken.
Yeah, I think a new ball each end's a good idea, though, because the white ball doesn't last long. Although I say that, I just remember the ball Katie George bowled Maya Boucher with at Wormsley.
Oh, it was a peach.
And it just swung back, and that ball was quite a few overs old by then.
And again, Boucher still on strike, and she thought about playing that again. It was outside the off stump, but she decided against it at this early stage and let that fall through to the keeper.
Well, definitely a bit of shape, but they're starting wide anyway.
Yeah, and they have got one of their fielders is third man, as you'd expect for a seamer, so they've got a bit of protection down there. I'm trying to see where their other fielders. They're in the back. Oh, it's down at fine leg. Yeah. So their 2 boundary fielders are behind the bat, saving those edges. It comes in again. It's outside the off stump, left alone. Rinse and repeat. That's the end of the over. And Vipers are 3 for no loss.
Yeah, it's not really making the batter play at all there, Potts. The best figures of the season so far, 3 for 46. That was in the game against the Blaze up at Trent Bridge, in which they lost by 59 runs. Emily Arlett to continue from the sea end. We had a brief glimpse of the sea when we drove into the ground, but that's about all.
If you say so.
Well, did you see it? Oh, you were asleep?
I was asleep.
You slept most of the way. Unbelievable. So Emily Arlett to get the 3rd over of the morning underway. Sparks winning the toss and inviting the Vipers to bat first. Bowls to Boucher. Boucher on the back foot. Plays that out into the covers and there's no run. I mentioned earlier that Maya Boucher is having a very good season so far. But you just think the way she's playing... there could have been a big score in the matches that she's played to date. 57 against the Sunrisers at the Aegeas, 59 against the Stars at Beckenham, 25 against the Sparks at Wormsley before she got that really good ball against Katie George. But you just think the way she's playing, there could have been a big score in there somewhere along the lines. On the back foot there, smashes that through the covers. That'll be 4. Just helped it on its way. That's a beautiful shot.
That is a little bit uppish, but timed really well. That flew.
Maya Boucher in good form.
Yeah, she's obviously been in and around the England setup in the last year or so, and where she bats in the England lineup, she doesn't always get a lot of opportunity there, so she really needs to take these 50 overs opening the batting, this opportunity to stamp her mark and get those big scores. Yeah,
she's been moved up the order, hasn't it, with Georgia Adams moving into the middle order. Here's Emily Arlett with the sunshine out here at Hove, outside the off stump, and that's left alone. Yeah, Maya Boucher only played a couple of the warm-up games in the T20 World Cup in South Africa back in February, but has played 19 T20 internationals. The last one against the West Indies back in December. Very much in and around the England squad. A few heavy clouds around, but you can understand where the showers might come from, but there's plenty of patches of blue sky as well as Arlett runs up the hill once more and bowls, and Boucher's fishing at that one outside the off stump. The ball dies on Abby Freeborn behind the stumps. That's a bit of a nothing shot there from Boucher.
Yeah, that was just a little flay outside off, but she survives it. Tricky bowlers, these two, to get away. Emily Arlott was the most economical seamer for Sparks last year. She didn't take the most wickets, but she was hard to get away. Yeah. Going at less than 5 and over, 4.6, I think.
Quite tall. As she comes in again and bowls, and Boucher's nearly nicked that one through to the stumps. 1 or 2. Oh, she's out. She has gone. Well, it looked to me as though it was only the first slip, Eve Jones, that was convincing in her appeal as Boucher played at it and then pulled the bat away. For me, the bowler and keeper didn't really go up, and the umpire has put his finger up, and there's the first wicket of the morning. It's Maya Boucher, 7 for 1.
Yeah, you're right, Kev. That was not a big appeal at all. We can hear quite well here, and for a first wicket, a big scalp of Maya Boucher, you'd expect a bit more excitement than that from the players, and it did look like a nothing shot. Like you say, she tried to pull out of it, tried to leave it, but last minute must have got a little scratch on it, and she's on her way.
Well, I was just watching Abby Freeborn there, and there was no appeal from her at all. And when she saw the finger go up, he then started running towards the umpire. It was really only Eve Jones that went up. So that'll be an interesting one to ask Maya Boucher a little later. But it's a wicket, it's 7 for 1, and we're in the third over here at Hove.
So it should be the debutante for Vipers, Fulton, coming out now. Confirm that in a minute when the scoreboard updates. Yeah, it is. So Nicole Fulton. So don't know a lot about her, Kev. Did have a quick search this morning. She's Australian. She's played in the WBBL for both Melbourne franchises. But other than that, this is the first I'm going to see of her.
Well, she played for Victoria in the women's, not Sheffield Shield,
Yeah.
isn't it, National Cricket League, so she plays for them. She's been playing a little bit for Sussex
Okay.
over here, although, of course, Leigh, like many of the county teams playing in the women's T20, have not played that much. So here she is, she's right-hander, faces Emily Arlett, forward, well forward there, pushes that up to mid-off, and there's no run. She did get a couple of 30s on Monday.
Okay.
For Sussex in their T20 games against Buckinghamshire, 35 and 32. So she's had a bit of a knock. She did actually play a couple of games against Hampshire women a few weeks back in that competition, but only made 5 and 0.
She's a wicket keeper as well, isn't she? But
Yes.
won't be keeping today. So four wicket keepers in this match in total.
The Vipers need them to walk to bat here at the moment. Could start from the Sparks.
So Grace Potts to continue from the Cromwell Road end. Ellen McCacken still on strike. As she comes in, Eve Jones at slip, and that's a straighter ball, and that's just pushed into the covers, fielded by England's wicketkeeper Amy Jones for no run.
So it's interesting Amy Jones is playing in this. Hasn't played in the others, I guess just having a bit of a break.
Yeah, she probably had a bit of a break. These international stars had quite a busy time with the World Cup, and then there was the WPL, the Indian Premier League equivalent for women, inaugural one of those. As she comes in again, and that's pitched up and just pushed back to the bowler for no run. So I guess there's a little bit of workload management going on, but there's a busy season coming up for the England women. The Ashes, which is the most important fixture or set of fixtures in that calendar. So she'll be wanting to get into practice for that. That is a multi-format thing for the women, the Ashes. As Potts comes in again, bowls, and that's Fuller, and that's driven into the covers. There's no run there as Davina Perrin fields that just in front of point. Yeah, it's a multi-format, the Ashes. They play 3 T20s, 3 one-day internationals, and a single test match, and there's points available for each of those. So, yeah, she'll be wanting to get some practice in the 50-over stuff for that.
So you mentioned the WPL, but Amy Jones didn't play in that.
No, I was saying generally the sort of international stars would have been. Izzy Wong played in that, did very, very well. As Potts comes in again, and again it's pitched up, and that's just turned to leg, but there's no run again as the Sparks fielders swarm in on that, looking very energetic after that early wicket of Boucher that's given them a little bit of a lift.
Yeah, very much involved in the T20 World Cup, though, in South Africa in February was Amy Jones.
Okay, so Eve Jones still at slip, and Potts is going to the top of her mark, and she's coming in again from that Cromwell Road end. McCacken still on strike to her, has faced all her balls so far. That's outside off, and there was a little attempt at a late cut there. It was a play and miss through to Abby Freeborn, who fumbled that one. So that wouldn't have been out anyway, but I don't think she got a little nick on it.
Just indecision to put the Vipers in. I guess with all the rain around, the cover's been on the pitch a lot. There is a little bit there, isn't there?
Definitely. I think it was a good toss to win with, like you say, the weather coming in a bit later. If DL's going to come into it and all those things, you kind of want to be in control batting, don't you? Second, if all the funny parts of shortened cricket comes into it, it's sometimes easier to control things from a batting point of view. Again, there's 2 slips in now, a slip and a gully, and that's just steered down to third man past that gully fielder for a single. So Ella McCacken scores off the last ball of Potts' over, and the score is 8 for 1 off 4.
So a good start made by the Sparks here. Still a bit of movement there for Grace Potts. Nice shape on the ball away from the right-hander, perhaps guilty of bowling a little bit wide of the off stump at times, but the Sparks have started well. Potts has bowled 2 overs, none for 3. Emily Arlott 2 overs, 1 for 5. Vipers looking to get some sort of foothold in the game. Just noticed Nicole Faltham has got the number 44. There wasn't actually a number printed for her in the squad. It's McCacken on the back foot. Start of a new over from Emily Arlott as that's played out to mid-wicket. And there is no run. Fairly, I wouldn't say it's blustery, but there is a bit of a wind blowing. Just looking to our right, the scoreboard.
I've just been studying that scoreboard intently, Kev, and I can't see the score on it. I'm sure it's there. I can see a lot of numbers and information.
The overs is there, yeah, that's true. There's Arlott bowls, length ball, and McCacken is in behind that, so we can see...
I can see the individual scores, the overs, 2 dot balls this over. I just can't see the actual score.
No, I think you're right, because it's got Vipers and Sparks and a lovely red sort of ribbon, if that's the right word, at the top of the board, which is really shining across the ground. But I'm just wondering if that actually is where the score would normally be. And quite why that's there, I do not know. As that's played back to the bowler. But if you look to our left, at the top of the pavilion, there's the score. So perhaps they've decided that as long as you sit one side of the ground, you'll see the score. If you sit the other, you'll see more information.
I just had it when I was saying the score at the end of the over. I just glanced over and had a minor panic that I just couldn't see it. But I don't think it's there.
No, it's not.
But we have got it to our left. So
yeah, we're all right. We're good. We're all good. We've had it worse at several grounds, that's for sure, as that's flicked away towards mid-wicket, and that's a good stop from Katie George. The Hampshire area. We're talking about coming up, haven't we? Played a bit of club cricket in the...
If you say so.
Just outside Southampton. Oh, you were asleep. I know. I can't believe you. It was about over 2 hours to get from where we were, just outside or just around Southampton. And you must have been, out of that 2 hours, 10 minutes, I reckon you were asleep for about 1 hour 45. Is that fair enough?
Sounds about right.
Unbelievable. Here comes Arlott up the hill once more, and that's pulled away by McCacken. Lovely shot. Little short this time from Arlott. Goes out towards deep backward square leg, where it's fielded by Amy Jones. And McCacken moves on to 3, and the Vipers total. It's a fairly slow start for them, 9 for 1 in the 5th over here. That's running from around about the 25-yard circle, just outside. Away from us up the hill. Comes in again, right on over and bowls to Faltham. Faltham on the back foot, steers that out to point. It's fielded by Perrin, and that's the end of the over. That's 5 overs gone then, 5 of the 50, and the Vipers are 9 for 1, just the 1 run off it.
Yeah, it's a good start from the Sparks. As we said at the start, they've got a great opening seam attack, a great backup seam attack. They are going to be hard to get away at the start. Other than that flourishing 4 through covers, I think that was Bouchier earlier on, it's just been a little bit tentative from the Vipers. There's been some good bowling, and then there's just been a few sort of shots where they've just done nothing more than push it into the cover. So a little bit careful up front. With Bouchier gone, obviously, as well. As Potts comes in, and there's a big shout for LBW. That's a big appeal, but not given by the umpire. Looked like that just shaped in, but umpire says no, so McCacken survives.
See that again on the live picture feed.
So that was a much bigger appeal than the one earlier. But it's not the volume of the appeal that decides if it's out or not.
You never know. Depends if your dad's umpiring.
It comes in again, and that's driven nicely through the covers. It doesn't beat Davina Perrin, who was brilliant in that position at point at Wormsley. She fielded there pretty much the whole innings, and not a lot got past her. You often put your best fielder there, and Sparks obviously decided she is one of their best, and she did well there. But there was a single, so Faltham is going to face Grace Potts for the first time.
I'm just looking at that replay, actually. I'm just wondering if there was a suggestion of a slight inside edge, because it actually didn't look a bad shout.
Faltham leaves that outside off stump. Yeah, it could have been a little edge. It didn't look. It looked full and fairly straightish, so could have just been a little bit of an edge.
Got such a good action. Grace Potts, hasn't she? You can see why the ball's shaping nicely away from the right hand. It's lovely action, full rotation of the bowling arm.
And
Perfect.
coming from such a tall trajectory. She has got she got a first slip now with Eve Jones, and then said that sort of third slip, Amy Jones, and that's just pushed into the covers. And again, they set off. Davina Perrin picks up and throws that in again, but they do get through for another single. So just starting to rotate the strike now.
Faltham has got a little bit of an Emily Windsor about her out there in the middle. I don't know if a couple of little mannerisms. I don't know. I've not seen her play before. I get the impression maybe none of us have seen her.
She looks quite busy out there in between balls, playing sort of air shots or practice shots before she faces the ball. As Potts comes into McCacken, and again that's driven, that's beaten backward point, and that is going to go all the way, I think. It does. That's 4 through backward point. That's a really nice shot, well timed. So the first 4 for Ella McCacken.
You're going to have another sleep after this,
I
aren't you?
might do, yeah.
This is our home ground. Ella McCacken, part of the Sussex contingent in this Vipers side. We know this ground pretty well. That's a lovely shot. Just wait for it. Hit it on top of the bounce. Beautiful timing.
In again, bounds in, and that's Fuller, and that's driven again, and that's going to go for 4 again. It's timed well. It's not hit that hard, but it's timed perfectly to get to the boundary for a consecutive 4. So Vipers, after we just said they had a nice steady start, they played well in that over, rotated the strike, and then finished it with a couple of boundaries, and the score is 19 for 1 off 6.
10 runs off that. Big over. 2 high-class shots.
Yeah, really good. Just not overhit. Just timed, and looked really in control of that. Did Ella McCacken?
Still only 20 years of age. He's been playing in every year of this regional competition, which is into its 4th year this year.
I remember listening to you commentate, Kev, on the very first Vipers game, and you were asking people to message in with how to pronounce McCacken, because it wasn't a name, and you had all kinds of suggestions. I think we've got there in the end.
Well, I think it was because either her mum or dad actually texted in at sunandsport or sunandcricket@gmail.com, by the way. Yeah, and I think it was actually one of her family that actually in the end said it's pronounced like this. I said, thank you. Arlott bowls, and that's an edge, just falls short of first slip. Eve Jones was going to go up for that. Just got it on the half volley, and then she stopped. But she was going for it initially, wasn't she?
She was. I think she thought she had it before she had it, so to speak.
Just pushed at that one, Faltham a little bit. But again, the lack of bounce here at times, which is a feature of this ground, means that quite often the ball doesn't quite carry through to the slips, even when you're driving, as Faltham did there. So, I see why Eve Jones actually was thinking about it, because it looked like it was going to carry on the replay, as that's pushed out square on the offside. Perrin fields, throws it in low and hard to Abby Freeborn, who'd made it all the way up to the stumps. So the one wicket that's fallen so far in the 3rd over, Maya Boucher, who wasn't quite sure whether to push at it or not push at it, and she was trying to pull the bat away, and it must have just caught an outside edge, only just through to Freeborn. Emily Arlett picked her up for 4, 7 for 1 in the third. That's the only wicket that's fallen so far. Here comes Arlett again, and bowls, falls, wrapped on the pad. That looks close. Not out, says the umpire. Big shout this time from Arlett. Every now and then there's a bit of a loud click and a loud knock around this ground. There is some work going on around here, isn't there? I haven't quite worked out exactly where the work's going on. I think some of it is still the apartments as you come into the ground, which look a little bit more finished than they did a year ago, as you'd expect, but I'm not sure they are finished. And then, I don't know, I just get the feeling there's a few other bits going on around the ground. There's definitely a few trucks in the ground today. There's Arlett bowls, and Faltham tries to turn her away on the leg side, gets wrapped on the pad. But I think we're going to have to live with these bangs and what have you.
As long as there's no drilling, that's hard to talk over.
Yeah, we haven't had that yet, have we? It's quite interesting, actually. When you come over the A27, isn't it, towards Brighton, and you can sort of see Brighton in the distance, there's quite a few cranes sort of around Brighton these days. There's obviously quite a lot of big work going on. You can see a couple of cranes to our right at the moment going over the flats. As Arlett comes in again and bowls forward is Faltham. And that goes up to mid-off. There's another... I've said this before. I remember playing a quarter-final at Lord's. A quarter-final, would you believe? And it was so long ago, they were actually building the media centre there. And these workmen were just carried on as if it was just another bog-standard game. And we're trying to play a quarter-final. It was drilling, banging like that all day. And you think, well, this is a quarter-final. It's ridiculous. 19 for 1. Here's Arlett. Bowls short, pulled away by Faltham. Nice shot through mid-wicket. There'll be at least a couple. Amy Jones is on the boundary away to our right. Throws it in. 2 to Faltham. That takes her score on to 3. And the Vipers on to 21 for 1. Yes, we're going to have to live with it. That's the end of the over. That's 7 overs gone. Vipers losing the toss. Sparks inviting the batters to have first go on this pitch. 21 for 1 the score.
Yep, pots to continue. McCacken looking quite settled out there now. Just having a little chat with Faltham. She went with, or she would have played with her before. Did she say she played at Sussex?
I don't know if McCacken's played for Sussex this season. I'll have a look.
As the tall Potts comes in, bowls over the wicket, and that's driven again. That beats the point fielder. There's a big chase on now as Perrin and Wong are after that, and they do bring it back inside, and that's 2 runs to McCacken. Again, nicely driven, not fully timed, but a good 2 runs there through that same area. Yeah, Davina Perrin has she's quite a young girl. I know that because our girls got to an under-15 national final last year, and she was playing for one of the other teams there. So under 16. She comes in and bowls again, and there's a wafted drive outside off stump, and that's through to the keeper for a dot ball.
Yeah, she's not that old, is she? Yeah, 16. Wow. Played last year against the Vipers up at the Foundation ground as well.
Yeah, she was there on finals day for the Charlotte Edwards Cup when Vipers played Sparks in that at Northampton. Pots in past the umpire and bowls, and that is late cut down to third man. It'll be a single there, but again, nicely played. McCacken looking in control, and that'll bring Faltham on strike. The score moves on to 24 for 1. Still going with that first slip and a sort of wide third, maybe fourth slip. It's not quite a gully, I don't think. Potts to Faltham, pulls out of her run up. Umpire signals dead ball. She's looking at the ground like there's something there she's not quite happy with. She didn't get fully into her stride there. It was before she sort of went for her bound, and she just pulled up and had a little glance down at something. So keep an eye on that. But she's back to the top of her run-up now. She's in, bowls, and that's full and just driven straight back past a really good shot. That will be cut off. So there's no run there, but it was a nice-looking shot. straight back past the bowler.
So, in the Sussex games on Monday, which was against Bucks, Feltham, as I said, played. No, she didn't play. McGacken. I don't think she's played for Sussex this season in the T20.
Oh, okay. In them bowls, and that's just defended back 2 pots for no run.
It was due to be a Vipers second team game on Sunday, didn't it? But it got called off.
It did, yeah.
So it might have been that she might have been down for that. She may not have been, actually. I don't know. I'm just saying.
Guessing. In comes the tall pots again and bowls, and that's wide and full and driven. There's a little misfield there in the covers by Izzy Wong that allows them to come through for 1 and then 2 runs, swept up by Davina Perrin. So that was nicely played, a little misfield, but the score is 27 for 1 off 8. Tidy start for the Sparks.
Yeah. Grace Potts has completed 4 overs now, yet to take a wicket. Oh, the score is on the other scoreboard on the right now. They've taken that red ticker tape off, or red ribbon. Maybe, I just get the feeling maybe that red ribbon shouldn't have been there. Gemma's going to take a break, and it's going to be Phil Green to come in alongside me. Take you through till about 11:30. Ah, there it is. There's the bang again. It does feel fairly close, whatever it is. Whether it's on the ground or the surrounds, it's all fairly close. Here's Emily Arlett, continue. This is her 5th over now. It comes in, it's full, and Feltham works it up to mid-on. She wanted a quick single, but Georgia Davis was quickly in there to prevent one being taken. And morning, Phil.
Morning, Kev.
You all right?
Yeah, all good.
Just hang on, let's just sort you out here. All done. All good.
Yeah, and I can report that I've been awake all day.
Here's Arlett again, short, and that's Feltham on the back foot. She's very correct, isn't she, with her defensive shots?
Very precise footwork.
It is, isn't it?
I think I've picked up on so far.
23 years of age. Mentioned earlier, played for Victoria in the National Cricket League for the women down under, which is the women's equivalent of Sheffield Shield.
And Australia A, I think.
Yes. So had a game for them.
Bit of pedigree.
And here comes Arlett again then. Bowls, and Feltham's on the back foot, plays that into the ground and back to the bowler. And she's basically the replacement for Danny White, who's having a bit of a break leading up to the Ashes. She hasn't quite looked herself, Danny White, has she really? She played against the Sparks at Wormsley, and she played the previous fixtures, although wouldn't have been down to play the game here last Saturday, which was rained off. 24 against the Sunrisers, 22 against the Stars. Here's Arlett again, full, and Feltham drive down the ground. Now, I don't think Georgia Davis is going to get that because the ball's running away down the hill. That's a lovely punch drive there from the Aussie.
Yeah, shot of the day, that.
It was. And 4 Danny White made in that game at Wormsley. But just, I don't know, it wasn't the Danny White that we've all come to know, batting for the Sparks at the very least, batting for Vipers, let alone for England.
Yeah, and she's obviously a very aggressive player, Danny, but she's looked sort of frenetic in the games.
It just didn't look quite. Yes, she's aggressive but measured with it, and it just didn't quite sort of look right, did it really? 31 for 1 here, the Vipers. Feltham moves on to 8. That was a lovely shot down the ground, slightly over pitched there from Emily Arlett. Comes in again, that's short and that's pulled away. She can play that shot as well, because that got up around about chest stomach height. She kept that down nicely as she pulls it away behind square on the leg side. She moves on to 9. And the Vipers onto 32 for 1 in the 9th.
Yes, I know you say it's a low bounce here, but she got that up to sort of shoulder height. So a bit of effort ball from Arlett, I think, after being hit down the ground. That's the normal sort of pace bowler's response, isn't it?
It was, yeah. Very short, though. Here she is, Arlett. Full at this time, and That's just a push up towards mid-on, fielded by Georgia Davis. Ella McGacken facing that last delivery. So that's 9 overs gone here at Hove. And the Vipers are 32 for 1 after being rocked early on by the loss of Maya Boucher. The informed Maya Boucher in the third over. Caught behind for 4. That was 7 for 1. McGacken now has 17. Feltham has 9, and the bowling figures so far. Sparks, I'm a little bit behind actually. Just have a look.
You've got a bowling change. I think it's Izzy Wong coming on, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, it's coming down the hill, yeah. Potts bowled 4 overs, none for 19. Arlett's bowled 5 overs, I think that's 1 for 12. And England bowler Izzy Wong into the attack.
Yeah, coming down the hill, and as you pointed out earlier, Kev, a lot of these bowlers struggle sometimes coming down the hill and getting their feet in exactly the right place. It is quite a pronounced slope, but I guess you'd rather bowl down it than up it, let's put it that way. So, in she comes, first ball, and that's hit Fulton high on the pad. There's a bit of a shout, but it looked a bit high and possibly a bit leg side-ish, but fielders got very enthusiastic about that, and why not? Yeah, I noticed during the last over that Katie George and Amy Jones were both warming up as if they were coming on, and I'm pretty sure it wasn't going to be Amy Jones, but it was actually Izzy Wong. Katie George still going through her bowling action now.
Probably be bowling up the hill, I would have thought.
Yeah. Just the one slip now. There was 2 earlier, but just 1, and 4 in a ring on the offside. So Wong is in. And Fulton gets a shortish ball again, but gets back on the back foot and plays it comfortably down to third man.
Yeah, just had another look at the LBW shout. It was very leg stumpish, but worth a shout.
Okay.
I think it's one of those that, on balance, it wasn't a bad call by the umpire, but it was close.
It was 33 for 1 with that single. Fulton on to 10. And McCann back on strike. Interesting, that's flicked away on the leg side. That's a nice shot, but I think his fine leg is going to cut it off, but they're going to come back for 2. That's good running. Fielded that fine leg there by Amy Campbell, moving to her left. So the 2 fielders that are permitted outside the circle at the moment, we've got a third man in front of us, Georgia Davis and Amy Campbell at fine leg. Boundary on what is the offside now for McCacken is quite considerably longer than the other side, wherever it's one side of the square. Izzy Wong in again, that's full, and McCacken tries to turn on the leg side, but struck on the pad. No question of appeal this time. So she's been fairly full on most of the ball so far, Izzy Wong, but probably not just working up to a full pace, but as we know, she is one of the quicker bowlers in the women's game and has ambitions to be the quickest.
Yeah, she's played all 5 of the Sparks games, if you include this one.
And again, nice bouncy run. And again, that is short, outside the off stump. Hacken just watches it go by. But it's a bit more, like a little bit more shoulder into that one. Dug it into the pitch.
She's picked up 5 wickets so far in this competition. Economy rate of just over 5.5 and over.
Okay. She's the sort of bowler that's probably going to go for runs with pace on the ball. More of a wicket taker than a economy bowler per se.
Yeah, she's going for more than Katie George and Grace Potts and Georgia Davis. Certainly more runs and over than they are, and Emily Arlett.
And here she comes again, and that's played. A nice shot from McCacken, but can't get it past mid-off. She's turned into the keeper, and at the end of the 10th over, Vipers are 35 for 1, and that's the end of the power play. Signal now by the umpire, so that means 2 more fielders can go outside the circle if required.
Yeah, of the regular bowlers, she's comfortably the most expensive per over.
You sort of expect that really as a strike bowler, wouldn't you? You know, she's there probably primarily to take wickets. I know you could say that about all bowlers, but some bowlers their actual job is to contain, and Izzy Wong's more of a strike bowler, but she'd probably want to get her economy rate down below 5, I would have thought.
Looks like Katie George coming into the attack, left arm over. She's taken 5 wickets in this competition so far, just like Izzy Wong, but her economy rate is 4.5 and over.
It's good to see her back bowling. I mean, several years now, Katie's not really been fit enough to bowl much, and certainly bowled a lot this year, which is good to see.
Yeah, bowled well at Wormsley as well. As I mentioned earlier, got Maya Boucher bowled with a beauty. Here's George then, that's full, that's driven by Faltham up towards mid-on. It's fielded by Georgia Davis. Katie George starts with a dot ball.
It gives that variety, of course, being left arm over, which is why one of the reasons that England picked up on her quite young, because they wanted that bit of variety into the attack, but unfortunately beset by a series of injuries which put a break on her England career, certainly at the moment.
She's again then, she's running up the hill as well, like Emily Arlett, comes in and bowls, and there's a bit of swing there. Shout for an LBW against Faltham, even from this angle, and we're slightly to the right of play. That looked a little leg side.
Yeah, it was nice and full, giving it a chance to swing.
She is, isn't she? Yeah. That's what it's all about. Left arm over, get the ball to swing into the right hander.
Yeah, you must appreciate that more than most can.
Well, when it's swung, it's certainly an easier game, that's for sure. Just all the work people banging around wherever it is. It must be behind us, I think. Can't actually see anything going on in front of us, although there's some seats going in at the top end of the ground. Here's Katie George again. Bowls. Holtham's off the back foot. Very correct. As she pushes that out towards extra cover. Yeah, the seats are going in at the far end. I guess that's ahead of the T20 season. Well, Road End, those of you that know Hove. Seats are already to the left of the sight screen. They're there. The blue seats being put into the right. I think they've got a couple more stands to put up yet, haven't they? Or is that the only... In fact, maybe that's where some of the banging's going on. I don't know.
Could be. It sounds like it's closer to us than that.
Yeah, it does, actually. Yeah, that's a bit too far away. George bowls. It's full, and it's driven by Faltham, but can't find the gap as it goes up towards mid-off. Faltham has 10, McCacken 19. 35 for 1 here, the Vipers in the 11th. I think it's towards the end of the month, the T20 start for the men. And for the Charlotte Edwards, that's about the same time, isn't it?
Yeah.
A lot of double headers going on up and down the country, with the regional sides attached to the counties. Here's George again, long flowing blonde hair, and that's full. Faltham drive, she's found the gap this time. That's a beautiful shot, and that'll be 4. Very full there from Katie George, and the ball just hung outside off stump, inviting the drive, and Faltham just opened in the face of the bat there, found the gap. And that's a beautiful boundary for her. 39 for 1, Faltham moves on to 14.
Yeah, if you get through that ring on the offside, on that side of the ground, it's going to go away. It's not too far to run away to the boundary, and there's no chance for fielders chasing over that side, really.
5th ball for Katie George there, going for runs. No swing there, the ball just a half volley outside off stump. Here's George again then, and bowls. It's full again, and Faltham punches that towards extra cover, fielded by captain Eve Jones, and that's the end of the over. 11 overs completed here in Hove, and the Vipers are 39 for 1. There are other games going on in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy today. 3 of them are actually including this one, on the BBC Sport website, as well as on the various live picture feeds that the regional sides employ. So that's a first to me. The Vipers are always on the BBC Sport website, always have been since the start of the regional matches, but a couple of others have joined them. Northern Diamonds against the South... Sorry, Phil.
I was going to say, a couple of them delayed, aren't they? I think
Yes,
there's
they
a bit
are,
of weather around.
Yeah, Northern Diamonds against the South East Stars. There's... well, there was an inspection at 11 o'clock, so there should be some news on that shortly.
Izzy Wong in from the Cromwell Road end, and that's a flashing shot from McCacken, but make no contact, and the ball goes through to free ball, and that looked a little bit quicker than the previous over.
That went through, didn't it?
Yeah.
The Blaze have taken on the Western Storm. The Blaze 42 for 2 in the 10th, that one. Wicket for Lauren Filer and for also Gibson. Sammy Bowman was out for one there.
Izzy Wong again, running enthusiastically, and again beats the bat, and there's a half appeal from the keeper, and half appeal was enough earlier on, first dismissal, but this time the umpire not interested.
Bit of pace there, isn't it, from Izzy Wong?
She certainly ramped it up a bit this over.
She has. Thunder against the Sunrisers. The Thunder are 34 for 2 in the 8th. Emma Lamb is 24 not out there.
That's a sale, isn't it, I think?
It is. Eva Gray's picked up both wickets to full. Saren Smale and Morris. Fee Morris, is that?
Fee Morris, yeah. Izzy Wong in again. That's shorter and nicely played by McCacken. Just waited for it and steered it down to third man for a single. Slip now moves out for Fulton. Oh no, she's coming back in. It was just a discussion with the bowler. So we've got a slip. We've got a backward point cover, extra cover mid-off on the offside and the third man, and then leg side mid-on, mid-wicket and fine leg. So although we're now out of the power play, it's pretty much the same field as it was in the first 10. Wong in again. That's short again, and this time Fulton was misfielded a little bit by Perrin, praising her fielding earlier on, but she's fumbled that one unfortunately, and they've come through for a single. Perrin at backward point, a 16-year-old who is held in very high regard by, well, everyone in the cricket world really, but particularly by the Central Sparks, obviously.
I must say thank you to Samantha Barnes, who's tweeted at Solent Sport that Ella McGacken played for Sussex this season against Hampshire in T20. She actually did. She made 11 and 9. So thank you, Samantha, for pointing that out.
Thank you. Izzy Wong in again. That's a real short ball. She dug that right in. That's got to be a... Is that a wide or a no ball for height? It's she actually dug it in halfway down, and it's looped high over the batter's head. So it's a no ball, of course, in this competition rather than a wide. So that means it's a free hit. But that was, well, she's done well to get it that high, but not very effective because it was far too short. So we've got a free hit. Can't change the field, of course, because the batter hasn't changed. So let's see what McCacken's response will be to the free hit. This is short again, and actually given a wide this time, but short outside the off stump, and McCacken obviously threw the bat at it, but it was a wide, which means, of course, there'll be another free hit for McCacken. So Izzy Wong's got a bit of a problem here. 2 short balls in a row, and still got to bowl it again. He got a bit carried away by the bounce on that first one and went short again. But they all have plans for free balls. I'm sure it's discussed a lot in the planning now, how they're going to bowl a free hit. Sorry. Here she is again on the free hit again. And McCacken gets a full toss and carves it away, but can't get it in further than third man, so it's a single. And it's gone to 44. McCacken up to 21. So Izzy Wong looking a bit troubled. She's talking about something with the umpire. Probably didn't agree with the wide, the ball before maybe, but that's what was given, and she needs to carry on. Now coming in again, down the hill. That's a full toss, but it's a low full toss, so probably attempting a Yorker, and Fulton just plays it out gently on the offside for no run. So at the end of the over, it's 44 for 1.
Well, it's a steady start from the Vipers, isn't it, really? After losing Maya Boucher early on, there's few alarms really out there. But I mean, it's that sort of wicket here, isn't it, really? I mean, it's hard work to bowl on times.
After 6 or 7 overs, they're only sort of going at 1 or 2 and over, but they've picked up the rate now. And 44 off 12 is, as you say, a good start. I think they'll be the happier of the 2 teams possibly at the moment, having put the Vipers in. I think the Central Sparks were probably expecting a little bit of a better return at this stage.
Casey George then in the sunshine here at Hove comes in, left arm over and bowls, and McGacken pushes that out. There's another example of the sort of low bounce there is here at times. Very easy for the batters to get on top of the bounce that goes out into the covers.
Which end did you normally bowl from here?
Up the hill, unfortunately.
Yeah,
I say unfortunately.
That might be the case.
Yeah, I say unfortunately. Actually, I think sometimes the thought of it was worse than actually what you see. Because I saw many bowlers here run down the hill and absolutely lose their run up and that, and bowl no balls where they don't normally, because it's such a pronounced slope. And I actually have bowled down the hill every now and then. George bowls, it's a lovely shot on the up, but Eve Jones fields an extra cover. It does take a bit of getting used to, but it's not so hard getting used to coming up the hill. It takes a lot of getting used to coming down the hill, because it actually flattens out. When you actually run down the hill, your last 2 or 3 paces, the square itself is fairly flat.
Okay.
So it goes down the hill, flat, down the hill past the square. So it's quite weird, where you spend 3/4 of your run up running down the hill, and then actually the last couple of paces flat. It's quite weird. Here's George again, bowls 4, full, and it goes down towards third by McGacken. Lovely shot there, just opening the face of the bat, and McGacken moves on to 22.
Productive area for that, isn't it? That third man area. She just plays the ball late, and it's a little bit of sort of Joe Root, Ian Bell type shot, just to use the pace and run it down there.
Mm-hmm. George then in again, bowling to Australian Nicole Felton, who drives on the up, goes out to point, fielded by Perrin. There is no run. So the Sparks winning the toss, electing to bowl first. Just to remind everybody, if you're just joining us, whether you're watching on the live picture feed, which is going out on the Sussex YouTube site, I think the Vipers Twitter feed is also tweeting a link to that, and we're also on the BBC Sport website. George staying over the wicket here to Felton. Comes in, and that's a length ball which Felton drives powerfully, but only as far as mid-off. She's quite good in that area, isn't she? Extra cover mid-off.
Yeah, she looks a very organised player.
She does, doesn't she?
Around, doesn't she?
Very still at the crease, very upright stance.
Pushing the sweeper out now for the last ball over on the offside. So going back to the slope thing, were the quicker bowlers, like obviously Malcolm Marshall or whoever, did they always come down the hill just because it's easier?
Yeah.
But as you say, it might not have been the easiest to actually do.
No, I remember here a few seasons ago as Felton drives, doesn't really time that, but it goes to Perrin's right hand at a point, and they'll pick up a single. 13 gone here, 46 for 1, 2 runs off it. I remember Fidel Edwards bowling for Hampshire here at a championship game a few seasons back, and he actually started off up the hill. Didn't look as though he could cope with it very well. And then when he came down the hill, bowled very, very rapid, and that was 2015.
Perhaps no one had told him there was a slope. I mean, when you've got like 2 senior bowlers, there must be a real battle over who's going to come down the hill, I guess. As there is at most grounds, everyone has their preference and ends, and there's those bowlers that always get the short straw. So we've got Izzy Wong again now, coming in for a third over. That's the length ball, which Fulton plays off the back foot but can't get through that ring on the offside. Still only the 2 boundary fielders out, although we're into the second power play period. They would be allowed 4, but they're obviously confident in their bowling at the moment that they don't need to protect those boundaries. Just the third man, and finally, we haven't got a slip now, we've got a gully. Captain Eve Jones has moved herself to gully. As Wong is in again. That's a good length ball again, and just correct forward defensive shot from the Australian Fulton. And no run.
Well, there's work guys. You feel like the work guys are just warming up.
Yeah. They'll be in full swing by the time we get into the game. See Wong turning at the top of her mark. Starts she sprints in. That's a bit short.
Oh.
That's an interesting shot. That was short, and Fulton just thrown her hand through that, and it's flown away over the offside field for 4. Got to the boundary very quickly. It was sort of length ball. You couldn't describe that as a cut or a drive, really. She just threw the bat at it, and it flew away.
That's a great shot.
It is, isn't it? So,
chance of anybody in the covers getting anywhere near that.
It's cleared the field by 30 yards in the air. So yeah, a very, I suppose you'd say a one-day shot, but a very good one.
She gave herself a little bit of room as well to play that.
And wrong in again. That's Fuller, and this time she's very watchful in defence, just plays it into the mid-wicket area where Katie George is fielding. Really good fielder, Katie George, of course, as we know, won the fielding award for this competition, I think a couple of years ago, or it might have been the Charlotte Edwards, but one of the competitions she was voted fielder of the year, mostly for her boundary work, but in that mid-wicket area today, but absolute gun fielder. Izzy Wong in again, down the hill, and that's short again. Forced with a vertical back shot by Fulton. Hit it quite hard, but couldn't pierce that field. But they are now sending an offside sweeper back. It's Amy Jones going back there on the boundary, a lot further from the action than she is used to being. Normally either batting or keeping, but she's a long way out there now on the deep point boundary. Probably nice for all keepers to occasionally have a run out in the field.
Yeah, just get the gloves off and just see what it's like elsewhere. View the game from a different angle, Phil.
Absolutely. Wong in again. And that's forced off the back foot again, but it's no run this time. But can't get past extra cover, and that's the end of the over. And the Vipers have moved on to 50 for the loss of Maya Bouchier earlier in the day.
Well, we were talking earlier about Izzy Wong's sort of economy rate in this competition, slightly higher than the other bowlers. Actually, Grace Potts, in her 4 overs, none for 19, sort of getting up towards 5s. Izzy Wong not far behind, so she always is sort of up there, isn't she, in terms of the run she goes for. But she's a little bit quicker than the others, so we'll pick up wickets when perhaps 1 or 2 of the others won't. Just Emily Arlett's picked up the 1 wicket so far. 5 overs, no medals, 1 for 13.
I think the umpires have just been talking to Fulton about running on the protected area when she's running. I think I saw him getting look like quite a stern word, because you can, of course, get a warning and penalty runs for that if you repeat offender. But I think he's just given her a conversation at the moment rather than a warning.
Katie George then started a new over, bowling to Ella McGacken. McGacken gets wrapped on the pad. Big shout for an LBW. Not out, says the umpire. Now, unless that's coming back to McGacken, that's probably pitching outside leg stump.
She hasn't got very far forward.
No. Or maybe was there a slight inside edge as well?
She's asking the umpire, which she's entitled to do. He hasn't got to tell her, of course.
She's definitely asking, isn't she? Almost having a conversation.
Some umpires explain what they haven't, and some don't feel they need to.
For me, I've had a very quick look at that. That may just be pitching outside leg stump, but only just. Unless there's a slight edge on that. I'd have to look at it again. I'd have to study it in a bit more detail. It's very close. Here's George then, comes in and bowls, and McGacken drives up to mid-off. Again, it's a nice strong drive, but straight to the fielder. Score remains on 50 for 1. She's still having a chat with the umpire, Katie George.
Yeah.
She's saying, are you sure? I know a couple of balls ago that it probably wasn't out, but do you think you might have changed your mind in the last couple of balls?
Yeah. Can we have a review, please?
Yes, can we use the review that there isn't one? It's not really getting the ball to come back to bowls again, and that's flicked away nicely by McGacken out towards deep square leg. I'm going to do a quick 30-second update here. It's coming up now. And we are into the 15th over of the Vipers innings here. They're 50 for 1. Ella McGacken, this is a home ground here at Hove. She's 22 not out. And Nicole Feltham, the Australian who's brought in to replace Danny Wyatt, the England batter, who's having a bit of a break at the moment. She's playing nicely, played another couple of nice drives. She's 20 not out. Just the one wicket that has fallen. That in the 3rd over. It was Maya Boucher who was caught behind, slightly taking the bat away, just caught the outside edge. She went for 4, the score then 7 for 1. But the Vipers here 51 for 1 in the 15th. I'll do till the end of the over, then I'll bring in Gemma Green alongside Phil Green. George has conceded just 7 runs halfway through her 3rd over here. So Feltham it is. She's looked good, hasn't she? I have to say, don't want to put the mockers on her, but she's looked a good little player here. It's full again, and that's driven now. There is a fielder out at deep cover, so that'll only be a single, worth more. Feltham, 23 years of age, as we mentioned earlier. Has played in the Women's Big Bash for both Melbourne sides over the last 2 or 3 seasons or so, and the Vipers move on to 51 for 1.
Yeah, with the depth of quality they've got in Australia, the Australia A team, you've got to be a pretty decent player, I would say, and she looks that.
She does, yeah. As we mentioned earlier, played a couple of games for Sussex in this year's T20 competition. Low full toss, which McGacken just steers past the right hand of Perrin, although she does stick out her hand and take the pace off the ball. That's the end of the over. So that's 15 overs gone, I think it is. Yeah, 15 overs gone. And the Vipers are 53 for 1. Another word from Phil, and then it'll be Gemma Green with her.
Yeah, as was pointed out, we now do have the score on the scoreboard to the right, which is what you'd expect from the scoreboard, really. But certainly for the first 10 overs, the one thing missing was the actual total. We had every other bit of information, but no total. But now we have, and it's 53 for 1 of 15. So I think, having been put in, I think the Vipers will be pleased with this start. Ground staff are now out on the square bringing some sawdust, which Izzy Wong's obviously asked for. It's obviously still a bit damp out there. Well, it will be damp. There's been so much rain around the country, particularly down south. So he's now bringing sawdust to both ends. And we have Gemma back on commentary.
Morning. Nice little partnership, this. Creeping towards a 50-run partnership. After that early dismissal of Boucher.
Yeah, it's like changing the orders that we were given as well, because we thought Elvis was coming in at 3. Anyway, Wong's come in first ball of the next over, and McGacken's just played that one to the offside. So presumably Georgia Elvis will come in at 4. Having batted at 3 for the rest of the season so far.
Izzy Wong, as we said earlier, was in that winning Mumbai Indians side in the inaugural WPL. That was under the watch of Charlotte Edwards, who wins most competitions she manages.
She does tend to be around winners, doesn't she? Yeah. Izzy Wong in again. And that's nicely played by McGacken, but there's a really crowded offside field there and she can't get it through. Yeah.
She took 15 wickets in that competition, which was the second highest. I think her teammate Hayley Matthews took 16. But yeah, she really shone in that competition. She's obviously been in the fold for a couple of years now, and was taking a lot of wickets for Sparks a couple of years ago. But yeah.
Didn't she get a hat-trick in the first game of that as well?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's quite a way to announce yourself on the IPL stage. So we've got an offside fielder, Amy Jones, now going back to the boundary at point. It's Wong in again. And that's played on the offside, and it's straight to that fielder. So Sparks obviously happy to give the single there, can concede that single. She's going to stay out for both batters, I believe. Yeah, so that's a single to McGacken, which takes her on to 25. And a good start for her. She hasn't had the best season so far, but did get a 50 at Beckenham a couple of games ago. Is giving herself a good pace today. Izzy Wong running towards us down the hill. Ball again, low full toss. Plays it out on the offside to extra cover, who's been very busy in the last couple of overs. A lot of balls seem to have gone there to that's Erin Burns, the Aussie, so a fellow Aussie fielding that extra cover. Erin Burns recently brought into the Sparks setup.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Erin Burns in the shorter format.
Big Bash, yeah. Wong in again and down the wicket. Oh, that's an interesting shot, and this could be out, and it is out.
It's a great catch.
Oh, that is a really good catch. So Fulton's gone down the wicket, then decided to ramp, sort of reverse ramp, and the ball's flown down to third man, where Georgia Davis, I think that is, taking a great catch, running in, taking it low, and that's a really important wicket. What came as a bit of a surprise, that the whole setup with Fulton running down the track and then ramping and then falling.
It's a fairly short boundary behind the keeper this end, and I guess with Wong's pace, she thought if she gets a little bat on it, it's going to fly, and well, it did fly, but not as far as she thought. It's spooned up to Georgia Davis, who took a great catch running in.
It looks as if it wasn't going to reach her, but she made good ground and got there.
She timed that well, and that's broken what was looking like a really good partnership for the Southern Vipers of McCacken and Feltham. They've set this innings up nicely. It's 54 for 2 now.
And Georgia Elvis to the crease, I think.
Yes, Georgia Elvis.
But yeah, that was a really good catch. It's one of those that's, when it's low and you're running in, and you just got to time your dive perfectly, really, haven't you? Get your hands under it. But we could see very clearly that she did get her hands under it, as it's right in front of us. If there'd been any question from the umpires, they could have asked us, and in our totally unbiased way, we would have confirmed that it was a clean catch from here. So, yeah, 54 for 2, the Vipers, and a really important breakthrough for the Sparks. Maybe not in the way they were planning. I can't imagine they bowled for a third-man catch, but as you say, Jem, when they've got about the extra pace on the ball, third man is in a catching position in a way. So Georgia Elvis now at the crease. Wong in again with the tail up with the wicket in the column, and that's just played by Elvis gently out to mid-off. Nice solid start from the England international.
Yeah, Georgia Elvis really is a big batter for the Vipers. She scored a century in the last 2 years in this competition.
One here last year.
With Emily Windsor, partnership with Emily Windsor when she got 90. And she scored 115 in a game in 2022 in this competition. So she's a big run getter for Vipers, as you'd expect, with all her international experience behind her. It's perfect timing really for her to come in. Both new balls are sort of seen off. There's a decent partnership just happened for her to come in and build upon, and we know she likes this ground. So this could be a really interesting period for Elvis, as Katie George is bowling from our end, the C end. Left arm coming in over the wicket, and that's just back of a length and turned onto the onside by Ellen McCacken for no run. Huge follow through Katie George has got. Just saw then, and don't know if I think she was sort of going to field that ball as well, but a very strong aggressive follow through from the left arm quick.
Might be something to do with all the injury problems you have. I know when you're coming back from injuries, and particularly sort of hamstring injuries, but they're all related back, hamstrings all linked, and the coaches always say to follow right through and don't pull up in your follow throughs. That might be something to do with that.
Yeah, very true. She comes in again, and that's a fuller ball outside off, and that's driven, but only as far as point. Davina Perrin there for no run. Yeah, it's good to see Katie George back, like you said earlier. She's obviously been so injury prone the last few years. It sort of curtailed her England career, and she has been in the side, in various sides. sort of as a fielder, really not able to bowl or produce much with the bat due to her injuries, but I spoke to her up at Wormsley, and she did say she's completely injury free now, which is great to hear.
It is.
And she bowled really well up there as she comes in again, and that's a good line and length outside off. It's driven. There is a cover sweeper, so it's just a single. But that's nicely driven out there.
Testament to also, I mean, at this level, you don't often get people who do get picked primarily for their fielding. And she makes that much difference in the field that she's seen as an asset to that, even if she can't bowl, which is a great credit to her, isn't it?
Yeah, and probably the reason she's still going now, because if she didn't have that, she would have sort of lost her place. Been on the back burner as people often are with injuries. But being able to contribute in the field is really good, and it does show how important fielding is. As she comes in and bowls again, nice line and length outside off, just pushed into the covers for no run. So any young listeners out there that think it's just about batting and bowling, far from it. You can always contribute in the field.
Most important part of the game, as Gemma said. If you any young boys or girls out there listening, that's something to take on board. We always say if you come into a game, you might not bat, you might not bowl, but you will definitely field. So make that your priority.
It's George with 99 on her back. Comes in again, long run up, bowls the ball, and that's outside off. That's driven nicely, and that has beaten the infield, and the sweeper that was out there is no longer there. So that is 4 runs to McCacken. Nicely driven there. Yeah, they brought that sweeper up. She was there a couple of balls ago.
It's Elwes. They brought her up for Elwes, so she's the new player. It was Elwes.
For Elwes, sorry. My apologies. Yeah, brought her up for Elwes. She's back out there now after that 4. So a little bit of ball chasing. Erin Burns goes out there. Katie George comes right back to the mound of sawdust to start her run up. Elwes on strike. In back of a length, and that ball just died. Elwes sort of prodded at it, and it just died, fell just short of Abby Freeborn.
Kev was saying earlier, obviously he's played here a lot, but there's no bounce traditionally at this wicket, and that was certainly kept low. I mean, we have seen a fair bit of bounce from the other innings. He got one way above head height for a low ball earlier. She obviously a little bit quicker than most, but going up the hill, it seems to die a bit. There was one earlier that was edged to first slip and didn't carry. So a little bit different coming up the hill, obviously. Katie George has got the wind in her favour for her in-swinger. The wind going across us. We can see the flag blowing away towards the, to get this right, that's the east, isn't it? Yeah, to the east.
I'd like to hear the conversations between bowlers when they're choosing ends here. I mean, I know seniority usually pulls ranks, and that would be the likes of Emily Arlott, I guess, today in terms of age.
Long in, and that's off the back foot. Well, she bowled uphill, didn't she?
She did, yeah.
So if she had the choice, that was her choice. I had that conversation with Kev earlier. You know, sometimes is it just a case that the faster bowler thinks they should come downhill, but actually they're more comfortable up? And he mentioned that that's not always the case. But Kev also said that he normally had to bowl uphill and didn't get the choice. So is he Wonging again? That's driven nicely by McCacken. Oh, this time it is through the offside field. That's missed by Burns, and that's going to go away for 4.
Oh, wow.
That was a much better time than we thought. It looked like just a push in the offside, but as soon as it went past Burns, he should have stopped it, to be honest. It ran away, and the sweeper from a square position on the offside couldn't get round. So that's 4 to McCacken, takes her up to 30. 30 from 55, so she's picking up the pace a bit now nicely. 63 for 2, the Vipers.
But even that, if you take out the misfield, it was nothing more than a push.
No, it wasn't. It didn't even follow through, really. Wong in again. That's forced onto the back foot this time, and she's played it back. Bowler fields off her own bowling. And a little conversation between Wong and Elwes. Very friendly banter, I'm sure, to England teammates. I guess they would have been England teammates. Their careers might have overlapped just at England level. But all these girls, of course, know each other. We were saying earlier on, it's quite interesting in the warm-ups that the teams are actually mixed up in the warm-ups a bit, like coaches from both sides involved with the same group of players, and it's quite interesting to see. Is he Wonging again? And that's a very slow full toss. I think that's a slower ball, and sort of loopy full toss, and McCacken's edged it, really. In the end, I think she's trying to hit it squarer than that, but it's gone down to third man for a single, but that was a back of the handball or something, came out very slow.
I think what you were saying about them being mixed up in the warm-up, that's a product really of this modern era where they do all mix up with all these franchises, and they'll play with each other and with different people, and so very, very friendly terms, I'm sure.
Wong in it, and that's short and left alone outside the off stump by Elvis. And that rehearsed the shot afterwards that she might have played, but earlier innings taking the more pragmatic option of just letting it go by. 64 for 2. Too big a crowd today. There's a few drifting in now. Most of the people are in us that way to our left. Those that know the ground here. And on the pavilion side of the ground, but at this end of the ground, there's a party. It looks like a school party there, all in the same tops. Party of schoolgirls. As Gemma commented earlier, it's a good school day out, better than some of the ones that she went on. Izzy Wong in again, and that's played out by Elvis into the offside for no run.
Yeah, I went to a school trip. It was a building site.
A bit like today, then.
Not as in a ruins or something historical. It was a building site. We never got to go to the cricket, so yeah, school trips have definitely improved. Score is 64 for 2.
There is a cricket academy just up the road called BACA. BACA, I'm not quite sure what that stands for, Brighton Academy or something, words around that. But they could be from there, and that's where Georgia Elvis works. It's up near the Amex Stadium. And Sussex age group girls play a lot of their games there. So they could be from there, but that's just me speculating, really.
Well, I've got Katie George to continue. She'll be bowling her 5th over from this C end. She's currently 0 for 14 off 4.
Going round the wicket now.
She had that one big shout for LB that looked very close. But other than that, wicketless. Yep, coming round the wicket to McCacken, and that's line and length and just pushed into the offside. And that sweeper there does cut that off. She's staying out there now for Georgia Elvis, who's on strike.
Very orthodox player, McCacken, and she doesn't look like she stresses about anything. I don't really know her as an individual, but she just looks in control and calm and just gets on with her game, really, and very effective with it.
Yeah, sort of unnoticed.
Yeah.
Like you say, we saw a bit of innovation from Feltham that was her demise in the end as George comes around the wicket, and again it's driven a little bit firmer this time out to that cover sweeper for a single. Erin Burns kept busy on the rope out there. That's 2 singles for the first 2 balls. We saw a little bit of improvisation from Feltham, but yeah, like you say, McCacken just playing that classical innings of an opening batter in a 50-over game. We haven't seen, McCacken's been in the Vipers side a long time, obviously, and she's had some decent scores, but we've not seen her bat a long, long time to see if she does change up the gears or change her temperament. As George comes in, that's banged in short and pulled, but not timed, and just goes to Emily Arlott, short mid-wicket for no run.
It's a long way for her to get down to field that, isn't it?
Yeah.
She's a tall girl, Arlott. Yeah, she started to accelerate well at Beckenham a couple of weeks ago. From this sort of score, 30 onwards, and got to 50 or 60, but then got out, unfortunately. But she was starting to get more inventive and in the later stage of that innings. But normally she just plays at the right tempo, I think.
So George again pounding in that left arm over, and once again, carbon copy, that's driven into the offside. Erin Burns picks that up for a single.
It's a stage of one-day game. It often goes into a little bit of an on-pass, isn't it, where the batting side are quite happy to pick up the singles, the bowling side are quite happy to give them singles, and there's almost a sort of lull in proceedings while everyone's reassessing. It's that sort of time at the moment.
Yeah, those sort of middle overs, early middle overs, especially if you're just 1 or 2 down, as Vipers are. They're just resetting again after that wicket of Feltham, I keep saying that wrong, and that's just turned onto the leg side behind square, and Grace Potts runs in off the boundary and fields that for another single. So a steady over so far, just 3 runs off it. apart from that misfield in the last over, they've looked pretty good in the field.
They're certainly very energetic in the circle there. They're all in very quickly, sort of pouncing on the ball. There was that one midfield stood out, but apart from that.
George again bangs it in back of a length, and that's whipped through square leg. Fielder on the boundary there's running in to save the 2, and Amy Jones does so. So another single, and that ends the over, 69 for 2.
Yeah, as I say, it's one of those situations where if you said right now who's the happier of the two teams, I think they'd be about the same. The Sparks probably hoped for a bit more of a breakthrough, having inserted Vipers. Probably wanted more early wickets, but the other side of that is they haven't let Vipers run away with it, and they're only scoring at less than 4 and over at the moment, and 3.6 it says on that board that gives us all the information, including the score now. So yeah, I think both sides will be reasonably content. It's like who makes the next best move from here, really.
And Vipers do have a very long batting lineup. At Wormsley, Lindsay Smith came in before Southby, and she's down on the card to do so today.
It's Wong in again. That's a full toss and driven by McCacken, but no real power, and can't get it past mid-off. It's Potts.
I was quite surprised that I thought Rhiannon Southby would come in above her, but you've got Alice Monaghan down to bat at 10.
Mm-hmm.
So there are runs to be had sort of right down the order. So to only be 2 down at this minute for Vipers is good for them. But obviously the run rate is good for Sparks. So like you say, it's very even Stevens.
Wong turning end of a mark. Running in, and that's cut away. But no run. Cut away by McCacken.
And you've got 2 fielders there, very close.
Yeah, they have.
So Davine Perrins at point and Eve Jones just backward of, but...
it is a strength area from McCacken, isn't it? She scored a lot of runs through that area.
Eve Jones was in slip earlier, and they've just fortified that area, which worked then, because Eve Jones fielded it, and Davine Perry sort of cleared it up.
So they are very close together, you're right. So Wong in again. Oh, and that's a beamer. Presumably not intentional. She apologised straight away. McCacken ducked under it, but it's come through at about shoulder height. So that will be a no ball, a free hit, and presumably a warning. Yes, he's now confirming to the captain he's given a warning for that delivery, which, as I say, wouldn't be classed as intentional, I'm sure, but it would be classed as dangerous, which is what justifies the warning. So, free hit now to McCacken, not for the first time today. I'll tell you what we are missing today, there's hardly any seagulls. Normally you see a lot of seagulls here. There's a lack of seagulls, I don't know why that is, there'll be a reason. Wong in again, and didn't really take advantage of the free hit. It looked like she changed her mind, and in the end just pushed it out on the offside.
I think there's not a lot of catering outlets at today's game, so
that could be the reason.
I think the Seagulls they like a catering outlet.
Okay, yeah, that might be it. But I do sort of always think of this ground having seagulls all over the outfield, so definitely missing. That's probably the reason. You're right. Izzy Wong in again, and this is driven again, and she has got through the inner circle this time, and it's out to Amy Jones on the cover boundary for a single. Yeah, that free hit one was interesting one. It looked like she changed her mind like twice, and in the end defended it, which is quite an unusual approach to a free hit. But we have seen in game this year where the batter appeared to not realise it was a free hit and defend the ball. So, of course, they should be used to the free hit concept now in this sort of cricket, but it's still quite new to some. Izzy Wong in again, and that's very full Yorker length, dug out by Elwes.
Really well played by Elwes.
Yeah, just watched it onto the bat, played out to mid-wicket to Katie George, no run. 71 for 2. The wind getting a little bit stronger now. You can look at the flag over there, and it's fluttering a bit more life now. The wind going across the ground from our left to right. That's long in again. That's full again, and Elvis drives again, and again it's straight to mid-off. She's Erin Burns, or extra cover really, sorry, rather than mid-off. End of the over, 71 for 2. And yeah, both sides reasonably happy.
So we might be having a bowling change here. Emily Arlott might just be taking her jumper off because she's a bit warm. So Katie George has bowled 5 from this end.
I think we've got some spin coming in, haven't we?
Oh, we've got some spin. Oh, we've got Erin Burns.
Yeah.
So, yeah, she starred in their last game, took 4 for. So, yeah, a little bit of Erin Burns. We were saying earlier, we have seen Burns in shorter format. She played Birmingham Phoenix, I think Manchester Originals as well in the 100, in T20, in the WBBL. And she played a few T20 internationals for Australia. Not seen a lot of her in this longer format. I think she's played 1 ODI for Australia. But I'm sure she's played a lot of domestic cricket at 50 overs, but not over here. So interesting to see her today. They're just readjusting the field. There's a bit of spins coming on. Bowls off spin. They've got 2 going out on the leg side. Cow corner and a square leg. Again, they're fairly close together. Well, they're spreading a little bit.
Spreading now, yeah.
And she's also got that cover sweeper, which has been a favoured area of these 2 batters off the seamers. Other than that, I think everyone's in the ring, keeping things tight as she comes in, cap on, bowls over the wicket, and that's just pushed back to her.
Don't like the cap on thing. You knew I was going to say that.
It's quite popular these days with the spinners. I totally agree. As she comes in again and bowls, very popular Australia. I think Lisa Strelaka started. Obviously, she started it. I'm sure someone could tell me someone did it before, but
Jeff Boycott years ago. I can tell you, he used to bowl with his cap reversed.
And she comes in, bowls over, and she's down the wicket and driven, but only as far as mid-off for a dot ball. Yeah, Lisa Strelaka sort of became a little bit famous for it, and there's nothing wrong with bowling like Lisa Strelaka, so maybe that's why she comes in again.
I get with the long hair, it's possibly more necessary, but it just, I don't know, I guess sometimes I'm an old traditionalist and it doesn't look right.
Yeah, you've got to move with the times.
Yeah.
Coming in and bowls again. That's whipped away through leg side. There will be a single there as one of those boundary fielders. Amy Jones runs in off the rope and tidies that up. So that's the first run of this over. She's getting through her over nice and quickly.
Yeah, Jeff Boycott he probably wasn't intended to be, but was a bit of a trendsetter when you think about it, because he bowled with his cap reversed, so the baseball cap reversed, and that's become the sort of fashion in this century. But I don't think he was doing it for that reason.
Burns to Elvis, and that's driven, but only into extra cover for no run. So really tidy start from Burns, just a single off it, and got through her over nice and quickly there. The score is 72 for 2. We have had 21 overs. And McCacken is 36 off 71, having opened the batting, and Elvis 6 off 10. The 2 wickets to fall. Maya Boucher very early on, 4 off 7. She was caught behind of Emily Arlott trying to leave the ball, and then Foulton, debutant for Vipers, came in and got a nice looking 21, and then tried to show a little bit of innovation. Decided to scoop or ramp Izzy Wong, but it didn't go all the way and fell to the hands of Georgia Davis at third man. So 72 for 2. We've got a change of bowling up at the Cromwell Road end. It looks like Potts again coming in. So Izzy Wong been replaced by Potts, as that's full and driven straight back to her. Hits her on the boot, but only goes as far as Elvis, who picks the ball up and passes it back. Got Kevin James back beside me. Hi, Kev.
Hello. Bowling in a cap. What is going on? You're telling me that it's the new trend?
I'd say the new trend, but a lot of people seem to be. Hayley Matthews does it, and she took the most wickets in the WPL. So
it's all right then.
It's all right. Yeah, it obviously works. Potts in again, and that's whipped off a half volley length through square leg, but Katie George on the boundary there picks that up back into the gloves of Freeborn for a single.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, because I usually am, but I think as a batter you can actually ask the umpire to make the bowler take the cap off.
Can you?
I think you can, yeah.
Why would you want to do that? What?
Just to annoy the bowler.
Mind games. Pots in over the wicket, and that's driven just up to mid-on for no run.
I mean, if they bowled particularly quick, I probably wouldn't. I'd probably say, hey, keep it on, bowl what you like. But if it's a spinner, I mean, it's not exactly good.
I know, is it Curtly Ambrose or someone was asked to change their wristband because they had a white wristband with a white ball. And the batters weren't happy. Oh, yeah, you wouldn't ask them, would you?
No.
As Potts in again over the wicket, and that's driven up to mid-off this time for no run. Elwes on strike. Yeah, a lot of, I say, Lisa Sthalekar, Hayley Matthews, Erin Burns here today. It's an off-spinners thing, it seems.
So we're going to see a lot of this then over the coming seasons?
I don't know. I used to have long hair, but I always favoured a bandana, but baseball cap.
Okay.
I guess it's part of the kit as she comes in again, and that's driven, but again, only into that inner ring. They can't pierce that the minute Erin Burns fields that for no run.
So Izzy Wong bowled 6 overs, 1 for 20. Spell. Kind of pacey deliveries, wasn't it?
There were
at
a couple,
times.
yeah,
she obviously enjoyed coming down the hill.
She did, yeah. She's making the most of that with her natural pace. And Potts coming in again. Tall bowler, and that's just defended really into extra cover. That's the end of another over. 73 for 2 our Vipers.
So the wickets that have fallen, Maya Boucher in the 3rd over, caught behind off Emily Arlott for 4, that was 7 for 1, and then in the 16th over, Nicole Faltham trying to ramp Izzy Wong. Not easy at that pace. Caught down at 3rd by Georgia Davis for 21. That was off 39 balls. The score then was 54 for 2. That ended a partnership worth 47 with Ella McGacken, who's still out there, 37 not out, having opened up. Georgia Elwes on 6. Elwes so far this season, 12 against the Sunrisers at the Aegeus, 59 against the Stars at Beckenham. There's Burns cap and all. And that's a nice shot in the air and straight down the field. And that's going to be 4 runs. Quite a deliberate shot there on the run there from McGacken. And Elwes made 6 in the game between these two at Wormsley. McGacken moves on to 41. Nice shot from her. Off Burns. Score moves on to 77 for 2. Then we're in the 23rd. Vipers losing the toss and asked to bat first. That's a length ball, which is pushed out on the offside. Yes, you mentioned Burns playing in her 2nd game. Sparks 4 for 56 in that tied game with Thunder. Bowls, and there's a reverse sweep there from McGacken. That's gone very fine. It's only up the hill. It won't go all the way. Perrin runs around from backward a point. Don't think she quite got the bat on that. May just have come off the glove, which took the pace off that reverse. Total moves on to 79 for 2. So are you going to bowl in the cap next time you bowl? Do you ever bowl?
I used to bowl. I used to be an off-spinner.
Before you kept wicket? Now down the wicket, and that's a much stronger shot, and that could go all the way. Oh, not quite. 1 bounce for 4. Now that was much more aggressive. She came down the wicket again, hit it in the same area straight, but there was a lot more power behind that, a lot more intent.
Yeah, I used to be an off-spinner with long hair, so... but like I say, I favoured the bandana rather than the cap. But I just think the peak would get in the way.
Well, that's something... There's a reverse sweep, and she has got the bat on that, and Perrin's going to do well to stop that one. She's after it, and she just pulls it back inside the rope. That's a great piece of fielding at the far end of the ground. 3 runs to McGacken, who seems to have just decided that she's going to take Burns on. And a quite deliberate change of gear here from McGacken, because the Vipers have gone along nicely here. And McGacken's 50 runs comes up with that reverse sweep as well. 5 fours for her from 78 balls.
Maybe they know that the Sparks' strength is in their seam attack, so they're taking on whatever else is on offer.
Yeah, quite deliberate from McGacken. Here's Elwes, who drives into the gap at mid-on with mid-off deep, and that will be a single. The seamers so far then for the Sparks: Arlott's bowled 5 overs, 1 for 13. Grace Potts 5 overs, none for 20. Izzy won 6 overs, 1 for 20. Katie George 5 overs, none for 19. All very steady, and the Vipers' innings really has been steady, nothing more. But in that last over, a quite deliberate attempt there to up the rate, because that over, I can't remember exactly how many it's gone for, but it went for a few more than we've had. We've only had a couple of overs where the scoring rate has been more than just 2 or 3 and over or so.
And it did bring up McCacken's 50 off 78 balls. As Potts comes in for her 6th over, and that's pitched up and just turned onto leg side by Georgia Elwes, fielded by Eve Jones for a single. I'm very happy, Kev, with the Vipers kit.
A lot of people have commented on that.
It's, they say come on the orange and all this, but the last few years, in my opinion, they've been wearing red.
Okay.
This year, new kit, it is a little bit more orange. I think they can go further. As Potts comes in and bowls and pitched up, and that's nicely driven down the ground. It's going up the hill, so that might, no, it's going to get away from Izzy Wong, so that's really well timed.
Great
Beautiful shot, just up to long on for 4 runs.
So this is more orange and you prefer it?
It's more orange. I still think they can go a little bit further up the Dulux paint chart.
Other paint makes available.
Obviously. So I think they can go a few shades oranger, but they're moving in the right direction. It's definitely orange.
Was it blood orange before?
That's what they called it.
Yeah.
Potts comes in, and that's just turned to leg by McCacken for a single. Yeah, they called it blood orange, which is red in my book.
Yeah.
Because they used to be vibrant before the Rachael Heyhoe Flint and all this. When it was the Kia, they were fluorescent orange, so much so they looked like the crowd security guards. Mm-hmm. And then they went to that red, but they kept saying
only more useful.
Yeah. Potts in again, and Elwes drives that. It does beat the infield, but the cover sweeper will cut off for a single. But yeah, so I'm happy. I'm happy with the kit.
Good. Well, that's good. Gemma's happy. That's all that matters. I'm actually getting a closer look at the Sparks new kit as well, because we didn't really get a great view at Wormsley. The play was so far away, really, down the bowl, wasn't it?
Yeah, they do play in pretty much all black as Potts comes in, and that's driven just into the covers where Erin Burns fields that for no run. So the kit is essentially all black, but they have got this funky top of the sleeve going on where they've got their yellow, purple and pinky red that is part of their logo. And yeah, I like that, but I'd like the whole kit in that.
Well, it's quite interesting. The ones that have got the short sleeve on, like Perrin at points, it just looks like no arms, doesn't it, really?
Potts, and that's just steered down by McCacken to 3rd man. We've got Georgia Davis here right in front of us wearing the long sleeves. So, yeah, we can see those funky upper arms, the sort of pattern. It's 95 for 2 for the Vipers after 24 overs, nearly halfway.
Yeah, they're getting a move on here, the Vipers. Now, when I say no arms, I mean, obviously what I mean is that those sleeves to the shirt just doesn't look as though there's anything but below the shoulder. But I think Emily Arlett's got a short sleeve on as well. It just looks like they're wearing vests.
Yeah, it does. Yeah. Yeah, I think they can go bolder too.
Well, I suppose somebody's got to wear that coloured kit.
Imagine the trousers in that pattern. That'd be my kind of kit.
Would it really?
Yeah.
Play cricket in that kit?
Yeah.
Wow. Erin Burns, 2 overs, none for 15. Is round the wicket this time to Georgia Elwes. That's a low full toss. That's McCacken, isn't it? Sorry. Comes off the bottom of the bat. She's trying to sweep that. Ball goes nowhere. 95 for 2. We've had 24 overs. One more over before we're halfway, and there'll be a drinks break. I think that's what normally happens here. That's on the line of leg stump. Turned away on the 45. Called through by Georgia Elwes. Takes the total on to 96 for 2. Yeah, we're getting a real close-up of Emily Arlett's short sleeve top there. Very colourful arms, aren't they?
They are. But they are very short sleeve. The sleeves are very short, aren't they?
Hers is particularly short. I don't know if that's just her shirt that's unique to that. As Elwes is on the back foot, hits it to Perrin. They both come down the wicket, and oh my word, Elwes has to dive back in at the keeper's end. Slight hesitation between the two batters out there in the middle.
It's the first mix-up we've seen. between the two batters, but I think the throw was a little bit wide. Abby Freeborn had a bit too much to do there. She had to take it wide to her right and then bring it back into the stumps, and it just gave Elvis time to dive in.
Couldn't make up their mind, the two batters, whether to go or stay or what have you, as Elvis quietly turns that to mid-wicket, and that's fielded by Grace Potts. Sunshine out here. Big cloud over us at the moment. We are going to get the odd shower here and there. I think we've missed that one. Now, that's in the air. This could be called an extra cover. It could be a simple catch for Eve Jones, and it is. And that is the end of Georgia Elvis. I think she was just trying to work that wide of mid-off, opened the face of the bat, but she didn't get any middle of the bat in that one. It just spooned up in the air. Simple catch for Jones. Elvis goes for 9, 96 for 3.
Yeah, that looked sort of, on one case, it looked like a sort of half-hearted shot, but I think you're right. I think that was because she was trying to open the face and just didn't quite time it well enough, and it did fall to Eve Jones in the covers. That should bring out the Vipers captain, Georgia Adams.
Another one whose home ground it is.
Yep, and she scored in the inaugural year of this competition in 2020. She scored 500 runs in this competition, which has never been beaten since. And in the last couple of years, she's been second highest run scorer for Vipers in both years. So a lot of Rachael Heyhoe Flint runs under her belt. She used to open the batting. She's dropped down the order in recent times. But she is striding out now to join McCacken, who's going very nicely on 57.
Georgia Adams played quite well in the game between these two at Wormsley. Made 50. Big partnership between her and Charlie Dean, which got the Vipers back on track when they were 46 for 4. That's her top score to date, Georgia Adams. Made 31 in the game against the South East Stars at Beckenham, and 0 in that defeat against the Sunrisers.
Yeah, she's a key player for the Vipers. She's obviously, as we've just said, scored a stack loads of runs every year for them, captained the side to 3 trophies, and now is a full-time spinner as well. She used to bowl a sort of bit part and whatever, but in the last about 12 months, she's often bowls her full 10 or full 4, whatever the format.
So I think they've taken drink slightly earlier with the fall of that wicket, because there's just one ball left of the 25th over. It's probably opportune time, isn't it, to do that? So at the end of this over, we won't get a slight break. We'll just keep going.
I was going to have a nap.
You've already had enough of a nap this year. This morning. I mean, this morning. So Burns will continue, of course, because there's one more ball left of her over, and she's going to be bowling to Georgia Adams, the captain. Home ground, the T20 finals day of the local group is here, isn't it, on Sunday?
Yes.
Sure, Adams will be playing.
Yeah, these the Vipers team sort of split up into their Sussex-Hampshire cohorts.
Is it Sussex? I think in the group they're in, it's Bucks, Berkshire, Sussex and Hampshire. Adams gets a fullish delivery, which he drives out towards extra cover, fielded by Eve Jones, and that's the end of the over. Burns has bowled 3 overs, 1 for 16. The other wicket takers, Izzy Wong and Emily Arlott. And at the halfway stage, the Vipers, having been put into bat, 96 for 3.
Looks like we're going to have a change of bowling at the Cromwell Road end. So we had Potts on for a couple of overs. Emily Arlott's now coming on that end. She bowled at this end, at the C end, in her first spell. She bowled 5 overs, 1 for 13. She's now coming on at the Cromwell Road end, and she's just tying her hair up. No cap, but she's tying her hair up to make sure that doesn't flap.
I really don't want to see that again.
What, bowling in a cap?
Yeah, I don't want to see that. I don't want to see that too often. I'm with Phil. I don't want to see that too often. Oh, we're not fans of that.
I'm sat here with 2 grumpy old men.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm quite happy being grumpy on that. Doesn't bother me at all. Don't like that. If I was batting, I would say, seriously, take that off.
Right, Arlott, capless, runs in. Bowls, and that's back of a length, and just defended on the back foot by McCacken. No intention of a run there.
If you watch on the live picture feed, Nicole Faltham, 39 balls for her 21, and McCacken still out there, 84 balls for her 57. That'll be actually 85 balls now.
They've actually made, I think it was in the WPL, you know, the traditional cricket hats, the wide brim hats, as Arlott's in again over the wicket, and again back the leg, we just whipped onto the onside, and there'll be a single there as Izzy Wong comes in and fields that single to McCacken. Yeah, they had the wide brim hats, which I know Izzy Wong is a fan of. She wears one of those when they're available. But they've actually made them now with a hole in the back for ponytails.
Really? Oh, good.
Yeah, because you can't put one of those on if you've got a high ponytail, and a lot of the women, some men do have. But yeah, they've manufactured them specifically.
Okay, well, I haven't seen one of those. Not yet, anyway.
In comes Arlott, and that's pitched up and just pushed back by Georgia Adams. That's the first ball she's faced, and just sees that off.
Well, I know there's been lots of debates, hasn't there, over the months and the last couple of years or so about women's cricket gear and that sort of thing. Is it slowly but surely now there's more of it coming onto the market?
Yeah, a lot of, if I remember rightly, sort of ex-cricketers got into being part, or having their name put on these sort of female bats, these female gloves and all sorts of bits and pieces. Arlott's bowled, and Adams whips that away. It just goes behind square on the leg side, and they come through for a single as Campbell cleans up. Yeah, there are bits and pieces. I'm not really too hot up on all of it, if I'm honest, but I know, yeah, there are some manufacturers that do women's specific kit, as in playing kit, and also equipment. So Arlott trundling in from that Cromwell Road, and I'm going to keep trying to say that, and that's just left alone outside off stump by Emily McCacken.
Is that quite hard for you to say, Cromwell?
I'm struggling a little bit with it. I'm going to have to do the C end for the rest of the game, I think.
That's a bit easier, isn't it? A C end. Great name for a ground, or great end for a ground, isn't it?
Georgia Davies looks like she's limbering up, so can see a little bit more spin from her as Arlott in, and that's just pitched up, and McCacken tried to look like she tried to turn that onto the onside, but it ended up just dribbling to mid-on for no run. The score is 98 for 3 off 26.
I mentioned it earlier, but in the Central Sparks win here in 2021 in this competition, Emily Arlott finished with 5 for 29 as they bowled the Vipers out for 104. Izzy Wong 3 for 18 that day. So they have history on this ground. Aaron Burns will continue.
Yeah, they've beaten them in both formats here, which I don't think there's many teams can say they've beaten Vipers in both formats at a ground.
You're right. So not necessarily the Vipers' best home ground, but they have had some good wins here as well. South East Stars last year in this competition was a good one, big one. They always got 100 that day. Emily wins a 90. Emily wins probably next to come in.
She'd just come back from Lightning, hadn't she? From
that's
her
right.
stint there.
She did. Actually, well, it'll be Charlie Dean next to come in. Oh, she's playing a missing outside the off stump there, Adams. Coming forward, just beaten past the outside edge. Started the 27th here. Adams has 1 to her name so far as Burns comes in, right arm over, comes down the wicket and turns that away behind square on the leg side. Doubles a score, just Georgia Adams, and the Vipers move on to 99 for 3. Get the feeling they need to up in the rate here a little bit. It's a good batting wicket. Chris Potts fielding just in front of us on the boundary. As McCacken turns that away square on the leg side into the gap. And McCacken moves on to 59 now. Still only 20 years of age, McCacken. It's quite incredible, isn't it, to think that?
Yeah, it feels like she's been around.
She has,
she's been around since the start of this, but yeah. Like you say, they feel like seasoned players, but they're only 20 years old.
Yeah. Georgia Adams 29 as she comes down a wicket and hits that high and deliberately over mid-wicket. There is a fielder out deep, so that'll be just at the single. That's Amy Jones out there at deep mid-wicket, who seems to be doing the majority of the boundary fielding array to our right.
I think, if I remember rightly, I can't remember who she played for, but in the WBBL she was in the field, Amy Jones, a little bit.
Oh, was she? That's a little sweep shot, and that's caught on the 45 on the leg side. And that's an area that McCacken was out against the Sparks. when they played it to Wormsley, and McGacken goes for 59, and the Vipers lose their 4th wicket now with a score on 101.
Yeah, that looked, for a batter that's set and playing as nicely as McCacken was, that looked a really strange option, because it looked like she executed exactly what she intended to, and that was just feeding the ball to that backward square position for a catch. So it wasn't sort of a miss hit or anything. She didn't try to beat her or anything. She just fed it into her hands. So that was really soft way to go for someone who was just getting going. Well, more than getting going. 59.
Missy Wong, the fielder, to take the catch, and that's another Vipers player that sort of got in. Nicole Felton played well for her 21. But Ella McGacken going along nicely there. You just wanted her to keep going and just keep the strike rotating. And
well, she played that like she didn't know there was a fielder there, which you can't believe would be the case, but yeah.
She's down on one knee, just sort of helping that away on the leg side, just got underneath the bouncer fraction. The new batter will be Charlie Dean, and it was these two. I don't need Sparks, or didn't need to remind Sparks fans that it was these two that batted really well at Wormsley to dig the Vipers out of a hole, and in the end it was a fairly comfortable win. 3 wickets doesn't suggest it was a comfortable win, but there was just under 9 overs to go still. But at 46 for 4 they were struggling.
So they did all the hard work, and then Emily Windsor came in to finish.
The winning runs, the finisher.
The finisher.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was these two that set up that win after the early collapse, like you say.
So Erin Burns taking 2 wickets to go with the 4 she took in the tie against the Thunder. That's pushed out on the offside at the end of the over. Vipers 101 for 4, then 27 gone. 3 runs off it.
It is going to be Arlott to continue. She'll be into her 7th over. So we're 26 overs. We have just seen the 4 overs of spin so far from Erin Burns. They do have Georgia Davis in their side, who will come on at some point. She's taken a lot of wickets for the Sparks over the last 2 or 3 years, but she's not come on yet. Still going to stick with Emily Arlott at the moment, coming down the hill.
Still relying on their pace attack, aren't they? Mind you, with those 4, who wouldn't?
Yeah.
But they're all loving coming down the hill. Arlott, who came up the hill initially with her opening spell, says, no, let me come downhill.
It's my turn. So down she comes, past the umpire, and that's a little bit back of a length outside off stump, and Georgia Adams drives that to Erin Burns in the covers for no run. Still got that tight offside field that's been really hard to pierce. We did have one misfield a little bit earlier, but other than that, you've got Davine Perrin at point, Jones at cover, Burns at extra cover, and they've done a really good job there cutting off those runs. They don't have any backup at the minute. There's no cover sweeper, so if it goes through them, it probably will be 4 as she comes in again, and that's driven, and this time it does get through them, and I might be proved wrong because that's not going to go for 4. I think Amy Jones has got a chase on there. They'll come back for 2, and 2 runs to Georgia Adams.
Do you know what? I was just looking back. The 3rd wicket put on 42, McGacken and Elwes. And Elwes made 9.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
It's not very often that Georgia Elwes scores so few of a partnership.
No. Yeah, McCacken did bat very nicely for her 59. Arlott again in, and that's just pushed into that cover region. There's no intent to run there. Just see off the good ball.
Well, I thought we might have got 1 or 2 showers by now. We've dodged everything so far.
There's a few sort of murky clouds, but that's going over us now, and there's no rain. So we may have dodged, which would be nice to get a full game in. For
now. Actually, the forecast a little later is better than it was a couple of hours ago.
Arlott to Adams, and that's back of a length, and that's pulled. Katie George is out there, and will cut that off, and fires that back into the gloves of Freeborn for a single.
Good shot there. Nice confident shot. Sorry, come.
There's still, I can only see 3 boundary fielders. It's hard with the black kit to see, but they've got a third man, they've got a wide fine leg and a square leg, but there's nothing in front of the bat, I think, on the boundary. Correct me if I'm wrong.
That's right. Fielders on the offside. 4 of them.
So yeah, I think it's quite a brave option to not have a cover sweeper for any of these Vipers batters really, as that's short of a length, and Charlie Dean just on the back foot pushes that into that cover region. I say they've done a really good job there on the ring, but I would have thought at this stage you'd have that cover boundary protected, but Sparks feel they're in control enough not to require it. It is a longer boundary out there on this side. The cover boundary that's from this end towards the scoreboard. It's quite a bit longer than the other boundary. Burns in, and that's full of length and just pushed back to the bowler for no run. That ends the over. Vipers are 104 for 4. Adams on 6. Dean yet to score. Both fairly new to the crease.
Well, it's fairly slow scoring, isn't it, in a way, in the 50-over competition on a wicket such as this at Hove. Even though the covers have been on, it's a good wicket. I think the Sparks have bowled very tidily, and they've been very tidy.
Yeah, they have, and Vipers just don't have the bowling attack they've had in the past, have they? You know, the bowling is a little bit fragile this year. They obviously lost their 2 highest wicket-taking seamers, Norris and Schofield.
Here's Erin Burns then with her off spin, and there's a nice drive up to mid-on by Adams, but no run.
So yeah, they've gone to 2 other teams, and Freya Kemp, long-term injury.
Yeah. Adams drives past the diving Burns, and that's going down the hill for 4. Beautifully timed shot there from the Vipers captain.
So yeah, their seam attack's been very depleted, really. Georgia always doesn't tend to bowl her full quota these days. I know she struggles with a back injury. Got Lauren Bell until she's off on England duty. But yeah, in comparison to the Sparks, the seam attack does look a little thin.
Yeah, it does. 108 for 4 then. Here's Burns again and bowls. And Adams goes aerial this time, almost in the same area. And that'll be 4 more. Good striking, or she just managed to make sure. The ball plugged there a little bit in the outfield, even though it's rolling downhill. No chance for Grace Potts. She was on the 25-yard circle at mid-on. I'm sure she'll be pushed back now. 112 for 2. The Vipers captain injecting some urgency into this Vipers innings now. She has 14 off just 13 deliveries. Here's Burns once more. Comes in and bowls, and Adams quietly pushing out on the offside as if to say, well, I've done the job so far this over. Now it's making sure that they don't lose the wicket. Still a couple of balls left in this over, though. And Katie George goes back at deep cover now. As that's a low full toss, and Adams works that out towards Potts at deep mid-on. That'll be just a single. Moves on to 15, 113 for 4 now, the Vipers. It's more like it. Just a little bit of aggression being shown. It's been very much just play what you see from the Vipers so far. Burns comes in again, and that's worked into the covers off the back foot there by Charlie Dean. 29 overs gone then. Effectively 21 left of the Vipers innings. They won 13 for 4, and there was 9 runs off that.
That's good, and Burns gets through her over quickly as well. I know spinners obviously get through quicker than seamers, but she gets through her over very quickly, which I'm a big fan of.
Do you like that?
I do. Yeah.
Burns has now completed 5 overs, 2 for 28.
It's all that time she saves not having to remove her cap.
Well, there's always a plus, I suppose. That's as good a plus as I think there is on that issue. I mean, considering there's no sun out, it can't be to protect her face from the sun.
Right, Emily Arlott to continue from the Cromwell Road end. Comes in and bowls to Adams and pushed into the offside. They do take a single this time. That's no different to all the shots they've been playing there in the last 10 overs or so and not looking to run. And this time it was purposely played with soft hands, just dropped short of Erin Burns, and they set off quickly for a run. So a little change in tempo there from the thinking of the batters. Nice little quick single there, good intent. Arlott in again. Bowls, and that's back of a length and driven by Charlie Dean to point. There's no run there. They're still fortifying that area with Jones and Perrin. That's Amy Jones and Perrin. Yeah, I think they realised that offside field is set back a little bit on the ring, because I say they don't have any cover behind them, and there is a single there if they play it soft enough, which is what they did as Arlott comes in, and that's on the toes and just whipped away backward of square. Well timed, but Katie George will pick that up, and she's got a great arm that just fires in, and there's no second run there.
Yeah, Charlie Dean's innings against the Central Sparks at Wormsley, comfortably her best of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint season so far. 42 she made there, 8 and 4 against Sunrisers and South East Stars before that.
And that's a slightly slower ball and pitched up, and Adams again just drives it into that cover area.
Where's the sun gone? It's been beautiful this morning by and large. Threatening clouds. I think even if it rains, it won't be very long. But I think, what do you reckon? I reckon we'll be all right. I reckon we'll get away with this.
Yeah, if it stays like this all day. It just look a little bit murky rather than sort of. Like that's banged in short, and Adams pulls that and pulls it hard. But again, straight to the fielder out there, Katie George. There is just a single, so they've got their boundary fielders really well set here, because any loose balls Vipers are pouncing on, but they are finding the deep fielders, so credit to Sparks for their field placements there.
That's a cracking shot. Keep it down, hit it hard.
They have got 4 out now, so the 3 that they had, we said square leg, third and fine. They've now got a cover sweeper as Arlott comes in, and that's just played off the back foot outside off stump, just defended. Abby Freeborn runs in, picks that up as the over ends. Vipers are 116 for 4. I'm going to make way now for Phil. I'll leave you with him.
Thank you very much, Gemma. Phil Green coming in. And myself, Kevin James and Phil will take you through for the next half an hour. I've got to do a very quick 30-second update on the play so far. Here we go. And we've had 30 overs of the 50 of the Vipers innings having been asked to bat first, and they are 116 for 4. It's been steady progress against a very accurate Central Sparks attack. Charlie Dean, the England batter, is out there on 1. The Vipers captain, Georgia Adams, is on 17, just injecting some urgency into the Vipers innings. As earlier, Ella McGacken, the last to go, she was out for 59 of 90 balls. Nicole Faltham, the Aussie, made 21 of 39. She's been Danny White's replacement, but you just feel that the Vipers just need to get a move on here. 117 for 4, 30 gone. Welcome back, Phil. As that's pushed out on the offside, and there is no run. 117 for 4 then in the 31st over here.
Yeah, I agree. The Vipers need to step it up a little bit here.
They do. Here's Erin Burns then up the hill, bowls, and she's on the back foot there, Dean, but steers it straight to Eve Jones at extra cover. Has it just been, would you put it down to just accurate Central Sparks bowling? Maybe the Vipers not perhaps being as urgent as they need to?
I think it's a combination of lots of things as always. I think the field placing has been good, as Gemma just pointed out.
Yeah, it has.
And
short, and it's pulled away and caught at mid-wicket. And Dean goes. What a good catch that was. That might be Emily Arlott, I think. That's hit. Well, it was hit level with the ground, wasn't it? And it was level all the way. And then Arlott just dived forward and picked it up. And Dean goes for 1. It's 117 for 5.
And that was a pretty poor ball to get a wicket. Often the case, as we know, but it was a rank long one, really, if I'm honest. And Charlie Dean just pulled it straight to mid-wicket. So I think that's another factor why the run rate's probably a little bit behind Kev. Every time there's a little bit of a partnership, the wicket goes and they have to rebuild. There hasn't really been a long period without a wicket, so that always slows the run rate down as well. But yeah, it's a big job now for Vipers, because you'd be thinking 250 sort of score they'd be looking for here, and that's looking a long way off at the moment at 117 for 5. But got Emily Windsor coming to the crease with good track record on this ground.
Yeah, 90 against the South East Stars. We mentioned that a little earlier. She actually was the top run scorer in this competition for the Vipers last year. 261 runs at 65. And that was a pretty good effort from the 25-year-old. And in the runs on Sunday as well for the Hampshire women. 69 not out against Berkshire in a 100th appearance for Hampshire women.
It was, yeah. And yeah, coming in a little bit earlier than she tends to do for Vipers, because she's, as we said, sort of the finisher normally, but hopefully she will be a finisher today, but finishing from a longer way out.
It was a good season for her last year, and she was injured for the first couple of games. But back in the side now.
Slip going in now.
That's an interesting one. Well, Erin Burns is doing it again.
3 wickets.
Yeah, 3 today, 4 against Thunder in her first game. Here she is with the slip in, as Phil says, and Windsor works that away on the leg side square. She's off the mark straight away. That innings will have done her a power of good on Sunday, because I spoke to her at Wormsley after the game between these two. She got 10 not out and hit the winning runs, but she said she felt absolutely awful at the crease. She'd had a hip operation during the winter, played no cricket whatsoever. That was her first innings, effectively.
A long rehab for her.
The worker's doing something else now, and that we can hear. Adams drives along the ground up to Potts at deep mid-on. Takes the Vipers total with that single up to 119 for 5. Yeah, that's 69 not out. She scored in the first game against Berkshire. Will have done her a power of good, and probably getting her feeling like that what she did last year, somewhere near it anyway. End of the over.
Yeah, it's a long way, although it's obviously traditionally the off-season, to not be picking up a bat at all for 6 months or so. It's a long way back from there. Yeah, she did virtually no training at all of any sort until about February, and then it was very gentle breaking into the new season. So yeah, it's restarting again, but I suppose the plus side of that is she's fresh, and she'll be looking to get back into it today. We've got Izzy Wong coming back at the Cromwell Road end, obviously rotating their seamers from that end.
Yeah, they all want to bowl downhill. Also, 6 overs, 1 for 20.
Also, I guess if they're going to bowl spinners, this end's got the longer leg side boundary, which is another factor. So Wong in now.
Is it me? I can't remember.
Adams, that was me. So Adams, who splashes that wide point, and that's going to... that's pulled in, is it? Looks like a 4 from where we are. Fielders dived and pulled that back. Not asking our opinion, obviously, but we'd have given that 4 go, wouldn't we? Well, from our position.
I mean, I have to say, I want to see a replay, but it looked as though her body was lying all over the rope
when she flicked it back. But anyway, the umpires have decided that it was okay. So it's 2 runs to Georgia Adams. Moves her on to 19. Wong in again, and that's short and wide, and Adams thought about cutting it, but in the end, reflecting on the fact they're 5 down, there's a while to go, took the option of just leaving it alone.
I guess if you watch it on the live picture feed, you might have watched that and said, well, we can't really tell, is at the far end of the picture feed, but I don't know, we had a much closer look at that.
Yeah.
Let's just hope this game isn't decided by the odd run or two.
Absolutely. Of course, we're used to now everything going to television, and most games of cricket haven't got that option. So Izzy Wong in again, and that's edged to Adams, and this is going to come straight down to third man in front of us, Georgia Davis, for a single. Yeah, you're so used nowadays, aren't we, to seeing those sort of things, and just referring it to a TV umpire.
Let somebody else make the decision.
Yeah, but 99% of cricket played in the world don't have that advantage. So we rely a lot on the fielder to tell us, don't we? But to be fair, she might not have known where she was lying at the time when she flicked it back. Wong round the wicket now. That's an interesting move to Windsor. It drives nicely through the offside. She hit that hard, but there's a fielder out there. Sort of back foot drive, but good contact. Single to Windsor. That must be something as a plan, going round the wicket to Windsor straight away.
That's very unusual, isn't it?
Yeah, back over the wicket now to Georgia Adams. So there's obviously a theory in there. So much research done nowadays, of course. And they play against each other so often. So back over the wicket to Georgia Adams. Wong. Bustling in. short and nicely played by Adams, but can't beat Perrin at backward point. She's very sharp there, as we said earlier, the 16-year-old.
Tidy bit of fielding that.
Yeah, she's a good athlete and obviously a very promising cricketer. Plays at the Whitmore Club, which is near Stoke. I know that they've got 4 women's teams, which is probably the only ones in the country that put out 4 women's teams on a weekend.
Is that right?
Yeah, good club. Right, Wong in again. And that's outside the off stump and left alone by Adams.
I take it they're National League North then, or?
Yeah, they're in the Midlands one, I think, actually.
There's Midlands one, is it?
Yeah. So they're Premier League Midlands, but that's the end of the over. 123 for 5.
Your club, Premier League South?
Yeah, although it's called South, but it's actually South East, really, because there's a South West. So there's South and South West.
Oh, right. Oh, there's more National Leagues than I thought.
Well, there's 4. There's South, South West, Midlands and North.
Okay. The
4 Premier Leagues. But yeah, so ours is South in name, but it's actually South East.
Okay. Erin Burns to continue from the C-ender commentary end at the bottom of the hill here at Hove. She bowled 6 overs, 3 for 31 to go with those 4 wickets I mentioned that she picked up in the tie against Thunder at Old Trafford. Here she is, still in her cap. She's trying to cut that away. Windsor misses that one. That's one of her favourite shots there. The field is up, actually. I heard that she's very strong square on the offside, Emily Windsor. The field is up, though, so trying to save the single for her at the moment as Burns bowls, and Windsor gets her length ball, pushes that back to the bowler. 123 for 5 then. We're in the 33rd over here.
Interesting that Georgia Davis hasn't bowled yet. She's the leading wicket taker for Sparks in this competition.
Not bowled yet at all. Short, and Windsor cuts that away, but straight to Perrin. At point. It's probably the longest Georgia Davis has had to wait for a bowl for a while.
I mean, they're going okay, so she doesn't need to, but she is their leading wicket taker.
Oh, he might take over from Burns when she's finished. That's short, and Windsor pulls that away. Oh, it's a great caught and bowled. Erin Burns. That's an absolute top catch. Full length, diving to her left. She's got both hands to it. And Windsor's gone for 2. And it's 123 for 6.
Well, that's the second wicket in a row she's got with a rank bad ball, to be honest. Emily Windsor could have put that almost anywhere. I think she went for the pull shot, but ended up sort of pulling it straight back to the bowler. And as Kev said, it was a fantastic athletic catch, diving way to her left. She'll be very disappointed to get up to that ball, but yeah, 4 wickets now for Erin Burns, and with some rather ordinary bowling, some of it, you have to say.
Yeah, it's not her best ball, is it?
Often gets wickets though, doesn't it? As we know.
4 for 56 against Thunder. And currently, Erin Burns has 4 for 31. Good signing for the Sparks.
Well, you said, I mean, the catch has been really good today when you think about it. The one down here at third man that got Fulham out was a great catch. That was a really good catch. The one at mid-wicket off Charlie Dean was hit hard and low to her. Yeah. So the catching's made a big difference here.
They haven't dropped a thing, have they? They've taken every single thing, and all wickets have gone to catches.
They've taken all, including half chances.
Yeah, they have.
Yeah.
Fortunate in 1 or 2 cases where the ball has actually gone straight to the fielder, but you can't say that was straight back at Burns.
No, that was
anything but. That is a very, very good catch indeed. One of those that when you hit the deck and it's still in your hand, you absolutely celebrate. So Burns round the wicket to the left-hander Lindsay Smith, the former Northern Diamonds player with it, but was at Vipers before that. So she's back with the Vipers, and she's left-handed, and she's in now. She pushes that out square on the leg side, slight inside edge there. So the Vipers are in trouble here, 123 for 6, no doubt about that. And the Central Sparks, who have been steady with their bowling throughout, now starting to reap the rewards. Vipers were at one stage 54 for 1. They were also 96 for 2, but just losing some wickets here as Smith pushes that out towards mid-wicket. A lot resting on Georgia Adams' shoulders now.
There is a big role for the captain to play, and Erin Burns proving, of course, that bowling with the cap on is obviously a really good idea.
It's a wicket maiden as well.
with 4 wickets.
Yeah, they did. The Vipers did say after the game at Wormsley they thought that was a big win against the Sparks.
Yeah, they look a good side.
They are a very good bowling side. Their pace attack is very good.
And you've got Amy Jones back in to bolster the batting today as well.
Yeah, I have to say, I don't know what the wind predictor is at the moment, but it's fairly heavily in Central Sparks' favour.
You would think so, but it's runs on the board, and if they can get it up to, you sort of readjust at this point, don't you? Think, okay, if we get up to like 180, we can defend that. We can have a go at defending that. It's got to be realistic in your expectation now. Izzy Wong down the hill towards us, and Adams plays that very pleasantly through the offside. It's going to be wide of the fielder on the boundary. Who's going to get there, but can't prevent 2. That was Amy Jones out there getting a lot of work out on the offside boundary. 2 more to Georgia Adams, who is already on 24. She started quite fluently.
Timed it nicely, hasn't she? She's been out there.
That was a good shot. But as you say, Kev, she needs to bat well most of the rest of this innings, you think.
Yeah.
Hold it together, play a captain's knock. Izzy Wong in again. It's full toss. And that is a misfield, a rare misfield. That is Erin Burns, who I don't know if there's an artificial, a cover over a wicket there, just in front of it. I don't know if it came off that sort of coconut matting strip on the wicket. It might have come off that, to be fair to her. But anyway, they got through for a single because of it. And brings the left-handed Lindsay Smith onto strike. So Izzy Wong round the wicket now. Offside field comes up, so there's no protection on the offside, just the third man. It's Wong round the wicket. And that's full and nicely played by Smith, forced off her legs. Here's the field, goes to mid-on where Grace Potts is positioned.
Izzy Smith hasn't done a lot of batting in this. 14 against the Sunrisers, 13 not out in the win against the Stars at Beckenham, and just 2 at Wormsley between these two 10 days ago.
Yeah, certainly got an opportunity today. Wong in again, and that's a full toss, quite a high full toss. That might even be a no ball, I'm not sure. Smith sort of helped it round the corner to deep square leg, and it's got a single. And I think, have they signalled no ball? No. Something close to no ball. She's not very tall, Lindsay Smith, and it was around about waist height, I'd have thought, but deemed not to be above the waist. So Wong back over the wicket to Adams. That's short, and Adams plays at that. A bit half-hearted sort of shot, really. I think she was trying to run it down to third man, but no contact and through to Abby Freeborn.
Seemed to get in 2 minds with that one.
Yeah. As we mentioned earlier, Abby Freeborn keeping the gloves today, despite the fact that the England wicketkeeper Amy Jones is playing. She's playing presumably just as a batter today.
Well, you'd think so, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Otherwise, she's just going to be boundary fielder, and that's her game.
I don't think she bowls. So, Wong in again.
Ooh.
Oh, and that was a slower ball outside the off stump, and Adams thought about hitting up through the offside, but in the end just let it go. Still plenty of time for her to build this innings. So at the end of the over, 127 for 6, and that's 34.
Yeah.
34 overs, so 16 remaining. And yeah, I think Vipers, well, any team in this situation, you just reassess what you're setting, don't you? And the important thing, I mean, again, it's a bit of an old adage, but bat the 50 overs and see what you get. And if you can bat 50 overs, you're going to be up around 180 anyway.
Yeah, it gives you a chance.
It gives you something to bowl at, but dangerous thinking you've got to go hell for leather from here and go all out with 10 overs to go.
Well, they're beginning to run out of batters now, the Vipers. So Erin Burns to start her 8th over here. Round the wicket to Lindsay Smith. Pushes forward, it goes out to Perrin at mid-wicket. 7 overs, 4 for 31 for Burns. 8 wickets in the 2 matches she's played to date. Comes in again and bowls. Smith drives on the up, pushes it into the gap, goes out to deep. We've got a new boundary fielder, Georgia Davis, out there away to our right. Still not had a bowl yet. Georgia Davis with her off breaks. Erin Burns just keep going, I guess. Work people are still going as Adam strokes that out pleasantly, but only as far as pairing at point. The score remains on 128 for 6 into the 35th over here.
Still no rain. Well,
no, we've done well.
Comes down
the wicket and just works that to deep mid on. And moves on to 26. Yeah, terribly important innings here for Georgia Adams with Lindsay Smith and then Rihanna Southby, Alice Monaghan, Lauren Bell to come. He needs to sort of marshal those around if she's going to be playing a major innings between now and the end of the innings. It's played back to the bowler by Smith. And there is no... Here comes Burns again. Still got the cap on. Smith again gets a length ball. She can't really find any angles on that one. That's another end of another good over there from Erin Burns. 35 gone. 129 for 6, just the 2 runs off it.
Yeah, there's a period of reconsolidation here for Vipers. And experienced pair out in the middle, of course. Georgia Adams, as we already said, as well as being the captain of the Vipers, has been a mainstay of the batting over several years now. And Lindsay Smith, although primarily a bowler, is an England international, so would have batted in similar situations on many occasions, I'm sure. And we are going to see a bit of spin from the other end now. We're just talking about Georgia Davis not having bowled, but she is now getting a chance from the Cromwell Road end. So she's going to bowl with the shorter leg side boundary, to the right-hander anyway. Coming down the hill, so we've got a deep mid-wicket and a long on, and 2 others on the leg side. And on the off-side, we've got a sweeper out as well. She comes in and bowls, and Adams sort of plays a half sweep at that, and they come through for a single. Throw goes to her end, but she makes it at the bowler's end. It'll now adjust for the left-handed Smith. So we've got, just resetting, and they're going to put 2 out on the leg side here. Perry now going back to deep square, and the captain Eve Jones is coming into slip, I think. Yes, coming into slip. She spent a lot of day there. So Davis round the wicket. He drives that to mid-wicket, fielded by Burns. I was watching them warm up earlier, and they're actually bowling directly in line with us here, and Georgia Davis was turning it prodigiously on the practice.
Was she really?
Yeah, she was. See if she can do it. Well, that's short, so that's not a chance to turn much. And it's played off the back foot by Smith to get a single.
Just looking, Lindsay Smith's batting average in this 50 over, or women's list A career, basically. Average is just 11.
Yeah, she is primarily a bowler.
Yeah, she is, yeah.
But she looks okay so far. And again, Davis, and Adams just works that fine on the leg side. Smith scurries through for the single, so it's good running, backing up and setting off straight away. And they get in, safely home. 1-3-1 for 6. Adams up to 27, Smith back on strike. Smith just drives that one up to mid-on, but no great power. Fielded comfortably by Potts at mid-on. No run. It's over for Georgia Davis. It's a bit more flighted, but Smith watchful in defence and just plays it out on the offside, fielded by Katie George. So another over ticks by. That's 36. And the Vipers now 1-3-2 for 6.
Yeah, looks like they're going to get through a few quick overs here, aren't they, with Burns at one end and now Georgia Davis at the other. Yeah. Burns has got 2 more to bowl. The Aussie, 34 years of age now. Erin Burns.
Yeah, experienced player.
She is, yeah. She hasn't played any international cricket since 2019. But you can see the bags of experience out there at the moment for her.
a lot of T20 internationals rather than the 50 over stuff, but yeah, a lot of cricket in Australia, obviously, and she's been over in England before.
Played for Birmingham Phoenix, actually, a couple of seasons ago in the 100. So she obviously knows her way around the Midlands, or you'd think she does now. There's a drive from Georgia Adams. That goes up to mid-off, no run. Start of the 37th. She gets back to her mark quick as well, doesn't she? She's obviously very keen to get through the over as quickly as possible. Adams on the back foot just steers that to short mid-on now. We have Eve Jones.
Interesting position, that, isn't it?
Yeah, almost in front of Lindsay Smith. Not quite in front. Lindsay Smith has got a channel just off the cut strip to run up and down in. Adams goes over the top. That's a beautiful shot. Quite deliberate as well. Ball plugs in the outfield. Allows Grace Potts to come round from deep mid-on. I think during the summer that would have just rolled over the rope, but that just literally held up in the turf.
It did.
Adams moves on to 29 off just 36
Nicely
deliveries,
controlled shot,
134 for 6.
Nicely controlled shot.
It was, wasn't it? Yeah, very. Goes a nice drive there, but finds Katie George in the covers. Either side of Katie George. That might have just sneaked through. But she has been timing the ball nicely here, Georgia Adams.
Well.
Yeah, she has. There's Burns again, flighted, and again it's in the air. Now is Potts going to get there? She does. Good catch at deep mid-on, and Burns has picked up 5 for now. 9 wickets in 2 games for her, and she celebrates with her teammate. Eve Jones comes over to congratulate her. Good catch, Grace Potts, and Adams goes for 29. The Vipers now 134 for 7.
Yeah, got to question whether that was really necessary. We were just saying that Adams' job was to bat through, and she just played one similar shot straighter down the ground. That one a little bit more onside, and it allowed Potts to get round. More of a chip than a full-blooded shot, really. And again, a good catch. The catching has been excellent from Central Sparks, you have to say. That was not easy. She has to make a lot of ground. She's a tall girl, had to get very low. But technique excellent. And
it was. Just initially you thought she might fall short, but actually, in the end, she made it look fairly easy.
Yeah, keeping up the standards of this team today. So big trouble now for the Vipers, you have to say. 1-3-4 for 8. Sorry, 7. Got Rihanna Southby coming to the crease. The wicket-keeper who's joined the Vipers this year from Sunrisers.
Southeast
Stars, sorry. Yeah.
Begins with S.
Yeah, somewhere down south, somewhere around that area. And she's come in as the wicket-keeper. Obviously last year, Carla Rudd retired from professional cricket and left a gap which Chloe Hill filled at first, but they've got Rihanna Southby now, so contesting with Chloe Hill for the keeper spot at Vipers. And at the moment, Southby has the gloves, but important now that she makes a contribution with the bat, which she hasn't done so far.
Here's Burns then. And flighted, and Southby drives. That's pleasantly driven up towards mid-off, and that is the end of the over. With the Vipers on 1-34 for 7. They still have 13 overs left of their innings. 2 runs off that over from Burns, and she now has 5 for 35 from 9 overs. I think fortunately from a Vipers point of view, she's only got 1 more.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I mean, 5 for in one-day cricket is a really good effort, but you wouldn't say she's bowled phenomenally well. I mean, some of the wickets have been gifted to her, and that's no disrespect to her at all, but it's not like ripping past the bat. Anyway, we've got Davis in now, and Smith off the back foot has forced that out on the offside to the sweeper for a single, which will bring Southby on strike. Smith moves up to 3, 4. And Davis will come back over the wicket to new batter Southby, Rihanna Southby. Surrey girl. Davis bowls, Southby defends, back down the wicket. Southby grew up playing for a club called Ashford near Heathrow. just flicked it mid-wicket. Field, no run.
These two have got to be really clever now, haven't they, really? Just push the ball into the gaps.
They've got a back time now. Davis in again. That's off the back foot. That's a nice looking shot, bit of flourish there, but can't pierce the field. Perrin at backward point where she's been most of the day. And just to prevent any run there. But there's plenty of time for these two, plenty of time. And now just moving the field out. Sweeper going out on the offside. Bowler wants to get out of the over without minimum damage. And Davis in and Southby turns out on the leg side, but no run again. It's just picked up by short fine leg. Campbell.
Sparks look on it here in the field, don't they? I think they just sense that they're well on top here.
Yeah, you would, I think, and the way they fielded as well. So Davis, long on, goes back now. Davis in. Southby, shorter ball, but forced away, but again not beating the field, so another over ticks by, and it's 7 down from 135.
Phil Green will continue, and then alongside him will be Gemma Green.
Thanks, Kev. Kev off for a well-deserved break. Erin Burns is going to come in for her final over. Kev was saying a really great start to her career with Sparks. 9 wickets so far in 1 game and 9 overs. So, terrific acquisition she's proving. She started round the wicket to the left-handed Smith.
Yeah, hi. Slightly different situation to when I was last on air. Burns, with her cap coming in, bowls round the wicket, and that's just pushed onto the offside for a single. Yeah, you were both laughing about the cap, but I reckon all young aspiring off spinners are now going to be at their next net session this week in a cap, trying to emulate what Burns has done here.
I think you could be right. What do we know? As always.
Going over the wicket to the right-hander, and that is whipped into the leg side, but tight as ever are the Sparks ring fielders, and that's no run there. Yeah, this is we've been saying for a long period of time it was sort of even Stevens as Burns comes in again and bowls, and South gives herself some room and cuts that to point, but there's no run there. But Vipers now very much in a sticky situation.
Yeah, certainly not even now, is it?
And as I think Kevin and I were saying earlier, with not the bowling attack they've had of years gone by to back this up. And that's full and just pushed out onto the leg side for no run.
There's been some great catching from Sparks, hasn't there? I mean, 2 outstanding catches.
I missed the caught and bowled.
Oh, that was an amazing catch.
Burns in, and that kept low. Like Kev was saying earlier, there's often no bounce here, and that just died, but Southby managed to get a bat down on that. She gave herself some room and managed to steer out that. So Erin Burns has completed her 10 overs for the day, and what a 10 overs is, 5 for 36 following her 4 for 50 in her first game. So 9 wickets in 2 games for Burns. So a great addition to the Spark she's been.
That is a match-winning, or should be a match-winning, or setting up a match-winning position here for her team. As Gemma said, going back a while when she came into the attack, it was probably pretty even. And 10 overs later, she's ripped the heart out of the Vipers batting here. So now we've got Davis, her spin partner, at the other end. Cromwell rolled in. Into Smith, who just plays that gently into the offside. Davis round the wicket to the left-hander because of a slip in place. That ball, if she can find any grip. In again, and Smith carefully forward. Understandably watchful at the moment, these two.
I will try and bring you some other scores from matches here with 2 spinners on. There's not a lot of time, but I'll try and do that over the next over or so.
Could get a seamer back on next over, couldn't we? That one's played out on the offside by Smith through the offside ring to the boundary fielder, which is Izzy Wong, for a single. So Southby back on strike. Smith moves up to 6. Southby yet to get off the mark. And Davis back over the wicket as Amy Jones trots in off the boundary up into the circle. That one just played through into the mid-wicket area, but again, no run. Good tight start this from Davis over the wicket, and Southby goes for a bigger shot that time, but goes the same result, goes straight to mid-wicket where the captain fields, Eve Jones, but a little bit more intent in that shot from Southby, and that's forced a fielding change, and Amy Jones has gone back to the boundary, having come up 2 balls ago, and that's down the leg side from Davis. Good take by Abby Freeborn as Southby misses the sweep, but it will be called a wide, and there haven't been many of those today either. Extras, which is another good discipline from Central Sparks. That's again a sweep, but this time that's a straight ball that's hit middle stump. Southby trying to lap it really, and yeah, middle stump is leaning back. Not a great shot in the situation, I would suggest. And Southby struggling a little bit for runs since she joined Vipers. Her keeping's been good, but yet to contribute with the bat, and real trouble now, Jem.
Yeah, that just looked like pressure they've been put on with the tight bowling. Well, tight bowling throughout, but Georgia Davis has been coming quick through her over, just bowling line and length, and that pressure just building, and I think she felt she had to do something. She probably didn't with the time left in the game, but she made that decision and she has to depart.
Yeah, so in deep trouble now, you'd say, Vipers.
Yeah, we should be seeing Alice Monaghan coming to the crease, but Sparks have. Well, we were bigging up their seam attack, but obviously it's the spin that's taken 6 wickets now.
6 wickets, yeah. And Davis is the leading wicket taker. They were leading wicket taker in the competition before today.
Let me bring you some scores then while the batters are making their way. So of the other 3 games in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint, one is currently delayed by rain. They did get started up at Sale, and Thunder are 60 for 2 against Sunrisers, but that's where the game's at while they're off for rain. South East Stars, Paige Schofield, who scored a couple of hundred and is current leading run scorer in this competition, she went without outscoring today, and Northern Diamonds have South East Stars 121 for 6. And the Blaze, who are currently top of the table, are in a similar position to Vipers, really. They're 129 for 7 against Western Storm. So a lot of wickets have fallen.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like it's a good day to be batting first, does it?
No. We've got a change of bowling at the C end. Katie George is coming back, so Erin Burns bowled out. Her 10 will be returning back to seam. Katie George just motioning exactly where she wants her fielders to be. As her third man, she's bringing, fine leg, she's bringing a little bit squarer. And it's Katie George into Smith. Bowls over the wicket, and Smith has a bit of an aggressive drive at that, but doesn't really time it. It goes up to Eve Jones at mid-on for no run.
There's been probably 1 or 2 overs in the entire innings where Vipers have scored 8 or 9 or something like that, and the rest of it has just ticked along at 3 and over, 4 and over, hasn't it? No real momentum at any stage.
No, I say the best momentum was probably just towards the end of that partnership with Fulton and McCacken.
Yeah.
But that was short-lived. Oh, it was George running in, and she just dropped the ball about 5 yards behind the umpire. The ball slipped out of her hand, aborted her run-up, dead ball called, and she's skipping back to top of her run-up now. Smith just steps away for a minute and gathers herself as George ball in hand. Coming in, bowls, and Smith threw her hands at that through the offside. It was nicely timed, beats the infield, but it will just be a single as Georgia Davis does the fielding in the deep. It's hard. This is such a hard position for Vipers. I mean, it sort of goes without saying, but these two, there's not a set batter in there. There's not a recognised batter in there.
They haven't batted much this year.
They haven't batted much this year, or much at all, really. So, with so much time in the game, it's not. The way that Sparks are bowling, there's no loose balls. Well, there's no loose bowling. There's no, no particular bowler they can capitalise on. It's just.
Yeah. You were saying earlier, Alice Monaghan, the amount of games she's played over the years, but not batted very often in this competition.
George in, that's round the wicket to the right-hander, and that's a really good off-stump Yorker, and equally well played by Monaghan, who just sees that off.
But she's only got a potential of being putting a mark on this game with the bat. Still best part of 10 overs to go.
Yeah, Alice Monaghan, she's played 14 games in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint, or 15 now, sorry, and faced just 27 balls before today as George comes in, and that's just pushed out onto the offside. So, yeah, she's played a lot of games, but batting down the order hasn't had a lot of time in the middle. She can have a lot of time in the middle today if she wishes.
And her partners allow. Yeah. As you say, difficult situation when you're not used to batting in these situations. Never quite sure what to do, how to play it.
Around the wicket, and that's banged in short and semi-ducked by Monaghan and through to the keeper. And it's one of those quirky things of cricket, isn't it? How often, whether you're chasing or batting first, the tail enders, also known as bowlers, are left to do the job, whereas the batters are never asked to bowl, in the tight, the non-bowling batters.
Absolutely. It's the bowlers lament, isn't it?
It is.
The batters have failed, so now it's our job to dig you out.
Yeah. It doesn't tend to happen the other way round. It's a batter's world. As George comes in, again bangs that in short, and there was a duck here as it goes through to the keeper. That's the end of the 41st over, 139 for 8.
That wasn't that high. She did well to actually get under that.
I think she ducked it on length, but it just didn't get up.
Not really at all. But yeah, I think that the thing you get with the batters in this situation, the batters who bat down the order, is that it's not so much technique or anything, it's actually knowing how to play the situation. I mean, just looking at the last dismissal, Southby, on the face of it, didn't need to play that shot, didn't need to try something a bit like that in the situation, but it's so difficult when you're not in that situation very often.
I tell you one difference between generally between the men's and women's game is how often you take England men, and I know men do bowl that bit quicker and get a bit more bounce, but how often do you see?
Davies coming in again from the Cromwell Road in round the wicket. Smith defends.
How often have we watched England men in white ball cricket get the opposition 8 down and then just decide to try and bowl short and rather than just back their good balls?
Yeah. Davies in. That's a nice shot from Smith. She pulls that one away, but just be a single out to deep mid wicket where Erin Burns in action again. She's finished her bowling, but any action in the field, just a single to Smith.
And Sparks just need to keep doing what they've done. If it's good enough for the top order, it's good enough for the tail enders.
Absolutely. So right-handed Monaghan now on strike against Davies. Back over the wicket. Comes in and bowls, and Monaghan, that's a nice shot through the offside. It's not going to go quite all the way, I don't think.
I think it will.
It might.
It will. Oh!
No, it's just brought back by the fielder. And they're going to come through for 3. It's a good shot by Monaghan. She forced that through the offside. I think it's that Burns who brought that in, I think. Just managed to flick it back.
Oh, yeah.
So in the action again, 3 runs to Monaghan, gets her off the mark. Now into Smith. Smith drives it back up the ground to mid-on, where Grace Potts is fielding. 2 very tall fielders, mid-on and mid-off, Harlott and Potts. Davies in again, a bit shorter. Smith makes a bit of room, but trying to pierce that offside field, but can't on this occasion. Fielded by the skipper Jones at extra cover.
I don't know if the batters struggle with this, but I really struggle with Davies' action. See the ball coming out the hand? A couple of times I think she hasn't let go of it. Might just be the angle.
Interesting. little bit of a shout for an LBW there. Smith tried to turn it away, but the appeal was more from the fielders on the leg side than it was the ones close to the bat, and that's the end of the over. 143 for 8. So you're saying it comes out the hand at a funny time?
It might just be the angle that I'm sat at here. Obviously, I'm not quite straight on like the batter would be, but a couple of times I thought she hasn't let go of it, like she's pulled out.
Okay.
And then it
suddenly appears.
It suddenly appears on a decent line and length, but it might just be something. I don't remember noticing that at Wormsley when I was square on. Katie George to continue. She'll be into her 7th over, 0 for 20 off 6 currently. She comes in and bowls, and that's full and driven. That's nicely driven again by Monaghan, and that may beat the fielder, and it does. It beats the diving stretch of the fielder out there on the boundary, but that's 4 through point. A lovely time shot.
That was a great shot.
So that's 2 good shots from Monaghan that just look like, it's not overhitting, it's not anything particularly innovative. She's just played a proper cricket shot, timed it.
I would think that Katie George was actually quite pleased with that delivery, because it was like a wide Yorker, wasn't it? Which is what bowlers often try and bowl at this stage of the innings, but she just timed it really through the offside. It went quickly to the point boundary.
So Monaghan on strike again as George is in, and that's banged in a little bit shorter. Monaghan gives herself room and tries to cut that through point, but there's no timing there, and it's just fielded for no run.
So you were saying about the men's game, they often go short at the tail enders. Well, Katie George actually done that. Last over there was 2 bounces she ducked under, and this over, in response to that 4, she's banged that one in short as well. So maybe that's a tactic against Monaghan. She'd know her, of course, from Hampshire days.
She comes past the umpire, and again back of her leg. Oh, and Monaghan played that quite deliberately. She just got a tiny edge on that through third man, but it wasn't that far away from the keeper, who's obviously stood back from Abby Freeborn's right hand. So deliberately played and well executed in the end, but probably not quite as wide as she was intending.
I think,
runs.
It would have been the first slip catch, straightforward slip catch, but I agree. I think she played that intentionally, just let the ball come to her and guided it through there. So, good one-day shot.
Yeah, Monaghan going really nicely on 11. She's to face Katie George once again. And she comes, and that's just a line and length ball and pushed into the offside. We've now got Amy Jones fielding at point. Davina Perrin's come a little bit further round into cover. Yeah, they certainly look like they've got their tails up. The ball's being passed around back to the bowler with glee.
They want it back, don't they? Yeah.
And why wouldn't they? Having Southern Vipers, twice winner of this competition, finalists last year, having them 151 for 8. As George comes in again, bowls. Oh, that is short. That's short. It did get up, and it's actually been called a no ball. I didn't think it looked quite that high.
I think it might have been a no ball.
Was it a front
foot? Because he called it straight away. I think before he went high. I think.
Yeah, that would make sense. Because it did get up, but not above.
Not above head
height.
No.
So a no ball has been called. This will be a free hit.
2 batters discussing the tactic here. What sort of balls are you going to go for here, Jem? I reckon she'll bounce her again.
Yeah, I think she's going to go wide offside Yorker with that cover sweeper.
I'm going short.
We're about to find out as she's approaching the crease. And we're somewhere in between the two of us. It's a length ball, really, that Monaghan obviously throws her hands at, as you would in a free hit. Gets high, but doesn't get all the way to the boundary, as Eve Jones picks that up at long off for 2. They've had a few free hits, Vipers, but Sparks have got away with them as far as I can think.
Yeah.
There's a couple off Izzy Wong I don't think went for any, and just 2 off that, so they have got away with their free hits. George for her final ball of the over. Comes in, and that's pitched up and just turned away by Monaghan, who looks really in control, to be honest here. Turns that away for a single to square leg. And that completes Georgia's 7th over. She's bowled 7 overs, 0 for 32. And Monaghan going really nicely on 13. Looking like the senior batter here, even though she's come in a couple below Lindsay Smith.
Yeah, she certainly seems to be getting most of the strike just at the moment. But yeah, she has looked in good shape. And going back to what we were saying about rare opportunities, I suppose when you do get an opportunity, you've got to try and really take advantage of it. They don't come around very often. Not the opportunity to bat for this long. So we're going to have Georgia Davis again from the Cromwell Road end. Perhaps batter's having a mid-wicket discussion, talking tactics for these last 7 overs.
Davis obviously picked up the wicket off Southby, but she's only gone for 9 in her first 4 overs.
Yeah, good time to bowl. That's just defended by Monaghan.
And she does it all without a cap. Amazing.
I know. How did that go? How does that work? Just defended back and she's in the game. It's very quick. Oh, and that's the outside edge from Monaghan. That's going to run away for a couple, I think. Perrin's after it.
She's quick.
Quick across the ground, Perrin, a good athlete. And she can't prevent 2, but she's certainly a quick fielder. And most of the fielding has been just very athletic looking side. There's 2 more to Monaghan. Davis in, and she just turns out nicely and called through by Lindsay Smith. Monaghan wasn't sure, but Lindsay Smith was straight out of the blocks and the right call. She got home okay. Throw went to Monaghan's end, but
that was Amy Campbell that fielded that, and went up at Wormsley last week. She had a lot of fielding to do, and she's been
today it's hardly gone to her.
Well, I think because maybe Erin Burns in the side, she's been in that cover region.
Into Smith this time and just defended out on the offside. Freeborn runs from behind the stumps and collects.
But I was up at Wormsley in my other role, data collecting, and who I have to identify the fielder each ball, and I can tell you it was Campbell a lot.
This time Smith, it's beaten her. It looks like hit her on the back pad, and there's a polite inquiry to the umpire, but no, not a very vociferous appeal. Not out. Another dot ball. So still good tight bowling this from Davis. That's driven by Smith, but no great intent, and it's gone to mid-off where Emily Arlott is stationed, and that's end another over at 158 for 8. Smith on 8 and Monaghan on 16.
Yeah, 6 overs to go in this Vipers innings. Obviously looking to bat through, but these two doing well.
Well, they're doing exactly what they have to do. Just Lauren Bell to come, and another one who gets very rare chance to have a bat and has no great batting credentials, it has to be said.
This pair have put on 20, which doesn't sound an incredible partnership, but in the context of this game, low scoring game so far, and being an 8th wicket partnership, that's a good effort.
Might look at it at the end of the game and say it was absolutely key.
Right, George to continue from the C end. She's into her 8th over. Left arm round. Monaghan on strike. Comes in, and it's another short ball, and Monaghan tried to sort of steer that through that third man region, but missed the ball, and it went through to Freeborn.
She's trying that shot that she hit for 4 last over, wasn't she? Same sort of thing. There's definitely a ploy here from George to go short at her.
She's having a chat with Captain Eve Jones. We'll maybe see what that conversation was about in this delivery. And she's top of her mark, running in once again. Comes in, and that's a great ball. That's an off-stump Yorker, and somehow Monaghan has managed to get something on that, and a little inside edge down to fine leg for a single. So yeah, that was really well bowled. I think a little bit pace off as well, but got right up in that Yorker block hole, and Monaghan survived that with a single.
I don't know if Katie George is the vice captain officially in this team. I mean, I know she's bowling now, so she's going to have a say in the field, obviously. But even when she wasn't bowling in the field, quite often she was setting the field and pointing people around. So either she just takes on that role from choice, or she's the nominated vice captain. I'm not sure.
She's over the wicket to the left-handed Smith, and again right up in that Yorker block hole, outside off stump, and Smith attempted to sort of squirt it away on the offside, but player missed through to Freeborn. So she's bowling well here, because she's managing to execute obviously what she wants. She's getting those short balls in, that ducking, and now she's bowling Yorkers at will.
Exactly right. She hasn't really bowled anything on a length or anything around that area. It's either been a Yorker or a short ball. Two very distinct types of delivery that she's switching between.
And then again, and bowls, and that was just back of a length, and that's been slapped straight, sort of a straight pull, and that's going to go all the way, this relatively short boundary this end, and that's 4 runs to the left-handed Smith. So we were just saying she was short or full, and that was somewhere in between, just slightly back of a length, and it did get punished.
I think it was short, well, intended to be short again, but it didn't really get up, and I think that the shot we call it's come into the modern vocabulary of cricket. Is that a strapple?
Strapple.
Is that a strapple? I've heard that called a straight pull. A straight pull. Yeah.
That's certainly what that was.
Pulled back past the bowler.
Smith on strike again. George comes in, and that's a full toss on the offside, and she didn't really time that. Got away with that, to be honest, did George, for a low full toss, but she hit it into the covers, and it was a little bit, not a misfield so much, but Emily Arlott was on the ground fielding that, and they did manage to get through for a single. So rotating the strike, left armour will go around the wicket now. George coming in. Past the umpire bowls, and again back of a length, and Monaghan just steps back, whips that through backward square, and they do take on that's really well run.
That's quick.
That looked like an easy single, and they've turned that into a fairly easy 2 there. I mean, I didn't see, I was watching the fielder, but Monaghan must have turned and bolted off
turned
then.
And went, and very quick, going comfortably.
She was running to the danger end, but absolute whippet there. So
the thing really about partnerships like this, however it goes on from here, it's quite a significant partnership, even though it's not that big, because it not only lifts the total up to a much more defendable target, but it gives them momentum to the Vipers going into the second innings.
It does, and the Sparks fielding unit, the bowling unit, will be going off thinking, we had them 138 for 8.
Exactly.
How have we let this happen? And it does, you're right, it just changes that momentum where...
If they can get them up to 190 here, they're going to come off quite deflated. Whereas you'd given them 190 at the start, they'd have taken it. So, yeah, one of those sort of nuances within the game and how it pans out. So we've got a bowling change at the far end. Although Georgia Davies has gone for very few, she's been removed from the attack. And we're going with the pace of Izzy Wong, which I don't think the batters will mind. Pace on the ball. The ball might go away quickly, particularly on that sort of third man area where the boundary's quite short, if she can get it down there. So Wong round the wicket to Lindsay Smith. And that's on the leg side, and played nicely through the leg side. I think they'll come back for a second. Again, they're quick. Perrin is quick round the boundary, but can't prevent 2. These two, both short batters, but they get their legs moving pretty quick, both of them.
I just wonder if maybe Casey George is going to have a break now, and Davis is going to come on this end.
Yeah.
Because it does seem not a strange option to bring Izzy back, but a strange option to take Davis off.
I agree, yeah. And this would be the end that she probably would have preferred on first place, I guess. Wong round the wicket. That's not for the first time today. That's a beamer. That's going to be a warning, I would imagine, and she's already had a warning. So that could be that she's been taken off. I'm not sure. But that could be that is the end of Izzy Wong's bowling for today.
Yeah, it looks like that discussion's happening now. Again, like you said, the first one, not intentional at all, but it slipped out, and at that pace it will be deemed dangerous, and she is being handed her cap back by the umpire. So that is the last we will see of Izzy Wong today, following 2 beamers in her spell. So we'll see who replaces her, as Eve Jones is just having a think, and it is going to be Davis to continue, so she won't be changing ends. And the first thing Davis has got to do is bowl a ball that is a free hit. So that's hard luck to Davis. She comes on to completely over, and it will be a free hit. So Izzy Wong, she bowled 8 overs before this one, and that will be her last. So Lindsay Smith is on. Can they change? I guess they can change the field. The batters haven't swapped ends, but it's a different bowler. So yeah, the field is being manipulated now, because obviously we had the right arm pace of Izzy Wong, and now we've got the spin of Georgia Davis. So they have been allowed to change the field as she comes in for this free hit. Smith is down the ground and tries to smash that straight, but mistimes that, and it just dribbles into the offside for a single. So another free hit that the Sparks have bowled well and got away with.
Kevin James back with you for these last few overs alongside Gemma Green. Izzy Wong, England bowler, taken out of the attack for two high
ones.
She's bowled 2 or 3 of those, isn't she, today, at least?
And Davis to continue to complete this over, and that's to Monaghan, who just works that onto a mid-on for a single. These two running really well now. And that, with Izzy Wong being taken off, that's just another, like we were saying, little nail to the Sparks in that. At the minute, even though the scoreboard is probably where they would like to be, the Vipers have got a little bit of momentum with this lower order partnership here, and just it does deflate what's been a really good effort by the Sparks. They'll just be feeling like they should be back in the dressing room now, having Vipers all out. As she comes in round the wicket, and that's driven up and driven straight, they will take a single there to Grace Potts.
Yeah, that's. I guess I don't know. Am I making too much of a thing about Izzy Wong bowling 2 high full tosses? With the Ashes coming up, is a problem with her bowling? I don't know.
Is it? I think you were saying earlier is that's driven driven really well. It's driven high, and 1 bounce 4 over long off by Alice Monaghan, who's batting really beautifully here. You were saying earlier about, I think it was Fidel Edwards, who's obviously a quick bowler, and he struggled down the hill. Do you get too much momentum?
Yeah, maybe she has.
And with Izzy bowling, trying to bowl as quick as she does, maybe that's the reason.
Could be right. Very well be. She's getting to the crease too quickly.
Yeah.
That's pretty down to that.
Yeah, give her the benefit. That's certainly what it was every time I bowled a full toss.
Getting to the crease too quickly. I'll just take over a minute because I've got to do an update.
Davis come in, and that's gone. That's leg stump out the ground. She tries to sweep Georgia Davis, and she's played and missed it. That leg stump is at 45 degrees, and that is the end of Monaghan. A very fine innings, 24.
Quick 30-second update. Here we go. Well, you join us just at the fall of Alice Monaghan's wicket. She's just gone for 24, and the Vipers now are 176 for 9. It looks a little below par because the Australian Erin Burns, the off-spinner, has taken 5 wickets, 5 for 36 for her. Top scorer for the Vipers was Ella McGacken, who made 59 opening up. There was 29 from captain Georgia Adams, but this looks a little bit below par. And one other thing as well, Izzy Wong, the England quick bowler, has been taken out of the attack for bowling two high full tosses. Dangerous bowling. 176 for 9, the Vipers. She was going well there, Alice Monaghan. A little bit disappointing, wasn't it? She was giving some real impetus to the innings there.
She was, but those two did a great job because 138 for 8, that looked a very unlikely score to be able to defend, and that 38-run partnership from Smith and Monaghan has taken the score up to 176 for 9. And whatever happens now, there's something to bowl at there. It's not what Vipers would have wanted, but there's something there to bowl at, and we'll see what these two can do with the remaining 4 overs. We have got a change of bowling at this sea end, so Katie George has given way to Emily Arlott, who I'll imagine will bowl her final 2 overs at this end to complete her 10. She's currently bowled 8 overs, 1 for 21, gone at just 2.63 and over. She's in over the wicket to the left hand, and there's a big swipe, a sort of cut, but it's play and miss through to Abby Freeborn.
So I'm looking at the board, and there is 8 minutes in which to bowl the 50 overs in. To get four overs in 8 minutes? Could be interesting if the Vipers can get pretty close to 50 overs. They're not going to get them in, are they?
Well, if Davis is going to continue at the other end, she gets through pretty quickly, but it's still going to be tight.
Yeah, it is.
2 minutes and over, and they're adjusting their field at the minute. As Arlott comes in and bowls to Smith, and she's thrown her hands at that. It was a full-length ball, and that's gone through the offside for 1, and they're going to come back for a quick 2. The running has been good from Vipers in these last 5-6 overs. So yes, she threw her hands through that. 2 runs to Smith. She moves on to 19. Lauren Bell with her yet to face a delivery.
I haven't seen Lauren Bell bat much.
No, don't think anyone has. Right, Lindsay Smith facing up again. She comes in, and that was a slightly slower ball, and it was driven to mid-off with no timing, but in the air for a little bit, but way short of Grace Potts.
That was a terrific innings from Monaghan, wasn't it? 24 off 21 balls. That 38-run partnership off 5 overs. Just what the Vipers needed, really, at that stage.
Yeah, it's turned it from a disaster to not ideal. There's Arlott in again, and that's a slower ball, fuller ball, and just driven to Amy Jones in the covers. There's been a lot of that today, just sort of driving, pushing, whatever you want to call it, into the covers for no run. It's, a few have pierced that inner field, but there's been a lot of that. Sparks have done really well fielding that offside circle, keeping those runs down. As Arlott with the short sleeves comes in again, and there's a big play and miss there, just a swipe. No real sort of particular shot, just a swipe as if it was a free hit, which towards the end of the innings, maybe it is.
Yeah, how does Lindsay Smith play this? Does she not trust Lauren Bell at all? So you think, well, OK, if we don't bat 50 overs, we don't bat 50 overs? Or do you say, well, perhaps I will trust her?
In again, and that's full and outside off and driven through the covers to the boundary fielder, who runs in about 20 yards off the rope to keep that down to a single. And that ends the 47th over. The Vipers are 179 for 9. Lindsay Smith on 20, and Bell yet to face a ball.
So Emily Arlott's got through 9 overs now. Izzy Wong taken out of the attack in her 9th. For bowling a couple of very high full tosses. 5 for 36, Erin Burns, to go with the 4 wickets against Thunder. What a signing she's been by the Sparks.
Absolutely.
Wow. Off spinner. Didn't seem to get too much turnout. They just bowled very accurately, and actually got a couple of wickets with some not great balls, if we're honest, but it's not taking anything away from the fact that she's bowled very nicely indeed. 2 wickets for Georgia Davis. 1 for Wong, I mentioned, and 1 for Emily Arlott. That's down the leg side, and it's not taken cleanly. Ooh. Horrible throw on the 45.
Was that
on
a
the leg
mis-stumping?
side. Erin Burns.
Yeah, that was a mis-stumping. I didn't know if it came off the batter's pads, but it was a bye.
Ooh.
So I think that will go down as a missed chance. Tough
Bell.
one, because it was quite wide.
It was, wasn't it? Brings Lauren Bell on strike. 180 for 9 then in the 48th.
Yeah, they've got 4 minutes to bowl these remaining. Well, they have to be in place for the last over, don't they? I think that's the rule. So.
Yeah, it was definitely, the ball was sort of leg stumpish, wasn't it? Outside leg stump, even though Lindsay Smith gave herself some room. But that's a bad miss stumping, actually. I'm just watching it on the replay, Well, I'm watching on the live picture feed, and that's not. Ball just sort of goes in on the angle. That's all, really. You might have missed it, Gemma. Oh, now Bell hits that in the end. She's going to be caught, and that is the end of the innings. She had a big swing there, Lauren Bell. It just came off the toe of the bat, and she's caught at point. And that is the end of the Vipers' innings. They are all out for 180 in the 48th over, and Lindsay Smith is left 20 not out of 42 deliveries. And the Central Sparks, they'll be very happy with that performance.
Yeah, 180. That's I say with the batting that Sparks have got and the lack of bowling, if I can say that Vipers have got compared to what they've had previously in previous seasons. I think Sparks are going to be much happier dressing room at this stage.
He certainly will be. I think that's the first ball Lauren Bell's out to, actually.
This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. And this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously.
5, where we have got Vipers taking on Central Sparks in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. 10 o'clock this morning, Sparks won the toss and decided to ask Vipers to have a bat. And turns out to be a pretty good decision, as Vipers were 180 all out, 59 for Ella McCacken, and scores in the 20s for debutant Faltham, Adams, Smith and Monaghan. But Sparks do just need 181 to win. The damage was done mainly by their spinners. Erin Burns, playing just her second game, took 5 for 36. She's now taken 9 in 2 games. And Georgia Davis with 3 for 19. Their seam attack was unchanged from the last time they played, and they also bowled really well throughout. So they put Vipers under a lot of pressure, kept them down to 180. Vipers are currently in a huddle discussing how they're going to defend this total that is a bit less than what they would have hoped for. But we shall see if the Vipers' spin attack can defend this modest total. I've got Kev James with me. Umpires are out in the middle. Vipers just finishing their huddle as they're being led out by captain and the wicket keeper. Coming out with good body language, skipping, jumping, waving their arms, trying to keep loose. They've got to keep their spirits up, because a little bit less said about the first innings, the better for them, I think.
Yeah, it looks a little bit under par. Yeah, you're Gemma Green, by the way.
Oh,
I know you are. I know who you are.
Thank you for confirming.
That's all right. Well, no, I thought we'd introduce everybody, because anybody that's just joining us for the first time might not know who's talking.
Fair enough.
So I'm Kevin James. You're Gemma Green, and then Phil Green's with us as well. There we go. That's who we are. We know who we are, but not everybody else does.
Very true. I apologise.
Yeah, that's all right. I apologise. I was just trying to help.
Oh, I was trying to be anonymous.
Was you?
But yeah.
That's not a good job to be in, to be anonymous.
Right, Vipers are spreading in the field in their brighter than previous season orange. Looks like we're going to open with Lauren Bell, which is a standard practice for the Vipers. She's going to be bowling from the Cromwell Road end. And the Sparks opening batters is going to be Eve Jones, and it looks like Abby Freeborn at the far end. I'll confirm that. Yeah, Abby Freeborn and Eve Jones to take strike. Just a reminder, they need 181 to win. We have got a full 50 overs here. We've had no rain delays. It's been a bit grey, but we're playing a full match as far as we're aware. Vipers going very attacking, and they do need wickets if they're going to defend this. They've got 2 slips, Georgia Adams and Maya Bouchier, alongside the wicket-keeper Southby. Umpire signals start of play, and Bell is going to come around the wicket to the left hand of Eve Jones. In she comes and bowls, and that's full and just left outside off stump. A lot of noise from the Vipers. They're doing their best to keep their team spirits up here. We've got Emily Windsor directly in front of us, and I can hear her very, very loud and clear.
No, Chloe Brewer opening the batting for Sparks. She's not had a great tournament so far, has she, really?
No, and with Amy Jones coming into that top order in place of her as Bell's in, and that's cut away behind backward point, and that will race to the boundary for Sparks' first 4 of the innings and opens their account 4 for naught.
Yeah, I'm just looking at Chloe Brewer's record, 4 innings and just a total of 4 runs. So yeah, she's I think it's fair to say she's had a slow start to this year's Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy.
Eve Jones has been a prolific scorer in this competition. She scored 334 in the first year. In comes Bell around the wicket to her, and that's pushed, but they do take a quick single. That's good early running from this pair. She scored 334 in the first year, 2020, 299 in the second year, 224 last year, and that was so she's been Sparks' highest scorer and then their second highest scorer for the last 2 years, and she's currently the second highest scorer in the competition behind Southeast Stars Paige Schofield. So yeah, quite a run machine in this format. Abby Freeborn on strike now, the right hand, sticking with the 2 slips. Bell going over the wicket. It's fairly standard to a right-hander. as she comes in and bowls, and that's just worked away onto the leg stump. Onto the. It's not worked away onto the leg stump. It's worked away onto the leg side, and there's no run.
Yeah, Abby Freeborn averaging 37 in this year's competition with a top score of 43. We're getting all the stats out now, aren't we?
Yeah, knock them out.
Get them out.
Yeah, I was just looking at Chloe Brewer, as you were saying. She was she played for the Stars last year, but she was the second highest run scorer for them. So finished with a good season last year, but not started well this year as Bell comes in to Freeborn, and that's just on a length and just pushed into the covers for no run.
And Lauren Bell this year played every game for the Vipers so far, although she was restricted, I think, in the number of overs that she bowled in the first game against Sunrisers. She's taken 5 wickets so far, an average of 17 apiece. Great ball that got Alice Capsey at Beckenham. Me and Phil saw that. Bowled past the forward defensive.
She's in and bowls, and again just a good line and length, and just seen off by Abby Freeborn. That's the end of the first over for Central Sparks. They're 5 without loss. Yeah, Abby Freeborn was the highest scorer for Central Sparks last year, so you've got the highest scorer and the second highest scorer out in the middle, chasing this modest target. Happy days for Sparks as it stands.
Yeah, well, that's the stats out of the way.
Yeah.
But they're impressive, aren't they? And they do point towards the Sparks being in a decent position in this game. It's just clouded over a little bit here. 1 or 2 showers forecast this afternoon. We've missed any of the showers that may have fallen in the surrounding area. Haven't had any as yet. Still showing my app anyway, showing that there still could be 1 or 2 showers yet between now and the end of the game. And as we were talking about in the break, seam and spin opening for the Vipers. Charlie Dean with her off spin will be opening from the C end, and she's going to be bowling into the left-hander Eve Jones. There's a slip in, that's Georgia Adams, so she's round the wicket. Jones is forward, pushing that out on the onside. 30 years old now, Eve Jones. Played 4 matches for the Melbourne Renegades in the BBL during the winter. I did a commentary with her actually, the last game of the men's county season. That's pushed out into the gap by Jones off the front foot, moves on to 6 without loss. She's got all the runs so far. And I said, you going out to the Big Bash again? She said, no. And then the next thing I looked up and I thought, I see her name here, playing for the Renegades. And then I spoke to her at Wormsley, and she said, it's a really late call. I think she filled in for somebody. Somebody was injured or something. She played 4 games. So I said,
Not a bad thing to fill in, is it?
Yeah, just pop over here for a few games.
It's normally someone's 4th 11 club on a last minute, but to be called over to Australia to play in the Big Bash, it's not the worst.
Here's Dean bowling to Freeborn. Freeborn plays and misses there, trying to drive out on the offside, and Rihanna Southby has the bails off quickly. It's gone very dull out there now all of a sudden. Hopefully this will pass. It doesn't look set in. I think it's just perhaps a threatened shower if we get it. Slightly slower this time. Freeborn works that out square on the leg side. 26 years of age, Abby Freeborn. One of a few Staffordshire players in the side in the Sparks setup. Right-hander. As Dean comes in again and bowls and flighted again. That's a good line and length, and Freeborn just prods that one forward again. All those seats are put in at the far end of the ground now. They were putting them in. They started putting them in, didn't they, at the start of the game? They're all in now. I'm not sure there's that many to put in, but how many seats? Yeah, that's a quick guess. How many seats do you reckon are in that stand that they put in? That's driven up to mid-on. 150?
I think that's a decent guess.
Do you think that's a good guess?
I wouldn't waver from that.
No, I think I'm happy with that guess, actually. So they did that in a morning's work. 150 seats.
It's been a morning's work.
Yeah, standard.
So yeah, Sparks 6 for naught. I quite like Sparks. I mean, they're doing well at the minute, and they're one of those teams, aren't they? You've had in the last few years over both formats. You've had Vipers, Diamonds, Stars, who have been pretty strong. You've had Lightning, now Blaze, but Lightning as were, Sunrisers, Storm, Thunder. struggle a little bit. But Sparks have always been sort of there or thereabout behind the top teams. They finished second, they finished third. They lost in the final of the Charlotte Edwards trophy last year. So it's they kind of deserve to do well as Bell comes round the wicket to Jones, and she leaves that alone, and it drops short of Southby, making it a difficult take for her.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think, and they've improved, haven't they? I mean, they've strengthened. Of course, with Casey George coming in, Brewer we've mentioned, although she's not in the side. Bethan Ellis as well from the Blaze. She doesn't get a look in.
No. Phil's just counted the seats, Kev. So I'm now going to disagree with what you said, and I think it's more around 550.
No.
As Bell comes in round the wicket poles. And there's a big shout for LE, but it looked a bit high and sounded a little bit woody. So it's quickly turned down. Yeah, 550 apparently. He's got nothing better to do than count them.
That is incredible, isn't it? Yeah, he's worked it out, yeah.
He's done the maths.
Wow, gosh, I was miles out. I wouldn't be very good giving out capacities at the end of a game, would I?
I should have just gone higher.
That's a small stand for 500 seats, isn't it?
Bell in again and bowls, and that's full sort of Yorker push to Lindsay Smith in the covers. I bet you never won any of those how many sweets in the jar things at a fate.
Not even close.
No.
Because to be honest, there was. I mean, if I thought that was 150 and there's 500 there, sweets in the jar, I would have been under by
thousands,
gazillions. Yeah. That is amazing. I would never. I'd have been here all day guessing that. So how many in the other stand then, to the left of the sight screen, Phil?
Belling round the wicket and just pushed up to mid-on for no run.
He's counting.
He is doing it.
He is counting.
See what else we can get him to count in his breaks.
Yeah, the crowd. That shouldn't take too long. I don't think there's 500 crowds, so that won't take you very long, Phil.
Belling again, 2 slips round the wicket to Jones, and that's driven and that's beaten the inside. That's beautifully timed, and that's going to race away to the cover boundary for second 4 for her. She moves on to 10.
Very nice shot indeed. Shot of a player in form.
She just seemed to know exactly where to play that. There is quite a big gap between the cover and extra cover. As Bell's in again, and that's good line length, and just pushed back to the bowler for no run. That completes the 3rd over. Sparks, in chase of 181, are 10 for naught.
Just watching the replay of that drive through the covers from Eve Jones. Wide half volley, starts to be put away, of course. Southby's just calling for a helmet, I think. I'm not sure if she had a helmet on anyway, but it's a change of helmet. So Charlie Dean
on for Dean, isn't she?
Yeah, does she not have it? I think she had it on first over.
Yeah, I think they're bringing it on rather than leaving the 5-run penalty. I guess she doesn't keep it behind her.
Oh, of course. Yes.
Can't give away the 5-run penalty when you're defending something like this.
You can't.
We did have that in our club game on Sunday.
Hit the helmet.
Yep. So it does happen.
It does, but it's still fairly rare, isn't it? As Charlie Dean bowls, and that's a nice drive by Freeborn. Oh, and it's misfielded there by Georgia Elwis. And she did get some part of her body and hand on that, but they'll come through for 2. Shouldn't really have been any. 10 without loss. The Sparks 12 without loss make that. Plenty of chat going on out there. As Dean comes in the game, and bowls, flighted, Freeborn forward. Yeah, how many times do you reckon that happens a season? Ball hits the helmet once?
Well, we don't see it that often, but it wasn't us that it hit the helmet. It was the Gunnersbury keeper, our opposition, and apparently she's quite well known for it. Oh. Apparently the helmet scores quite a few runs.
Oh. Freeborn turns that square on the leg side, no run. So she obviously doesn't put the helmet directly behind the stumps.
Yeah, but apparently, she did tell us she's the opening bat as well, that one year the helmet scored more runs than she did.
There's Charlie Dean. I get the lights on here, see. There's Freeborn. Correct forward defensive. She obviously enjoyed that. She held the pose there for a little while as it goes up to Nicole Feltham, sorry, at mid-off. Feltham scored 21 in her Vipers debut. Just length of the ball turned towards mid-wicket. No run. Going to get the lights on, do you think? Do you recognise it? Not quite that. We're not at that stage, I suppose. No, we're not. Dean again. Freeborn drives and she's found the gap again in the covers, and that'll go all the way. That's a half volley as well there from Charlie Dean, giving it some air. It was just too full, and beautiful shot there from Freeborn to end that over. 16 without lost sparks, 3 gone.
I think I could see the umpire signalling, Kev.
Oh, really?
To say about the lights. So you've got something right. If you can't count seats, at least you've got that right.
I can count the electricity pylons. The lights have improved. They improved the lights here a little while ago, didn't they? They were one of the first grounds to have them, and the lights do get dim after a while. And they did get to a point here, I remember, a little while ago, where the light wasn't that great. They've improved them since then. They might have put an extra pylon or 2 in as well.
I guess being so surrounded by residential, they've got planning permission issues to deal with as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right, we will have Lauren Bell to continue into her 3rd over. And she's bowling to the Sparks captain, Eve Jones. Oh, and that's a good ball just outside off, and that's beaten her through the gloves.
It's better from Lauren Bell. So it was none for 9 before that ball. Just will get the ball to straighten on the left-hander, won't she? Angles it in, and then a natural take it away a fraction. That looked a goodie.
It did, and we've not had any wides from Bell. She does sometimes struggle with that, with the angle and the swing she gets, but it's been a good start in that respect as she comes in again, and that's full, and that's driven, and that's beaten the infield once again. Again, really well timed. I don't think, no, she didn't get round to it. That's 4 runs through backward point. Again, over pitched and really well timed from Eve Jones. Both of these batters have pounced on anything half volley and put them away in this power play where they've only got 2 fielders out on the boundary.
You're right, they haven't missed out on anything, yeah?
No. Whereas I think Vipers were hitting the ring fielders quite a bit and they missed out on some full tosses. But no, Central Sparks making the most of anything on offer here. As Bell comes in again, up to the crease and bowls, and that's left alone, wide of off stump. So wide, in fact, the umpire signals it. So I've just said no wides, and sorry, Lauren.
No, she's the one that should be saying sorry. To give anything away here. These Sparks batters are in good form, looking good form. 224 and 45 they chased down against Thunder in that Duckworth-Lewis tie.
Bell to Jones again, pitched up, a bit more Yorker length than half volley, and that's just worked away to mid-on for no run. I can see, as we say, we've got Emily Windsor down on the boundary in front of us. I can see one of her fingers strapped up, so what she's done there. She's got some strapping on her left hand, on one of her fingers, so hopefully nothing too problematic. She has had a bit of a rough time with injury with her hip. As in comes Bell. Still 2 slips, and that's just guided away to point. Lindsay Smith there, no run.
Jones made 69 in that tie. Probably hit a 60 as well in this competition in the win against Northern Diamonds first game at Worcester. Change of field, Boucher's coming out on the leg side. It's an interesting move.
Yes, they've taken second slip out and put a short mid-wicket, catching on the drive as Bell approaches the stumps, bowls, and that's left alone at last minute, outside off stump through to Rihanna Southby.
Yeah, that's an interesting move. I'm just wondering if that's just to help Lauren Bell get the line a bit straighter, just give her a little bit more insurance on the leg side. Because technically the way she's bowling and the angle of the ball, once it's pitched. I think Eve Jones is going to be looking for too many through mid-wicket unless it really is over-pitched. In which case it's not a great ball anyway.
Absolutely. Bell to Jones, and that's a low full toss, and that's driven, and it's half stopped, but that's not going to change the fact that that's a boundary. I think that's Elvis again. She misfielded earlier. That's a bit harsh. That's a misfield. It was hit firmly, and she did get something on it, but that is another boundary to the left-hander. Sparks are 25 for 0 off 5, making a really good inroads into this 181 target.
Eve Jones 18 off 17 already. Abby Freeborn slightly quieter, 6 off 13. So good start from the Sparks here as they chase the Vipers all out, total of 180. There were still 15 balls left when Lauren Bell was the last wicket to fall. At the moment, the way Sparks have started, I don't think those 15 balls are going to really make much difference. Here's Dean then with the Ross bench. He's over the wicket to Abby Freeborn. Freeborn gets a thick outside edge as she plays a forward defensive. Ball runs up the hill. They'll pick up 2. Lauren Bell runs after it from backward at point. And the Sparks move on to... Oh, it's a horrible throw as well over the head of Rhianna Southby. Sparks move on to 27 without loss. And we are into the 4th over here. Gemma Green's taken a break and Phil Green is coming alongside me.
Hi, Kev.
Set start here from the visitors. As Dean bowls, Freeborn works that into the gap on the leg side. Freeborn moves on to 9 and it's 28 without loss.
Yeah, I mean, Vipers obviously were looking for early wickets here and that hasn't come as yet, but still a long way to go. And you do look at this Vipers attack and think there's not a lot of depth in the bowling compared to previous years, as we've said several times today.
Alice Monaghan, there's also Lindsay Smith, as that's outside the off jump to Jones, who leaves that one alone. But yeah, not the depth that the Vipers have been used to. But a Georgia Elwes is medium pace as well. 53 needed from here. At 28 without loss. Here's Dean again to Eve Jones. Eve Jones is on the back foot and does well to reach that one. Cuts that away to Emily Windsor in the deep. I think about 2. They both wanted 2, but Windsor's got the ball in quickly there. Keeps it down to a single. 29 without loss. Sparks wanted really. It looks under par the total. We thought it would be. And if you get away to a decent start like this, then
2 informed players as well.
Yeah, they are. Here's Dean again bowls and Freeborn is well forward. Perfectly correct forward defensive, that one. Cloud is still hanging around above us. 1 or 2 showers there have been and will be in this area. Will we get one above us? Can quite easily happen actually as Freeborn turns that away behind square on the leg side for a single, and that's the 30 up for the Sparks at the end of the 4th over.
Yeah, as you say, Kev, was a really good solid start here from Sparks. Eve Jones, who in this competition this year scores of 29, 67, 34 and 69. So it's been very consistent.
Yeah.
And Abby Freeborn's had a couple of 30s.
I'll just do a very quick 30-second update, Phil, and then I'll let you take back over. Still that cloud's hanging over us, but we're okay. It'll be Lauren Bell to continue from that Cromwell Road end, the far end, down the hill. Here we are. Well, the Central Sparks are batting now. They are 30 without loss and they've had just 4 overs. That's a good start for the visitors here because they are chasing what looks to be an under par Vipers total of 180 all out. There was 59 from Ella McGacken. That was the top Vipers score. There was 3 20s, scores of 20 in that. Nicole Fulton, the Aussie, also Georgia Adams and Alice Monaghan. But they were bowled out with still 15 balls left. Alice Monaghan getting quick by 24 at the end. But it may not be enough. The Sparks 30 without loss and we are into the 5th over.
It's Lauren Bell in from the Cromwell Road. There's a big shout for LBW there as Freeborn's gone across the line at that one. no response or no positive response from the umpire, but that looked a bit of a quite straight, didn't it, Kevin?
It's one of those,
She's
isn't it?
definitely played across it.
Yeah, she did. Yeah, it's one of those where you're looking at the umpire and thinking, is he going to give it? Yes, we're not on a great angle. Of course, we're not. We're sort of on the line of sort of third slip, really. But you can just tell sometimes, just watching the. Yeah, it might just have been going down the leg side. Actually, it does.
That natural shape of Lauren Bell's. Yeah, seen again now. That's a full toss, which Freeborn's just helped herself to, really. Hit away on the leg side for 4. That's a very loose ball from Lauren Bell, unfortunately, for the Vipers. Abby Freeborn, of course, although she plays for Central Sparks, is a Sussex girl originally. Played most of her early cricket down here at Hastings. And
is that the old? Oh, it wouldn't have been the old Hastings ground. She's too young.
No, it was.
Was it really?
I think it was. Yeah. They obviously don't play county cricket there anymore, but I think they
It's a
still
shopping
play.
centre now or something. Isn't it?
I don't know if it is now. I mean, I remember 10 or 11 years ago it was still there. Bellin again, that's short and played off the back foot by Freeborn. Yeah, she went up to Loughborough University and basically stayed in the Midlands, I think. But from this parish originally. And she's one half of the good start here for the Sparks. 34 on the board already, and certainly a lot quicker start than the Vipers enjoyed earlier in the day. Bell again, that little jump at the start of her run and then comes in towards us. That's flicked down the leg side but that's going to go away to the boundary again. I don't know if that's going to be leg byes, but all runs on the board for the Sparks. Just losing her line a bit here, Lauren Bell. That's just drifted down the leg side, and anything that Freeborn got on that was going to take it away to the fine leg boundary. So 4 leg byes onto the total. 38 for naught.
It's a good start, isn't it? It's a really good start.
It's a very ominous start from the Vipers' point of view. They might be looking at those clouds and hoping they're going to get a bit darker, although I don't think Duckworth Lewis is going to save them just in a minute. Bellin again. And that's a drive by Freeborn. I think she manages to beat extra cover, but fielder coming round from mid-off managed to prevent the single, and it's the end of the over. And it's 38 for no wicket from just 7 overs.
Georgia Elvis again there, not being able to pick the ball at cleanly extra cover. She's having a bit of a time in that area, isn't she, at the moment?
We sort of associate Bouchier in a position, don't we?
And Schofield.
Traditionally used to be Bouchier and Schofield. Obviously that's not an option now, but Bouchier not in that extra cover position today. She is currently on this end. She's at extra cover for Charlie Dean to the left-handed Jones.
3 overs, none for 12 for Charlie Dean. Here's the start of her 4th. Flighted. Jones quietly pushes that to mid-wicket, where Georgia always picks up cleanly. Dean almost running back to her mark there, trying to get through her over quickly. Comes in again, still the slip in for her, and Jones pushes that out square on the offside, but Lindsay Smith's there. Prevent any runs. Just keep up to date with what's going on around the country, because there are 3 other games going on in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. 3 of the 4 games are on the BBC Sport website this today, as well as being on their live picture feed channels, as Jones turns that square on the leg side. Lauren Bell fields. They're between innings in the game between Northern Diamonds and South East Stars. Now, the South East Stars hit 223 all out. They were all out in the 45th over. The game might be slightly reduced, isn't it, that one? That's pushed out on the offside. The Blaze made 209 for 9 off their 50 overs against Western Storm. And definitely a bit of rain between Thunder and Sunrisers. Thunder 60 for 2 after 15. Rain delay there in the middle, so there'll be overs taken off there. Lovely drive there from Eve Jones. Oh, and there's a misfield there from Emily Windsor. They're going to come back for 2. Windsor recovers quickly. Uncharacteristic there from Viper's batter.
It's just a slight fumble, but I don't think the batsmen were looking for 2, so they weren't ready for the second run, which possibly was there.
Can't make any excuses on outfields like this, though. Beautiful outfield here as Dean comes in and Freeborn pushes that out on the onside. That's the end of the over. 8 gone. The Sparks are 39 without loss. Just the 1 run off Charlie Dean's over. And
we need a change bowling, I think, don't they? I think it's coming now, but got to do something different here. Vipers, looks like Lindsay Smith's coming into the attack.
And Bell started off well, but just got a little loose, didn't she? 4 overs, none for 22. 1 wide in that one.
Yeah, bowled primarily bowled mostly to the left hand, didn't she?
She did.
Which she'd probably prefer, I would have thought. But
5 boundaries.
yeah,
That's quite high, isn't it? It's quite heavy.
it is, especially when you're defending a moderate score. So, we've got Lindsay Smith. She's going to bowl her slow left arm. It's going to be over the wicket to Jones. Got a deep square leg out and a deep cover as the 2 permitted bowlers. And she's got fielders. That one's beaten the bat first ball. Rihanna Southby gets the bails off quickly, but no question that Jones had moved in her crease. A lot of keepers just like to do that, getting the good habits, just take the bails off. Smith in again, and that's defended. She bowls fairly quickly for a spinner. Smith doesn't know exactly what MPH, but it always looks quite flattened. That's her style. Warner again beats the bat. There's something happening out there for sure, because it's having looked very positive so far. Eve Jones, she's looked a bit tentative against these balls from Smith so far.
Looks like she's playing for the ball as if it's going to turn into her a little bit.
And again, and again she beats her outside the outside edge. That's 3 balls out of 4 who've gone past the outside edge of her bat. And I think you're right, Kev, she's probably playing for a turn that isn't there, and it's just going straight on beating the bat.
It just seems to be just...
And again, and this time she drives, but not very convincingly.
It's probably just kissing the surface a little bit and just maybe straightening a fraction. I don't know. It's no turn, that's for sure.
It certainly changed the momentum at the beginning at the minute. Smith in again to finish the over, and that's defended. That was actually played through mid-wicket. It's going to pass mid-wicket, so they're going to get a single. Windsor in off the boundary, but it's just the 1 off the first over.
Eve Jones is just saying to Lindsay Smith, saying, "What's going on there then? It's going the other way."
Yeah.
Just see that? Just having a little hand movements to Lindsay Smith there, just having a little joke. It probably was. It was probably just hitting the seam a bit.
Yeah, I can't imagine she was just missing straight balls all the time.
I mean, it doesn't happen very often with an off spin, with a left arm spinner, because it should be turning in or at least going straight on with the arm and the angle. But it might just be that a couple of those did hit the seam and just maybe just fractionally straightened on Eve Jones.
The Vipers support team or reserve players all running on the pitch with fresh towels, I think it is, for the fielders. They all seem to have been given, or several of them been given towels. Maybe that's a thing. They're going to change those every 10 overs.
I'm just wondering if there might have been a few drops in the air rather than rain, and it's just sort of freshened up the outfield. That may have explained, in that over, maybe just sort of, maybe there's a little sort of just a little bit of wetness on the surface of the wicket, which is just making it sort of skid a fraction. So Georgia Elwes with the medium paces, who's going to come round the wicket to Eve Jones. 40 without loss then. She's in. It's a straight delivery to start off with as Eve Jones pushes it on the onside. So the Sparks need 141 here to win this game, which is the last round of matches before the Charlotte Edwards Cup kicks in. And then this competition picks up later in the summer. 14 group matches in total, so there's a few to get through later. Jones pushes that delivery behind square on the leg side, runs the first one quickly. Don't think she'll get 2. Lauren Bell runs down from fine leg.
Yeah, they doubled the amount of games this year in this competition, wasn't they? They played each other once previously.
Yeah.
Now twice.
It's a lot of fixtures. Now they're all professionals. They've got to have something to do.
And talk about professionals, there's one of our construction team has returned to the seats. Obviously spotted one that's not quite right, I think, of those 550, and he's doing a little repair job on it by the looks of it.
Is it 550 now?
Roughly.
It's going up all the time as Freeborn pushes forward to Elwes. So I said 150 odd miles out. Phil then said I've counted them, they're 500.
Yeah, so
and now you're saying it's 500.
It's definitely over 500.
Is it over 500?
Yeah.
It's at the top end of the ground. One of the temporary stands that's been put in for the T20s. That's pushed out on the offside. I can actually see to the left. There's going to be more seating put in.
Yeah.
You can see some of the metal structures ready for some more to go in, a bit like we've just seen. So there could be up to about 2,000 seats going in there.
As we were saying, I remember coming here before and you used to sit in deck chairs in that area there.
Yeah.
Times have changed.
I was looking at some old photos of this ground. I've always played a missing outside the off stump there at Freeborn. And yeah. Row of deck chairs. It was this ground was famed for it, wasn't it? Saying, "Oh yeah, the deck chairs." But no more. We're too professional for any of that.
No deck chairs, no seagulls. I don't know what's happening.
The seagulls. Yeah, that was a good spot by you.
As Gemma said, there's probably not enough catering outlets, but certainly no seagulls here today.
Elwes right arm over bowls. Freeborn drives, and she's picked the gap again, and that's past the diving Monaghan. It's not quite gone all the way. Will be a couple. I think it's Monaghan out there. Might be Charlie Dean.
Oh, that was.
Oh no,
Fulton.
Dean fell over Monaghan.
Fulton.
Was it? That's a couple of runs anyway to end that over from Georgia Elwes, and the Sparks are 43 without loss, needing another 138.
At least in the last 2 overs, they got past the bat a little bit, it's giving them a bit of hope. But they do need wickets here. They're not going to contain them over 50 overs. I wouldn't have thought. So they do need a breakthrough. That's the end of the first power play, signalled by the umpire Nichols.
Does Nichols have a first name?
Paul Nichols, did we?
Is it?
Think it was?
Did we work it out? I know you were
Paul
talking
Nichols.
about it earlier.
Yeah. So Lindsay Smith in and just played back to by Rudy Jones. Good start by Lindsay Smith so far.
Yeah.
And Chris Watts at this end, I think. The umpire. I think that's the right way round. And that one just flicked away. Nice, very wristy shot there from Eve Jones. She's worked it wide of the deep fielder, Emily Windsor. Can't prevent them coming back from the second. Throws in low to the bowler's end. So it was a lot of bottom hand in that shot from Jones and whipped it away through the mid-wicket area. Smith again over the wicket. And that's off the back foot and forced away. And easy single to the cover fielder. Just all looking a bit easy for Central Sparks at the moment. A bit too straightforward from the Vipers' point of view.
Yeah, but it is a nice pitch to bat on generally here, isn't it? It's not. I keep saying it many times when we come here. There's never a lot of bounce. The batters can really get on top of it and hit it through and into the ground.
Never know what a couple of wickets can do, of course, in any game. Smith, for the first time to Freeborn now. And that's short. Freeborn's just waited for it. He brings it on the leg side. Smith just cleaning the ball with the towel. Again, they're going to have a lot of that in the coming overs, I think. And again, it's a bit short. Again, she gets away with it as it's played to backward point where Charlie Dean fields and throws it quickly back to the bowler, but no danger of a run out. A good sharp bit of fielding. Got a slip in place. And Smith just... Freeborn just turns that on the leg side. Easy single. There's a big gap there at the square leg area. Elwes trots round but can't prevent the single. At the end of the 11th over, the score's moved on to 47 for no wicket with Eve Jones on 25 and Abby Freeborn at 17.
And the Vipers were 39 for 1 at the same stage. It's not a lot of difference.
Not a lot of difference, no. I thought it was more. I thought Vipers were a bit slower than that at this stage. But
But the Vipers' innings never really sort of picked up, did it really? Just stayed pretty much constant for most of the 47.2 overs that they batted. There was a little bit of a uptick, wasn't there, when Georgia Adams was out there, quick fire 29 from her, and Alice Mollison towards the end, quick fire 24, but generally it was a pretty one-paced inning.
yeah.
Here's Georgia Elwes then with the keeper standing up, bowling to Freeborn. Freeborn works out to mid-wicket, fielded by Maya Boucher. Disappointment for Maya Boucher today, only made 4. she's been in good form in this competition. You do feel as though there's a very big score around the corner for her, but it wasn't today.
She looked very disappointed when she was given out too, didn't she? There's that one where there was just one appeal, really.
Only Eve Jones at first slip.
Yeah.
Nobody else did. That's turned to mid-wicket again. Yeah, she was sort of dabbling at it and pulled the bat away. Obviously too late, but keeper Abby Freeborn batting now wasn't really going up, and the bowler really wasn't. That was Emily Arlett. It was just Eve Jones that was a bit more animated, and then in the end the umpire put the finger up, and then Abby Freeborn almost looked up surprised. Here comes Elvis again, and Freeborn just pushes that out into the covers. They're under no pressure here at all, Sparks. They can just play every ball on merit. They don't have to do anything silly.
Boucher looked even more surprised than the keeper when she was given out as well. And
yes.
She stood there, you can just tell the length of time she stood and looked at the umpire was just short of being a disciplinary issue, but long enough to make her point, I think.
Forward again, out into the covers. Charlie Dean enthusiastically in. One has 17 here. Eve Jones has 25.
There's good body language and aggression in the field from Vipers. They're certainly on top of this at the moment in the field.
A tall ask to defend that, though.
It is.
Freeborn pushes forward. Doesn't look in any trouble there. She's just playing every ball on merit. Just waiting for something slightly off line or length. And Elvis isn't giving it to her at the moment. She's bowled 10 balls, none for 3 so far, Georgia Elvis. Bowling again after having a few back problems last year.
Yeah.
Well, it needs to, really, with no Schofield and no... On the onside, into the pad, actually. The ball goes out on the offside this time. 47 without loss. And Tara Norris, who's gone to the Thunder.
Yeah.
2 bowlers that kind of sort of... I wouldn't say you relied on them, but they bowled a fair amount of overs for the Vipers, and it's a lot to rip out of your attack.
You've got Freya Kemp injured as well.
Yeah.
So 3 bowlers down. Lindsay Smith's obviously come into the squad this year as an extra bowling option. And Alice Monaghan's stepped up to a more regular bowling situation.
And I'm pleased for her, actually.
Yeah.
Because I think she deserves a run in the side now. It's only ever been a bit part player.
Yeah, she deserves a role in the team, doesn't she? She's played without having a real role for some time.
It's a good innings of her, 24, 21.
Very impressive. Yeah.
At the end. She's an enthusiastic cricketer, both batting and bowling. Kind of somebody who you want.
Smith over the wicket. That's just played back down. So it's quite back down for no run. There's quite a little spell just going on at the moment. While 2 new bowlers settling in. The batters watching to see what's going to happen here. And that's just turned on the leg side, but again, no run. Boucher very lively in there at mid-wicket. Smith tries the ball again. In from the road end, that's full, and Jones just drops the bat on it. Just to keep it out for another dot ball. And like a lot of spinners, Lindsay Smith gets through the over really quickly. She's in again. And that's just defended by Jones. Boucher fields again. Smith back to a mark already, ready to go again. And that's short and deserved to get hit, but actually got away with that. Forced off the back foot, but only straight to mid-off. Sort of almost pick a spot for that. That was a poor ball, but no harm from the bowler's point of view. Smith in again. Short again, but again it's just forced onto the back foot, played into the covers, and that's a maiden from Lindsay Smith. So good little break being put on here by these two to some degree, but it's really wickets the Vipers need rather than containment. But quite often, as we know, scoreboard pressure of containment gets the wickets as well. So important role these 2 bowlers are playing right at the minute.
2 maidens in a row.
Yeah.
So it's the women's T20 county finals this Sunday for all groups around the country. Mm-hmm. And we were talking a little bit about it when we were coming up here. What's your sort of thoughts? Because I've read a few things about the competition, especially this season, because it's been devastated, hasn't it? Some groups have been really
I think Somerset
by the weather.
Is it Somerset haven't played at all yet?
No, that's right. Square out on the offside, start of a new over from Elwes. That's right. Somerset are going to the finals, wherever they are in that group, not having played a game.
It's a strange term to call it the finals, because everybody goes through to the finals. I think it's... sorry.
Here's Elwes up the hill. Forward is Freeborn. She's driving lovely, but finding the fielders at the moment.
I'm not sure exactly the format, but it's obviously where you finish. It depends on who you play. But there's 4 teams basically in Hampshire in this group around here. So it's Hampshire, Sussex, Berkshire, Buckinghamshire, and they're all at finals day, having played each other twice.
That's here on Sunday. Freeborn again drives into the ground, fielded by Elwes. But I mean, just generally, so different things written about how it's all over before it started, and it's all over by mid-May. I don't know what you think, Graham, in terms of...
Well, I'm not sure where the county matches sit in the programme.
Elwes bowls, Freeborn full defensive out into the colours.
Since we've had the advent of this regional cricket and then the 100, and obviously the professionalism of the game, the county game is a tier that doesn't really sit that clearly in the structure, I think. Be fair to say.
Here's Elwes again. Bowls, Freeborn again, very correctly placed defensively.
I think it's different for different counties, and some of the what we might term minor counties, in certainly men's terms, county cricket is really important still because the club structure is not very strong. But when you get to Hampshire and Sussex and counties like that, it's just the same players who are playing like Vipers second team cricket, playing county cricket.
And again, Freeborn plays a misses. Southby has the stumps off. That's the end of the over. That's the 3rd maiden in a row.
Yeah, good spell here for the Vipers, and feeling a bit of pressure back on. So yeah, just finishing that conversation, I think it's an interesting one, county cricket at the moment. Big benefit for the lesser counties, without being disrespectful to them. I'm not so sure the value it has for a lot of these girls that are playing this sort of level of cricket anyway. And then you look down to the effect it has on club cricket, where these players are getting fewer and fewer opportunities to represent their clubs, which is a shame. Smith in from the Cromwell Road end. That's cut away off the back foot, so the run of maidens is broken here, as that's forced out the offside. It's going to come back for 2. Just a little bit short of a length there from Lindsay Smith.
Do you think that the fact that it's a quick competition and all over by mid-May almost suggests that there isn't much room for it or room for it at all?
I think Smith in again, and it's driven hard and driven straight and hard, and Smith got a finger on that. It's one of those that could have deflected onto the stumps at the bowler's end. It might have been a difficult one for Freeborn, but it didn't, and they'd come through for a single. I think there was a move 2 or 3 years ago from the ECB to actually disband the county competition at adult age. Obviously it still goes on all the age groups, but again it was the minor counties that sort of objected. Smith in again, that's a full toss, and it's whacked away by Freeborn. Got what it deserved. A despairing dive on the boundary by Fulton, but that was a full toss. It deserved to be hit for 4 and was. So momentum started to pick up again in this over for Sparks. It's Freeborn up to 21. So yeah, it's hard to know where it fits into the programme, to be honest, but as you say, this year it hasn't been helped by the weather, so the whole programme has been disjointed. Smith in again, this time off the back foot. Freeborn out to Windsor on the deep cover boundary, so the run's flowing again now. Another single, and Smith just needs to get control back here. That's on the leg stump and driven up to mid-on by the tall Jones. A run. Smith in again. That's cut away by Jones out to the point boundary. Another comfortable single, taking her up to 29. I think you'd have to say over recent years, Eve Jones is one of the better players that hasn't played for England in recent times. She must have been, or maybe still is, knocking on the door. I know she's probably 30 now. But
she's 30, yeah.
But has been a good player for several years, and there's been a lot of change in the England team. But as people have come into it, the odd game, and might feel a bit unlucky that she hasn't been involved. So we're at 56 for no wicket at the end of 15 overs.
After 15 overs, the Vipers were 53. So there isn't a lot in it, is there? It's quite interesting, isn't it? That's turned away on the leg side by Jones.
Wicket column's important, though.
It is, yeah. Vipers were just about to lose their second, actually, around now. In fact, in this over, Nicole Felton fell for 21, 54 for 2. The Vipers in the 16th. Here we are in the 16th. The Sparks 57 without loss. It's Abby Freeborn back on strike. She has 22. Elwes comes in, right arm over. Freeborn turns that away to Boucher's right at mid-wicket. Throw comes in, misses Brianna Southby. Good backing up from Lindsay Smith. Yeah, I must admit, I think, the way Eve Jones bats. Well, I think one or two of the Sparks. I mean, I think one thing at Wormsley was very noticeable is they all drove very well, straight. And Eve Jones has got a very good drive on the offside. A little bit of bottom hand at times, as we saw there, as it's driven up off the bottom of the bat up towards Adams at mid-off.
Yeah, I think there's, as you see more and more games in this competition, you see there's just a lot more quality players emerging, aren't there?
Yeah.
New names cropping up every year.
Yes. Jones, who drives it up to mid-off. Good interception almost by Boucher that prevented them taking a single. Just looking at her overall List A career, Eve Jones. 100 matches actually before today, which is 35, almost 36. It's pretty good. As Eve Jones drives and it goes up to Adams. But again, I wouldn't say she's timing it well, but she's hitting it with enough force that it's getting to the fielder too quickly before she has a chance to think about taking a run. So that's pretty handy. Almost 36 average in 100 List A matches.
That's good over a big sample size, isn't it?
It is. 500s and 1750s for Eve Jones. Here she is facing Elwes round the wicket once more, and Elwes stops bowling. Now, did she think Freeborn was walking out of her crease, or did she just stop anyway?
She looked straight round at the non-striker, didn't she?
She did, yeah.
As if that was the reason that she stopped.
Yeah.
Always a talking point when Charlie Dean's on the field, isn't it?
It's catching, isn't it? Everybody's thinking about it. Eve Jones turns that away on the square on the leg side. The total moves on to 59 without loss, and that'll be the end of the over. And another word from Phil Green, and then coming in alongside him will be Gemma Green.
Thanks, Kev. Kev goes off for a deserved break. Yeah, so Vipers desperately need a wicket. They're going to change the bowling again. I think they have to do that at the moment. And the skipper's going to take responsibility herself. Georgia Adams coming on at the far end, Cromwell Road end. But these two batters, I have to say, looking in control of the situation at the moment. And something needs to happen with Vipers. Often these situations, it's like a brilliant piece of fielding. It gets a run out or a great catch or something like that. They can just turn the situation, and they really need one of those right now. So Adams in then, bowling to the left-handed Jones, who just forced it out on the offside, all a bit too easy really. Another single, taking the score up to 60. Jones on to 32, continuing a good form in this competition this year. Made a score in every game so far. Significant score, that is. Adams in again, and Freeborn just plays that up to mid-on. There's very little flourish in the bat with Freeborn, isn't there? Not much backlift, not much follow-through. It's just very...
Does what she needs to do.
Very economical, yeah, her batting. And that's just cut away on the offside to Emily Windsor on the deep cover boundary. Another single. Just ticking along the singles at the moment. Happy to do that, the Sparks. That's all they need. Adams in again round the wicket. That one's just defended very correctly by the Sparks captain. He's on about waiting for Adams to come in again. He doesn't have to wait long. She's in again now, and that's just turned around the corner. There's a half a peel from Adams. I think off the pad it's going to be a leg by, but drifting down the leg side, and it's just carried on, hit the pad and gone for a comfortable single. Can they make something happen here, the Vipers? Adams, free ball again. Just props forward, pushes it to mid-off, end of the over, 62 for naught.
Yeah, this Sparks opening pair have done exactly what they need to do. They've kept it ticking along, they've punished the bad balls, seen off the good balls, and here they are at 62 for no loss of 17 overs. Well on track to reach the target of 181 at the minute. Taken no risks, haven't needed to. Batted just exactly how they should, how they need to.
Makes it sound very simple, doesn't it? Just play the good balls, hit the bad balls.
Well, that's the thing.
Job done.
Yeah, it's not always that simple. Obviously,
No.
as Elvis comes in and keep her up, bowling over the wicket to the left hand, that went down the leg side and will be a wide. Yeah, it does sound simple, and often when you're batting first, it's not that simple. If the bowling is as good as Sparks was today, you don't have enough bad balls to punish. But when you've done the hard work in the first innings, as Elvis comes in again, and that's banged in a little bit shorter, and off the back foot Eve Jones just pushes that up to Georgia Adams for no run. Yeah, when you've done such good work in the first innings as a team, as a bowling unit, as a fielding side, and you have kept the opposition down to a score that you're very happy with, it's so important then to just make the most of that and play the easy way. You don't have to do it. That's a full toss, and again mistimed by Jones. Didn't punish that one. That's just pushed up to Adams for no run. Yeah, there's nothing worse than sort of doing a great job there and then thinking you've got to finish it. I know there's a bonus point in this if you win it in so many overs or it's over rate, but it's kind of you've done the hard work and now reap the rewards of that. As Elvis comes in again, it's just pushed up to Adams for no run. Reap the rewards of that by being able to bat sensibly and simply.
And also from the Vipers' point of view, what they needed was early wickets to really get back in this game, and what the Sparks have done is taken that sting out of the situation, and they've just quelled any sort of immediate hope that the Vipers had.
That's in and just turned onto the leg side for a quick single. Charlie Dean does the fielding. And yeah, I know we've mentioned a few times today about the Vipers' bowling attack being a little bit less threatening than it has been in years, but they still opened with two England bowlers.
Yep.
So Sparks still had to see off Charlie Dean and Lauren Bell and come out of that bowling partnership unscathed, and they've done that.
And the next two bowlers on are both England internationals as well, Smith and Elvis. Not current, but... Oh,
that looked straight ball. I think it was a bit of back pad through to the keeper. Freeball didn't really know what she was doing with that. I think she sort of thought she might turn it onto the leg, but then thought she might not. And
that's a good take if it's gone between, I think.
Yeah.
That looked a really good take. Stood up to the stumps.
Yeah, Southby's looked good. So obviously, Carla Rudd barely missed a game for Vipers in the last 3 years, but... We've got Southby keeping wicket now as Elvis is in, and that's driven out to the cover boundary for a single. It's Monaghan out there, as she often is, on the boundary, patrolling the rope.
It's an interesting one with the keeper, isn't it? Because we were saying to Kevin and I were speaking on the way up when we could hear ourselves over your snoring in the back seat. The keeper conundrum, it's been a lifelong thing in cricket, really. Do you go for the out-and-out better keeper, or the one that can bat maybe a bit better but can keep? And I don't know enough about the respective players here, but it seems you've got a possible situation like that with Chloe Hill and Rhiannon Southby, where Chloe Hill contributed well with the bat last year. They obviously think that Southby's the better keeper right at the moment, as Adams comes in. That's short and played to mid-wicket by Freeborn. But, how do you evaluate that against possible extra runs from Chloe Hill? I don't know.
Well, I know as a former wicketkeeper, you always say pick your best keeper and then think about the other 10.
That one's just defended into mid-wicket, yeah.
I've heard you say that many times.
Yeah, but as you know, I'm a bit of a traditionalist, like when there are people bowling with caps on, so what do I know?
But this is a different era where you are expected to bat deep into the side.
That one's a nice little paddle sweep by Freeborn. Just helped it on its way, and coming round from the square leg boundary is Dean. A good arm in, but they're not going to stop too. That was just a premeditated shot from Freeborn in position, and she just basically lapped it over where a leg slip would be had there been one. So 2 more runs to Sparks, just keep it ticking over. Georgia Adams in again from Cromwell Road end. That's played off the back foot and out to the energetic Emily Windsor. Sprinting off the boundary, but comfortable single.
Yeah, I think South Africa went through that little period where Lizelle Lee kept wicket, and I think that was probably the best example I can think of, is she was clearly in the side for her runs.
Adams in again, and that's outside the off stump and playing a miss by Jones, trying to force that one, and luckily didn't get any sort of bat on it, so it goes through to Southby. Yeah, I'm not saying it's quite so... Sorry, Adams in again, and that's driven, but nice stop, half stop by Elvis, which is enough.
I was just saying, but in this modern era of this professional women's game, that's the end of the over. Sparks are 68 for naught off 19. No, the standard of wicket keeping is so good now generally that when you see someone again like Lizelle Lee, a fine batter she is, and scored stack loads of runs, but they obviously, she just had the gloves for South Africa because maybe they didn't have another option or whatever their reasons, but it was very obvious that she was a stand-in keeper.
And I don't think that's the case here. I'll just clarify.
No, not
between Rhiannon Southby and Chloe Hill.
No.
They're both proper keepers.
But I'm just sort of making the point that even on the international stage you can get in as a batter rather than the best keeper, as Elvis is in, and that's pushed to point. Lindsay Smith picks that up and fires it in quickly to Southby. In this white ball game, the shorter format, they do see runs as more important than
and so far
glove work.
Southby hasn't produced with the bat in a very limited amount of opportunities, admittedly.
Elwison again, and that's Fuller, and that's bowled her. That's leg stump out the ground. Abby Freeborn plays and misses that. I think that probably just nipped back in. It nipped back in. Bowled on sort of off stump line, nipped back in, took the leg stump, and Abby Freeborn departs for 28. Vipers have their first breakthrough in the 20th over. Sparks 68 for 1.
Certainly needed that. It looked like a similar ball to the one in the previous over that went between bat and pad. That time, as Jim said, it's taken the leg stump virtually out of the ground.
Yeah, it's just seemed back into the right-hander. Really good ball from Elvis.
So Freeborn out for 28 off 57, 3 fours. And opening partnership just given Central Sparks a good start of 68, I think.
Yeah, going back to the wicket keeping, Carla Rudd often found herself at 9-10 in the Vipers side. She very much was in as a keeper. In terms of Southby for Rudd,
it's a straight swap.
It's a straight swap. I'm not saying Southby can't bat or whatever, but at the moment, we didn't used to have runs from the Vipers keeper because she never got the opportunity. It is a straight swap in that respect.
But she certainly looked very tidy with the gloves in the games that we've seen. And as you rightly say, I think the standard of keeping in this competition generally across all the regions is good.
And as if Vipers don't need any more bad news, in comes Amy Jones, England wicket-keeper and recent run scorer.
And playing today just as a batter, following on from that conversation.
Yep, absolutely. So a couple of Jones at the crease. Eve Jones set on 33 and England's Amy Jones fresh to the crease. Elvis will have played with her many a times as she comes in and bowls to her, and that's again, it's a good line and length, but Jones just blocks that And the ball rolls up to Adams at mid-on.
Yeah, she's had a couple of lean years with the bat, Amy Jones, for England, but as you say, in the most recent international they played, she started scoring a lot of runs again, which is great for England.
Yeah, she did. Look really good, and such good glove work as well.
Yeah.
Ellis again, and that's a little bit fuller and driven up to mid-off. And Feltham does the fielding there for no run.
It's,
these two bat together, these two Joneses bat together for Birmingham Phoenix as well.
Right.
So they play a lot of cricket together. Elvis over the wicket, and that's just guided past. No, not past. Lindsay Smith does a great stop at backward point, and half a chance of a run out there. That was a great stop to her left, her favoured side, but she was down to it quickly, get the ball in. Southby took the bails off, but Jones was back. So nice little energetic bit of work from the Vipers there.
Yeah, Amy Jones all set off as she hit it almost, but had to get back in very quickly. Great bit of work by Lindsay Smith. Such a low centre of gravity, isn't she? Yes. Those sort of positions.
Elvis to A. Jones, and again just a lovely line and length. Just seen off, respected by Amy Jones, and that's the end of the 20th over. Sparks 68 for the loss of 1 wicket. Abby Freeborn in that over, bowled by Elvis. Am I right in thinking Amy Jones has captained England as well in the absence of Nat? Well, Heather first and then Nat.
She did. I can't remember on the occasions, but she certainly has. I think she captained a whole series when both of them were missing, didn't she? And yeah, I mean, she's obviously a very experienced England player now. She was in and out of the team when Sarah Taylor was there. Obviously, Sarah Taylor still considered the best of them all, but she missed a lot of games for various reasons. So Amy Jones was a fairly regular substitute for her, and then took over full time. So we've got Charlie Dean back now at the other end, at the Cromwell Road end, round the wicket to Jones, Eve Jones. So obviously the fall of that wicket, Adams thinking, let's try and get one of our international bowlers back on and make this breakthrough, make another breakthrough. Dean in a second spell, round the wicket, and it's just flighted a bit slower that time. Jones hits it to cover, but all of a sudden that wicket's just giving the fielding side a little bit of lift and really sharp in their extra cover. Elvis that time. Dean in again. That's off the back foot, but can't pierce the field. Straight to backward point, which is George Adams.
So Vipers have used 5 bowlers now. They obviously don't need to use any more, but they did give at Wormsley. They did give
Dean in again. Oh, and there's a shout for LBW there. As Jones tries to turn it on the leg side, but
looked like it might be going down.
Nothing given.
At Wormsley they gave Danny Wyatt an over, which isn't, she has been a part-time bowler for country and club, but and that didn't work out. But I don't know, Georgia Adams obviously felt like they needed another option. It wasn't that to be on that day.
Dean in again. Looks like Eve Jones tried to make us a bit of room then, but then had to readjust as it was quite wide at the off stump and ended up pushing it to Elvis at cover and no run.
But yeah, it'll be interesting to see if they do give Monaghan a bowl. And I don't know about this Fulton. She's down as a wicket keeper, but says she bowls a bit of leg spin as well.
Okay. Dean in there, that's down the leg side, will be a wide. Fired that one in a bit quicker, but just drifted past the pads of Jones, so she'll have to reload and bowl that one again. 69 for 1. Dean using the towel to get the ball as dry as possible, really important for the spinners, of course. It's a very cloudy day now here at Hove. Dean in again, that's off the back foot, forced away. Lauren Bell fields that, there's no run. Dean's still wearing her sunglasses, as are a couple of the fielders, despite the fact that the sun's not out. And that's the end of the over.
You're okay with bowlers keeping their sunglasses on?
Yeah, I'm just about getting used to that. And commentators, of course. I just realised I got mine
Yeah,
on.
you
I've
have
said
got
that.
yours on.
Yeah, and 69
You're
for one.
indoors
69 for one at the end of the over, and they seem
with the light off.
to be going for a drinks break. At 21 overs, that's interesting.
Actually, they're going off, I think.
Oh, they're going off.
I think it's a very long drinks break. It looks like the stumps are out the ground. The
They
covers.
are,
Oh, yeah,
yeah.
all of a sudden, there is movement. Can't see the rain through
We
this
can't see the
glass.
rain from here either. That's
But
amazing.
the groundsmen are getting ready to pull the covers on. The stumps are
Yeah.
out the ground, and the teams are almost off the pitch. So we are going to have a rain break here.
Well, that did take us a bit by surprise. We can't even see, as Gemma said, we can't see any rain. Looking in the rain. I'm sure there is rain out there, but it's not noticeable. And I thought they were going off for an early drinks break, but it's a bit longer than that. So we've got past the stage where we have a game. If they shouldn't come back by any chance on the Duckworth-Lewis, Sparks would be ahead. The target score is 52.
And we will take a break here, and we will get back to you as soon as we know play is resuming.
This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously.
They need another 112 off 29. Abby Freeborn, the only wicket to fall, bowled by Georgia Elwes for 28. It looks a below par total, certainly the way the Sparks have started. It is 59 from Ella McGacken was the top scorer in the Vipers innings. We're going to get back underway shortly.
Yeah, umpires are out in the middle and batters making their way. Sparks currently 69 for 1. The pick of the Vipers bowlers have been Georgia Elwes. She's bowled 6 overs, taken the only wicket to fall, and 6 overs, 3 maidens for 9 runs. So doing everything in her power to help her team defend this modest total. She's on again at this Sea Road end, so she will open the bowling to this session after the rain break. And she'll be bowling to Amy Jones. We've got Amy Jones at the striker's end, yet to score, and Eve Jones, captain opening bat, at the non-striker's end, currently on 33. So it's just a short break. I don't think we've lost any time in the game or anything like that. And Elwes is coming in over the wicket to A. Jones, and that's just punched straight back to her for no run.
I'm Kevin James. That's Gemma Green, and Phil Green's with us as well.
Always forget that bit.
That's all right.
Right, Elwes back to the top of her run up. In she comes, that's a full ball on the toes, and that's flicked away. It's well timed, but there is a fielder out there on that long leg side boundary. That's Emily Windsor, who gets the ball back quickly. Just an easy single for the Sparks.
How long was that rain break? It wasn't very long, was it? Didn't write the time down. 10, 15 minutes?
10
max?
minutes, yeah
10, 15 minutes.
10. We couldn't even see it raining from in here, but
No.
it obviously was. As Elwes into the left-hander, and that's carved through point. Again, Emily Windsor's there to keep that down to just a single. I say just a single, but that's pretty much all Sparks need to do if they want to. I'll give you a few scores from around the other games in this competition as we go through this over. Elwes to Amy Jones, back of a length, and she tries to cut that, but like we've seen a few times this game, it just doesn't get up that end. So I think she was thinking that was going to come up about waist height, and she was going to cut that through backward point, but it got up about knee height and went under the bat. Elwes in, and a fuller ball and driven, and that's well driven, but it might be cut off. Yeah, it's well cut off or slowed down by Georgia Adams, who keeps that down to a single. If she hadn't got anything on that probably would have raced away. We've seen it timed well across this outfield today, but keeps that down just to a single. So up at Scarborough, where South East Stars were in a little bit of bother earlier at 118 for 7, a runner ball 101 not out from Sophia Dunkley has got them to a total of 223 as Elwes is in, and that's just turned onto the leg side. Alice Monaghan keeping that to a single. It's good here from the Vipers keeping those singles, but they need more than that if they're going to defend this. So yeah, runner ball 101 not out from Sophia Dunkley got them to 223, and in reply Northern Diamonds are currently 39 without loss off 10 overs. And my laptop has frozen, so I'll bring you the other two when it's defrosted.
Do the other ones then as we wait for the start of a new over. It's Charlie Dean from the Cromwell Road end at the far end. None for 14 from her 5 overs so far. Erin Burns, the off-spinner for Central Sparks, picked up 5, of course. Here she is, round the wicket, down the leg side. It's called a wide, despite Charlie Dean getting slightly excited. So that takes the total on to 74 for 1 then, the Sparks needing another 107. And we're in the 23rd. Won't have lost any time during that 10 or 15 minute rain break. Need to lose a little bit more time than that to lose some overs. Here's Dean, bowls, Eve Jones cuts that away, and that's a good stop by Lauren Bell. At a point, not sure what it hit. I think it's hurt a little bit. It hit on the foot, the leg, the thigh, I don't know. How's the laptop? Still frozen?
Yeah, I've gone to the phone.
Okay, I'll wait for you to get that back as there's a slip in for Charlie Dean. That's Georgia Adams as Dean round the wicket, flights it, and Jones plays that. That's Jones E, plays that behind square on the offside, bringing Jones A back on strike, 75 for 1.
Right up at Sale, they came off for rain when Thunder was 60 for 2 in the first innings, and they have not been able to get back out. That has been called a no result. Ooh. So no play up there. Points will be shared.
Raining in Manchester. How bizarre.
And the only other game is the Blaze versus Western Storm. Blaze got 209 for 9. Western Storm are 23 for 0 in reply, but that is also currently delayed due to a rain break.
So we're lucky at the moment, even though we've had our rain break. Only ever showers forecast today, so even if we get another one, it won't be for very long. A. Jones works that away on the leg side, I should say Amy Jones. And that'll be a single. They're not related, these two, of course, out there, in case anybody's tuning in and not really up on their women's cricket. They might be both Joneses, but they're not related. So 76 for 1, unlike the 2 greens we have in the commentary box. They most certainly are. It's almost a toe breaker there to Eve Jones, who works that up to mid-on. Sun is out again. All is well on the south coast, near the sea. 2 blocks from the sea we are. It's to our back, so we can't see it. I'm not sure we'd see it anyway. It's Dean bowls, and Jones goes for a sweep shot, wrapped on the plaid. Misses it. That'd be called a leg by as the ball goes out behind square on the leg side. 77, I think that is, for 1. Yep, 77 for 1 it is. The run rate from here required is just over 3 3/4, which is not a lot at all, especially when you have 9 wickets in hand. As Jones whacks that over the onside. That's a beautiful shot from Amy Jones. Just picked the ball up off a length and deposited Dean over mid-wicket for 4 to end the over.
Yeah, 81 for 1. Sparks going very nicely here. Dean's bowled 6 overs now for 21. Be interesting to see if Elvis continues. We said earlier she's had a few struggles with back injuries in the last year or so, which has curtailed her bowling, and we have got to change. She's bowled 7 overs up front, taken 1 for 13, which is remarkable, economy of 1.86. But we've got to change at this end. Lindsay Smith's going to come on. She bowled earlier, 4 overs, 0 for 14. She's just having a chat with Captain Georgia Adams about where they're going to position their boundary riders, make sure they get those right. Central Sparks did that brilliantly. Any loose balls they did bowl, which there weren't that many, did often find the boundary fielders. They had their boundary riders fielded to perfection, positioned to perfection, sorry. So, Lindsay Smith, left-arm spinner, coming in over the wicket to the left-handed Jones, and that is worked into the mid-wicket. Elvis picks it up for no run. So just 100 required as Smith comes in, and that's pushed by Eve Jones into the cover region, picked up by Emily Windsor for a single.
Should we just say Eve and Amy?
Eve and Amy, yeah, that'd be better, wouldn't it?
It's a bit familiar.
Left-hander, the right-hander. So yeah, the runs required less than 100 now, down to 99. So that's a little mental barrier that they've broken through. So Lindsay Smith's going to come round the wicket through the umpire, as left-arm spinners often do, to the right-handed Amy, who pulls that. It wasn't really short enough to pull, and consequently wasn't timed perfectly, and just found Boucher at mid-wicket for no run.
Could stop that.
Yeah, she is good in both sides in the ring. Boucher is, and again that's a little bit back of a length, but it's just turned to square leg, and Emily Windsor comes in and keeps that to a single, as she so often does. So yeah, it's just looking a little bit easy for Sparks at the minute. Yeah, they need 3 and over, and they're getting 3 and over plus without sort of any effort really. That's just blocked back to Lindsay. They can afford to do that. A good ball threatening the stumps, they can just see that off. They don't need to be innovative or anything like that for any balls that there isn't an easy shot to play at. As Smith comes in again, and that's tossed up a little bit more and driven down to long on. There is a fielder down there, so it will be just another single, but Sparks won't mind that. That's the end of the over, and Sparks are 84 for 1 off 24 overs in chase of 181.
Eve has 38, Amy has 8. I got a nice email actually just before the rain break from Simon Trott, who's the communications secretary at Overton Cricket Club. Now, if you're not quite sure where Overton is, if you look on a map and look at Basingstoke, it's just slightly to the left of Basingstoke. And Simon writes, he says, really enjoyed hearing you talking about Alice on today's commentary. We're talking about Alice Monaghan a little earlier. We are extremely proud of Alice as Charlie Dean comes in and bowls. Oh, it's down the leg side, attempted sweep shot from Eve Jones. I'm not sure if she got any bats on it. Rhianna Southby behind misses it. And the ball down the hill. Georgia Adams runs back and it's wides, 2 wides to the total. Takes the Sparks on to 84 for 1. We're really extremely proud of Alice here at Overton Cricket Club. She began her cricketing journey at Overton as part of our minis. Before the All-Stars days, and stood out immediately. It's more in a moment as Dean comes in. Eve Jones drives uppishly wide and mid-on just. And I think that was just about palmed. Is that Lauren Bell up there?
Yeah.
I think she just about got fingertips on that, prevented it from going all the way to the boundary, but they'll still pick up 2. Sparks moving on to 89 for 1. Alice is a role model at our club, and she continues to make regular visits to us, including our All-Stars season finale, where she spends time with over 90 children, answering questions, giving out medals and having photos taken. Alice was the inspiration, come back to that in a moment, as Dean bowls slightly quicker and Eve pushes that just in front of square. On the offside, throw goes in at the bowler's end. Lauren Bell's backing up. 90 for 1. Alice was the inspiration for us starting a women's team last season for the first time in our history, and they play their very first softball league game this coming Sunday, with over 30 women now part of our village club. So Simon Trott, that's very nice, isn't it? New women's team in Hampshire. They'll rival Hursley Park, soon, I'm sure. Here comes Dean again. Oh, she's trying to cut that one. Is Amy Jones misses that one, goes into the gloves of Rhianna Southby. Names on 90 for 1. The Sparks need another 91, and we're halfway through the 25th over, so just about halfway of their innings. Dean bowls. There's a lovely little reverse sweep there from Amy Jones, and that's rolling down the hill. Lindsay Smith won't get that. That is a very, very good shot, and never really looked in any doubt. She got into a good position, played it late, off the middle of the bat. Beautiful shot. 12, Amy Jones moves on to 94 for 1.
Yeah, it's interesting what you say, what the email said about Alice Monaghan being a role model and that, because I don't know if some of these players, not the ones that aren't international players, realise how big a role model they are to their club juniors. As Dean's in, and that's there's a hoik there from Amy Jones, but misses and goes through to the keeper, because a lot of the players in the clubs now are aspiring to this pathway, and they really are big role models. So at Hursley, we've obviously got Emily Windsor and Charlotte Taylor. Dean's in, and that's just whipped onto the leg side. It will be a single. I can tell you at our presentation evening last year, I did ask Emily if she could provide a shirt for a raffle prize. that's the end of the over. 95 for one of the Sparks. I think she bought most of her washing. Seemed to be a lot of Windsor shirts of different colours and things, and they were all hanging up. It did look like a Windsor laundrette, but the point is the juniors that were winning those, they were putting them straight on and absolutely loving it, even though they've played, with or alongside Emily Windsor before. And so, yeah, these players that are playing at this level now really, really do inspire those club youngsters. So, yeah, good on Alice for being the inspiration for a new women's setup. That's fantastic. I sort of took over your over then, didn't I, Kev?
It doesn't matter. You can carry on with this one.
Sorry.
No, you do it very well, so I think you can carry on.
So we've got Lindsay Smith to continue. I'll do my own over now. She comes round the wicket to the right hand of Amy Jones, who cuts that away in front of point for a single. Again, it's just looking too easy, isn't it? I mean, I don't know what the Vipers can do, really, because they are defending such a modest total, and they have got fielders in the ring and that, but Sparks just don't seem to have any trouble here knocking it around and waiting for the boundary ball.
Well, there are experienced players out there, aren't they? That's the thing as well, isn't it? Middle overs are quite important, especially on a run chase. They're not under pressure, so why put yourself under pressure? Just push it around as they're doing, and you won't. They're looking absolutely no trouble whatsoever.
So Smith will bolt over the wicket to the left hand of Eve Jones, who steps back, gives herself room and sort of tries to cut that straightish, but a bit of bottom edge straight back to the bowler, no run. In again, and that time she does cut it and cuts it well, but straight to the field on the boundary, Emily Windsor, who has been patrolling that long boundary for the whole game pretty much. Change in the field as the right hand comes on strike. There's now 3 out on the leg side for the left arm spinner to Amy Jones. Fielder on the offside comes up in the ring. She's in and she cuts that straight to point, that fielder that's just come in, so there's no run there.
That's Alice Monaghan. We've just been talking about, obviously listening at Overton Cricket Club and watching. It's a nice part of the world there, Overton.
In and bowls, and a little bit of foot movement down the wicket and beats the fielder long off, and that does go for 4. So good shot from Amy Jones, just enough foot movement to get to the pitch of that ball, and a diving Georgia Adams, a despairing dive to cut that off, but that is another 4 to the Sparks total. They're now 101 for 1, needing 80 runs to win.
Looks very strong, Amy Jones, doesn't she? 76 one-day internationals, 85 T20 internationals, part of the side in the T20 World Cup in South Africa in February.
Smith in, and again just slightly back of lung. That's another misfield, I would say, by Georgia Elwes, and that's also going to go to the boundary. Georgia Adams and Charlie Dean just followed it to the rope, but that seemed to go straight through Elwes again. She had a misfield earlier. So that's not what Vipers need. That was a good over for the Sparks, a couple of boundaries and a couple of singles, and they are 105 for 1 after 26 overs.
10 runs off it. Amy Jones playing her first game of the season for Central Sparks. She hasn't lost a touch at all in the time that she's had off. Poor old Georgia Elwes, I feel for her a little bit in that sort of mainly extra cover area, and sometimes at mid-wicket that was hit hard, actually, to be fair to her. But she hasn't. I don't think she's had the best of days in that position. We're going to have some more Georgia Adams, who's coming on. Try and stem this run flow, because it's just 76 to win now for the Sparks. They've got all the time in the world. Here's Adams then with a Ross spin from that Cromwell Road end. Cutting away is Eve Jones, and that's fielded at point by Charlie Dean. And there is no run. So the bowling figures so far for the Vipers. Let's bring you up to date with that. As Adams bowls, length ball. Jones works that to point. There is no run. So the bowling figures so far, if I can get on it, What was it your computer did earlier? Oh, that's a hit in the air. He's just short of Lauren Bell. Didn't get hold of that at all, Eve Jones. Went for the aerial shot over mid-on. Just never came out the middle of the bat. Unfortunately for her, it just fell short of Lauren Bell. Bell herself, 4 overs, none for 22. As Adams bowls, Jones works that away behind square on the leg side. That'll be Eve Jones, I should say. And that'll take the total on to 106 for 1. And Eve Jones continuing her good form in this competition, moves on to 43. Charlie Dean, 7 overs, none for 32. Lindsay Smith, 6 overs, none for 27 with 1 maiden. Georgia Elwes, 3 maidens in her 7 overs, 1 for 13. That's pulled away hard out towards deep square leg. That'll be just a single to Amy Jones, who moves on to 23. These two have been together since the score was 68 when Abby Freeborn was bowled by Elwes. Just came back into a fraction. Just a slight hint of reverse swing going through the defences of Freeborn. She was out for 28. That was 68 for 1 in the 20th. Here we are in the 27th with the Sparks seemingly not set back at all with that wicket. As Adams comes in again and bowls, and Jones drives hard up to mid-on. There is a fielder deep now. Single to Eve Jones takes her on to 44. 108 for 73 needed. The DLS total, in case you really need to know, but I don't think we're going to get a shower, not for quite a while, is just 72. So that will give you an idea of just how far they are ahead.
Yeah, I think this season's proving really good for the game. I know, obviously, as fans of a particular team, you want your team to win every game, all the time, every year. But Vipers and Northern Diamonds that have been the stalwarts of this 50-over competition, is finals day has only included those 2 teams for the last 3 years. Vipers obviously lost the opening game against Sunrisers, a huge upset to give Sunrisers their first ever win. And they are staring at the jaws of defeat here today. Can't confirm that yet, but they may be picking up a second loss here, as that is Smith to E. Jones, and she cuts that away to Emily Windsor on the boundary. And also the other day, Northern Diamonds were bowled out for 62 against Blaze. So 2 teams that have been so dominant in this 50-over format, all of a sudden are being tested at new levels, and that can only be good for the game. Vipers have never lost twice in a season in a group stage. So Smith round the wicket, and that's pushed up to Felton. I said that right? Felton.
Yeah.
For a single. But yeah, there does seem to be a bit more of a leveller.
Yeah, there is. Yeah.
And which is just a credit to how the game's going, really. Drops a little bit short, and Eve cuts that again to Emily Windsor out there on that, all alone on that big boundary, but doing a fine job. And round the wicket, and that's driven. Georgia Adams is now in that cover region where Elwes has had a couple of missed fields, so Adams has put herself there now and stops that dot ball. Lindsay Smith through the umpire, and that's a low full toss, and that's drilled to Maya Boucher at short mid wicket, absolutely drilled. And there was a little shake of the hands as she shakes any pain off, but that was hammered and stopped dead by Maya Boucher at short mid wicket.
Need hard hands for that.
It comes in, and that's aerially driven, but just over the infield and short of the rope. That's going to go all the way. No, it's not. Charlie Dean comes round and scoops that up. Really good bit of work, and then the throw comes in from Alice Monaghan. So good teamwork there out in the deep. Yeah, that was purposefully chipped over the infield by Amy Jones. Really good judge there. 2 runs. That's the end of the over. Sparks are 113 for 1. E. Jones 46 and A. Jones 26.
It's the Jones show at the moment. Scoring fairly easy. 68 needed to win now. It's a fairly It's a fairly easy run chase. Well, these two are playing together. It's the run rate required, I mentioned, was about 3 3/4 a little while ago. Well, it's down to just over 3, and they are now scoring in an innings, or in the innings, at just over 4s, and that's increasing as well. So these two going great guns for the Central Sparks as Eve Jones drives Georgia Adams out deep into the covers. And Eve Jones moves on to 47. Vipers, or I should say the Sparks, on to 114 for 1. And 67 runs are needed only, and we're on the 29th over here. Vipers seemingly don't have an answer to this partnership.
Boucher's just going out, swapping with Emily to go out on the boundary. I don't know if that's to give her hands a little bit of a rest after that.
Yeah,
stop.
I think her shoulder, I noticed her looking at her shoulder a little bit earlier. I'm just wondering if her shoulder's a bit out a bit. 46 these two have put on in the middle. They're moving the field all over the place here. Lindsay Smith's gone to extra cover. Lauren Bell's gone to backward a point. Those two have just swapped. Here's Adams from the Cromwell Road end. There's the reverse sweep again from Amy Jones. Doesn't really get hold of that. I think that's come off the glove. Yeah. Single takes Amy Jones on to 27, 115 for 1. It's all fairly easy for the Sparks.
Yeah, I don't know what Vipers can do from here, really. They've just got to hope for a bit of luck, hope that they either have one of those magic balls or Sparks do something a little bit silly. But apart from that, it just looks too simple a task for the Sparks.
Remember, the target is 181 overall. Vipers bowled out before the end as Eve Jones works that out square on the offside. That's a good diving stop. So Charlie Dean there. Sunshine comes out again, and we've got quite a lot of blue sky above us for the moment. As Adams comes in again, round the wicket. Eve Jones drives past a diving Adams up towards the top end of the ground, up towards the Cromwell end, and that is a sweetly timed shot. That was no more than a push drive. That's out of the middle of the bat. I thought Lauren Bell, who was fairly deep, would get there, but she can't, and that's the half century for Eve Jones.
Yeah, that's a beautiful shot. It's not like it's off a seamer. There's no pace there. She's just middled it, just timed it, and yeah, like you say, just a push up the hill and 4 runs. Great half century by the prolific run scorer, Central Sparks.
89 balls. That's come off as Adams comes in again, and that's cut away by Eve Jones. And that's a good piece of fielding by Charlie Dean. Not a great throw. Rihanna Southby doesn't take it cleanly. Fortunately, Maya Boucher is backing up behind. Eve Jones in Women's List A cricket. That's her 18th half century, playing in her 101st match. It's down the leg side. That'll be a wide. Well taken by Southby. But it's another one to the total. And it takes Sparks on to 120 for 1 here, needing just another 61. So that's again down the leg side. I don't know whether this ball's got a little soft and maybe a little slippery with the outfield, because I noticed when we had the rain shower, no rope went over the outfield, did it? No, so they're just playing with the what rain we had, just sort of sitting on top of the grass. So that's a single up to deep mid on, 122 for 1. E. Jones keeps the strike away from A. Jones, and E has 52, A has 27, and they need 59.
Before the start of play today, Paige Schofield was the leading run scorer in this competition with 303. She got a duck today, leaving second place Eve Jones a chance to close that gap. She can't go past Schofield. There's not enough runs left in this game, but she can certainly close that gap. She was on 199 before today, so currently on 250. So she will go into this break second run score, highest run score in the competition. I say the break after today. There's no more Rachael Heyhoe Flint cricket for a while, as it turns to the Charlotte Edwards T20 Cup, and then the second half of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint is later on in the season. So when I say break, I mean a break from the 50 over game. We've got a change of bowling at the C end. Lauren Bell opened the bowling from the other end at the start of the innings. She's going to have a go here. She's going to bowl round the wicket to the left hand of Eve Jones. She's trotting in and bowls a full ball that's driven well through the gap of the infield. But once again, Emily Windsor's quick to that, and there is just a single on offer. That is a big boundary there that Emily's been patrolling most of the game.
Maybe her shoulder is all right now she's back out there. I just noticed sometimes she was just favouring it, but maybe that's just... obviously no reason why she was doing that at all. She's obviously fine.
Could have been an itch.
Yeah.
Right, Bell again, right arm to right hand. And Boston again, fullish ball, but down the leg side once again, missed by Southby, and that's going to go all the way with the pace of Lauren Bell. It's given leg by, so just clip the pad of Amy Jones, and that's just another bit of salt in the wounds for Vipers. Another 4 to the score.
Well, I haven't seen Amy Jones back much, apart from the odd international here and there, but she's great support for Eve, isn't she? God.
Yeah, as I say, these two are battered together quite a bit, so they all know each other's game as Bell comes in. And good length, it's an off stump line, but it's turned to leg side for a single. There's a bit of an effort of a throw, but it misses the stumps by Maya Bouchier. We can't tell from this end whether it would or wouldn't have been, but the reactions look like it would have been close had she hit the stumps. But it's a single to Amy Jones nonetheless. Brings the left-handed Jones on strike. So Bell coming up to the crease and bangs that in really short. And Eve Jones did have a bit of a swing of it, but again, it didn't kick up, it didn't bounce that end, so it just went through to the keeper.
I'm just having a look at Amy Jones's record at the recent World Cup, T20 World Cup in South Africa. She hit 101 runs in 4 innings, average 25, strike rate of 138.
Bell to Eve. And just fended that 2 mid-off for no run. Yeah, quite an average World Cup for her.
Yeah, didn't really sort of hit the heights, did she? Not easy T20 cricket at times.
No.
You have to be on top-notch form. Top score of 47 against Pakistan in Cape Town. Did hit a couple of 40s.
Bell in and bowls, and again banged in really short. That one did get up a bit, and Eve Jones looks at the square leg umpire as if to say, was that above my head? Can I have a no ball and a free hit, please? But he just walks, because it's the end of the over, walks to his end, and the score is 128 for 1. Eve Jones on 53, Amy Jones on 28.
So 20 overs theoretically to go. I'm just going to try and work out what the Sparks need to do to get the bonus point. I'm trying to work that out, actually. I think I can remember the equation. Tell me you know it, Gemma. I think I know. Hang on, let me see if I can work it out while I go along, and then see if it looks reasonable. I'm sure there's some people listening and watching to this will say, Kev, you do this. I have to somehow try and remember. See if I've got that right. Maybe not. Hang on. It's going to be Georgia Adams to continue. I think, hang on. Oh, it's the number of overs, isn't it? It's this way round. Can you work it out for us, Gemma? You're all right. Gemma's going to try and work it out for us. Here's Georgia Adams. Phil Green is in alongside me. There's a slog sweep out towards deep mid-wicket by Amy Jones, who moves on to 29. And the Sparks move on to 129 for 1, needing the merest of 52 runs. Let's just switch you on, and you can tell me.
That would help. I think it's 40 overs there to get in, isn't it?
Is it 40 overs? Sounds about right, yeah.
Yeah.
So I would say they are very much looking at that. So they've got 10 overs in which to score 52. You can work the maths out yourself. Here comes Adams. There's a drive by Eve Jones up towards deep mid-on. Jones moves on to, Jones E that is, moves on to 54, 130 for 1.
Great to hear what the email that you read out, Kev, about Overton Cricket Club and
Yes.
Alice Monaghan. I mean, that's exactly, well, not exactly, but one of the things that, sorry, carry on.
It's cut away by Amy, out to point, fielded by Windsor.
It's one of the big pluses of this whole uplift in women's cricket at this level that it filters down to clubs such as Overton and people like Alice Monaghan being that role model. That's just brilliant to hear.
It's Adams again. That's a nice drive up to mid-on by Amy Jones. Moves on to 30, 131, 401. So that's another club potentially in the future when they develop a bit further, Phil, for Hursley ladies to play.
Well, there's certainly a growing number of clubs in Hampshire, women's clubs, which is great. And compared to other counties, we're quite a long way ahead, to be honest.
Jones almost plays that back to Adams on the fall. That bounce is just short. Yeah, it's. I suppose some of these females, whatever side they're at, back into their old clubs and what have you, and it's almost like superstars as that's pushed out into the offside for a single. Eve Jones will keep the strike at the end of that over and moves on to 55, 132 for 1, 19 overs, probably 9 overs in which the Sparks are looking at to reach their target. They need another 49.
Overton, as you mentioned, near Basingstoke, I think I'm right. I might really be going down the wrong route here, but I think it's best known for, isn't it, where the paper is manufactured for banknotes? Overton. Gemma's nodding. I think that's right, isn't it? The factory there that makes all the paper that we have our banknotes on.
Wow, that's a place to live then.
Those that remember banknotes before cards came in.
Oh yeah, here we are.
Remember cash? So yeah, Lauren Bell kind of coming now from the end.
Now I've got some news.
Following to the left-handed Eve Jones. That's played out on the onside. Another easy one, possibly two. Yeah, two they're going to come back for. Well placed, and that's 2 more to Eve Jones.
Right, so Overton. The area has a history of banknote paper manufacture. Starting in the 18th century, an Overton mill still produces banknotes for the Bank of England. You're right. With a thriving village centre, local shops, sit-aside eateries and accommodation can be found locally. Same place. So you're right. God, I'm living there. I'm moving.
I hadn't used the internet, I must admit. But it did ring a bell. That one's just played out on the offside by Jones. No run.
It's got to be the place to live, isn't it? I mean, you never know. If suddenly a car door sort of just whisks open and a few banknotes sort of just go into the air, and you can just sort of be wandering past, just pick a few up, stuff them in your pocket.
Yeah, if only it was so simple. Yeah. Bell in again, round the wicket. That's short and pulled by Jones. That's a great shot. Just hammered away through mid-wicket. A genuine pull shot as Bell went for the short ball. Just trying to find something different to do now, and that was just play it really in form with her iron and just smash that through mid-wicket for 4, Eve Jones.
That's a great shot. That hard in front of square. She moves on to 61. Played really well. 101 balls for that. That's a third 60 score of the tournament.
Yeah. Bell in again. What she's going to do this time? It's Fuller. Just fixing mid-wicket. Charlie Dean Fields threatens to throw at the bowler's end, but Amy Jones hasn't wandered out of her ground. No run. So something extraordinary have to happen here for Vipers, but sometimes it does in cricket. So
you've got to hang in there.
Got to hang in there. Keep listening, folks. Could all happen here. It's Bell in again. And that's driven on the offside nicely by Jones. Half a hand on it by Bouchier, takes the pace of it, and Windsor, who has been very active today in the field, patrolling that larger boundary to our right. And there's another single.
got out to an absolutely superb caught and bowled by Erin
She
Burns.
did.
What a cat. I've seen one or two still photos on social media of her mid-air.
Yeah, horizontal.
Taking it two-handed, brilliant.
Great catch. Right-handed Amy Jones now on strike to her England teammate, Bell. And that's nicely driven. She hits it. Oh, and it's got through the field. That probably should have been fielded at mid-on by, is that Fulton there?
Yep.
But the debutant diving over the ball really, and it's gone through. She does hit it hard, doesn't she, Amy Jones? I mean, even the shots that have gone to the fielders in the ring, they've had a few stinging hands from, I think. She's probably hit it harder than anybody else that's played today.
I'll tell you what, I don't think the umpire was too thrilled there, because Nicole Fulton threw the ball back at the umpire at the end of that over, really hard and low. And the umpire gave her a bit of a stare there.
Really?
I don't think he appreciated that too much. He tried to stop it with his foot, but that was a real throw of anger.
He's not in the best of moods right now, because a couple of overs ago, when Lauren Bell came back on to bowl, I noticed she was wearing 2 sweaters, which she took off. Then she took off her cap and gave them to him, and he looked at her as if to say, "Where am I supposed to do with all this?" And he spent the whole over holding all these 3 things while trying to umpire before it was taken off at the end of the over. So you want best please then.
Lindsay Smith back into the attack with her left arm spin. 7 overs, 1 maiden, none for 32. Here she is, bowling to Eve Jones, who works that to mid-wicket, fielded by Charlie Dean. So we have effectively 18 overs, or 8 overs, as the Sparks are looking to get an extra bonus point here. They need just another 38. Jones drives into the ground, up towards deep mid-on, where Boucher's now fielding up at the far end. And Eve Jones moves on to 63. 144 for 1, the Sparks. It's been a fairly easy reply for them so far. Ebby Freeborn, the one to go in the 20th over, bowled by Georgia Elwes. The ball just came back a fraction at Freeborn and just crept through between bat and pad. She was out for 28. Score then was 68 for 1. We had a brief 10 or 15 minute break for a rain shower at 69 for 1. That was after 21 overs. The Sparks have really had it all their own way in this reply.
A lot of bowling changes, they're switching it around, trying to do something, but
there's nobody with any cutting edges, there really is. Amy Jones works that almost wide of extra cover. That's again Charlie Dean on the floor, that's where she loves fielding, on the floor. Gets up quickly and throws the ball back. Good fielding from her.
It's good in there.
She loves throwing herself around. Lindsay Smith comes in again, and that's a little sweep shot that's gone very fine. That may just have come off the pad. That's not going to quite reach the rope. Georgia Adams runs round from back with a square leg. They were looking for 3. What's the umpire signalling? Must have got a slight tickle onto the pad there. That'll be 2. Amy Jones moves on to 36. 146 for 1 then, the Sparks. Well, we always thought 180 all out was a bit below par. Phil, it's probably a little bit more below par than even we thought.
Well, they're making it look very comfortable.
Very comfortable indeed. Lindsay Smith bowls, and it's worked away by Amy Jones to Georgia Adams this time. But it's another single to the Sparks total, takes them on to 147 for 1, and they're now within 34 of winning just their 2nd game in this competition, having beaten the Northern Diamonds and tied with Thunder. Yes, Smith bowls. Eve Jones on the back foot, steers it out towards extra cover, end of the over, 32 gone. And the Sparks are 147 for 1.
It's as Jim was saying earlier, it's been a levelling out of the standard of the teams in this competition. Levelling out in the sense, I think, that the ones that were a little bit behind have caught up rather than the other way. The good ones have come back, if you like. But there's 8 good regional sides now. I know the Sunrisers have got a fairly poor record, but they looked a really good side at the Ageas Bowl at the start of the summer, and I'm sure there's some more wins for them. I think it's just a much better competition now. You sort of, a couple of years ago, you tended to assume that Vipers were going to win when you turned up, which I know you should never do, but that's certainly not the case anymore.
No, and I know the person shall remain nameless, but they said to me, I think last year, they said, you watch, or it might be the year before, they said, you watch, sides will very quickly start catching us up.
Yeah.
And that's happening.
It certainly is. So we've got another change with Elwes back into the attack. She bowled 7 very economical overs early on, and it's the only Vipers bowler with a wicket to her name today. Got the wicket of Abby Freeborn. Bowling from this sea end, and she's again at this end. Bowling to Amy Jones this time. And that's again hit very hard mid-off, but for no run. So yeah, Elwes obviously fit enough to bowl her full quota by the looks of it, into her 8th now.
She seems to be getting stronger every game.
Yeah. Alice Mulligan's still not bowled today, which is interesting.
I'm surprised.
She's bowled in all the other games.
Oh, there's a free hit in the air there for some reason.
Is there?
Well, the umpire's just signalled with his finger in a circle.
They changed the field, so maybe it's because there weren't enough fields outside. Yeah. Oh, sorry, weren't enough fielders inside. I think that's what it was for. It's a good spot, Kev, yeah, because it changed the field, but of course they had to change the field if there are no ballers because the fielding restrictions are wrong because you've got to make them right. So they brought up the third man. But anyway, she didn't really take advantage of the free hit, just heaved it onto the leg side for a single. Score now 149. Elwes in again, and that's played uppishly on the offside by Eve Jones, but everything going Sparks' way now. It goes into the gap. Windsor lively again on the offside boundary, but another single, and that's the 150 up for Sparks. Jones moving on seamlessly to 64. Elwes in again. And that's hit in the air by Jones. That could be a catch. No, it's fallen between the fielder coming in from the boundary and the one retreating from extra cover. So a bit of a miscue from Amy Jones, but it's fallen safe and she's picked up another single. Just looked a chance for a second there, but it wasn't to be. Not a Vipers day today in many aspects. And that was another one. Elwes in again now to the left-handed Eve Jones. And she's hit that hard through the offside to Windsor. This time throws to the bowler's end. That's another over ticking by. Oh, sorry, no balls are still. Not that, just another over of dominance by Sparks, really. Elwes now changing the field and sending a third man very square. Sorry, fine leg very square. Into the right-handed Jones. That's hammered on the offside, but nice sound off the bat as he hits it. Just for a single out to the deep cover boundary, and a good arm. Good throw in from Charlie Dean, I think it is. Monaghan rather, out there. Another single. Run's just coming fairly comfortably now for Sparks. Elwes in again. That's driven, but can't get past Bouchier. Should extra cover. End of the over. Ball's returned to the umpire, and the Sparks moves on to 153 for 1. So, what do the Vipers do now, Kev?
Just hope for the best, really, don't you? I mean, there's nobody out there that's going to seemingly break this partnership. Lauren Bell's had a little go, not really done much at all. I think. I mean, Eve Jones has played really well, hasn't she? 65. She's off 109 balls. But when you lose a wicket, Abby Freeborn on 68, and you know, as a fielding side, you think, okay, we've got a wicket here. Now we've got, a bit of a chance. Let's get stuck in here and see what happens. But Amy Jones has just come in 40 off 39 balls without really doing a lot. Yeah. And yet, so all it's done is that slowly but surely she's taken the game even further away from the Vipers.
Yeah, she showed what a class player she is. Just the level she's at.
Terrific out there, isn't she? Oh, she's bowled just as we say that. She's come down the wicket at Lindsay Smith. She's tried to club her through the offside, misses it. The ball clatters into the stumps, and Amy Jones goes for a runnable 40, and it's 153 for 2.
How many wickets you got like that in your commentating career, Kev?
I think I'll go right through the scoreboard from now on, or the scorecard. And that partnership between those two was worth 85.
Yeah, came as a surprise that because didn't look any trouble, but looked like she might be trying to finish it in a bit of a hurry. Just came down the wicket and tried to go over the top. Missed it, and that's a good wicket for Lindsay Smith. Good reward for her. She's bowled pretty well. A couple of loose balls, but she's bowled fairly tidily.
Yes, it was. Well, if that's your sort of comeback innings for the season, have a bit of a break,
Yeah.
and then just have a little net and that, then she looks in great form. Apart from that last shot there, probably just tried to do a little too much. And as we're saying, that if they are chasing this bonus point, then they have, by our reckoning, just under 6 overs to get 28 to secure the extra bonus point to go with the 4 for a win.
And I'm sure that you would go for that, obviously, in that situation. They'd be aware of it, and when you're winning fairly comfortably, because that might well explain Amy Jones' shot there, although they seem to be scoring at a good pace anyway. And we've now got Erin Burns at the crease, who is possibly the player of the match contender already for her 5 wickets. She'd be able to finish the game off with the bat, the Australian.
Made 37 in the tie with Thunder to go with her 4 for 56.
So she's made quite an impact, it'd be fair to say.
I think she's. It's already money well spent.
Yes.
I think you're right, Phil. Yes, 5 for 36 from her 10 overs.
Yeah.
And here she has an opportunity to help finish off the game as Lindsay Smith comes in. Was it me? It is me. Yeah. That's pushed out on the onside, no run. I momentarily forgot if it was me doing that far over. It is. So the right-hander, the Aussie, comes down the wicket and hits it over the top over mid-on. She's not hanging around. And she's probably full of confidence, probably as much confidence as she's ever had, even when she was playing for Australia 2 or 3 years back. And she's off the mark with a boundary, 157 for 2. Great use of the feet, second ball.
That's a confident start, isn't it?
Very confident. Mid-on and mid-off are still up. Lindsay Smith comes in again. She's on the back foot and steers that almost into the gap as Georgia Adams comes round from extra cover, prevents a run being taken. 157 for 2, 24 needed. It's not been a great ground, this, for the Vipers against the Sparks. And he comes down the wicket again, and that's half stopped by Georgia Adams. That's quite well hit as well. Boucher throws at the bowler's end, having swept up behind Adams.
Again, she looked from her reaction that might have been quite close if it hit.
Yeah.
We can't tell from her angle.
Burns moves on to 5. 158 for 2 brings Eve Jones on 65 back on strike. Could be the second loss on this ground to the Sparks in this competition. Field changes for the left-hander Eve Jones. 23 needed as Lindsay Smith comes in. Eve Jones just works that very fine. He goes straight to Bell. They're not taking a chance with a single there, and that's the end of the over. Good run from Lindsay Smith. She's picked up her first wicket. 158 for 2.
Successful one for Smith. But she's now through 9. And I think Vipers are going to just, I don't know what they're going to do really, just hope, but
try to stop getting the bonus point.
Yeah, that could be one way of looking at it, but 5 overs to get 22. 23. 23 is going to be hard to stop, really.
That's the best part of the game now, isn't it? I mean, the rest of it's gone.
It's the interest angle, sure. So Elwes is going to continue the attack. She's been the most economical of the Vipers bowlers. Bowling from this sea end. Keeper stood up to the stumps to a new batter, right-handed Australian Erin Burns. Elwes comes in. That's full and driven by Burns. So she's going to take the single to her fellow Australian, Fulton. But got through easily for another single to take her score up to 6. And the Sparks on to 159 for 2 and brings the skipper Eve Jones back on strike. Elwes. That's driven into the ground. Caught on the bounce by Elwes for a crowd catch. I say crowd catch, there's not a lot of crowd. But
Workers are still around, which is good to hear.
Yeah, well, we certainly
Coming
can.
up to half full.
We can hear them, yes. Doing the full day. And we're seeing again, a bit shorter on the leg stump, and Jones looked like she was going to force that away, but in the end just adjusted and played it gently into the wicket for no run.
There's been 2 no results in this competition today. Blaze and Western Storm, Thunder and Sunrisers. Both those games there wasn't enough cricket completed for a game.
So the weather's still affecting cricket in England, but in a big way. This one's just played into mid-wicket for no run. So a couple of dot balls there from George Elwes.
There's a rain-affected game at Scarborough, Northern Diamonds, South East Stars. South East Stars 223 all out in the 45th. Diamonds 89 for 1 in the 22nd. Need another 135 from just over 24 overs.
Okay, sounds like could be a good one. That one's driven hard, but straight to extra cover, fielded by Bouchier, no run. I think Winfield Hill's in the runs there, is she? She was in last time I looked.
She is... No, she's out for 45.
Okay.
Stir Callis is 38 not out. Holly Armitage has just joined her.
Okay. Elwes in again to Jones. And that's pulled, a sort of straight back pull really through mid-wicket. Look at the vertical bat. Through mid-wicket to the sweeper right there. Monaghan for a single. Finishing the over at 160 for 2. So good over from Elwes there. Pegged it back a little bit in terms of this target for the bonus point. They now need 21 off 4 overs.
Yeah, or 14, depending on which one you take your pick, really, can't you?
Yeah.
It'll be a win either way.
14 for the win and 4 for the bonus point. Is our reckoning here.
Eve Jones once more in the runs for Central Sparks. Will face the next delivery from Lindsay Smith, who's coming over the wicket, left arm, and Eve Jones drives up towards mid-on. Will pick up an easy single, moves on to 67, 161 for 2. 20 runs only needed now by the Sparks. There's a big cloud just going overhead. Storm cloud, you would think, or a shower. One full of a shower. Could get a shower, couldn't they? Down the wicket comes Erin Burns and hits that hard up towards deep mid-on. She is certainly not hanging around. She moves on to 7 off just 6 deliveries, 162 for 2, 19 needed.
When you come in, only 2 down and 20 odd needed, you've got a bit of a licence to bat like this anyway, haven't you? But bonus point or not, really.
Yeah, let's get it done, isn't it, really? Eve Jones tries to give herself some room, but only works it to mid-wicket where Georgia Adams fields. It's all a bit... It's all been a bit predictable in this reply. Eve Jones drives up to mid-off, thinks about a single, doesn't take it. Never really been under pressure. Never once do you think, oh, cut the tight overs here, and then you never know. There was a spell of about 3 maidens in a row, but that's about as much as it got for the Vipers. It's played out square on the offside no run.
Yeah, don't remember any drop catches or anything like that. There hasn't really been many close calls at all, have there?
They paced it brilliantly, haven't they?
Yeah.
Lindsay Smith bowls. Eve Jones on the back foot forces that past a diving Lindsay Smith up to the top end of the ground. Picks up a single. Moves on to 67, Eve Jones. And that is the end of the over. That's 37 completed. So effectively 3 overs to get 18, if that's what the Central Sparks want to do. I get the feeling that certainly Erin Burns wants to do that. I'm not 100% certain about Eve.
Well, I think that would be the message out of this, surely. And yeah, I mean that's the biggest interest point right at the moment, to be honest.
It's certainly holding my interest.
Yeah. So Elwes is going to bowl her final over from the CN, bowling to Eve Jones. And that's a nice straight drive. That's through. That's through for 4. Had mid on and mid off were both up, and as soon as it got past that, or between those 2 fielders, it was always going to be 4 coming down towards us, coming down the hill. So 4 more to Jones, moving effortlessly, it seems, onto taking her team home here. 72 not out now. Continuing their fantastic form this season.
So you got it.
Ball eventually got back, it got hidden under the covers down in front of us. Mid-on's now come back now, she's coming back into the circle. So field hasn't changed. Elvis. In over the wicket. Jones just turns out the way on the leg side. Goes fast on the first one, looking for 2, but Monaghan's quick off the boundary. And the shorter boundary side up towards the pavilion, so that's just a single. This cloud is a bit heavy there, Kevin.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah.
Perfect blue sky to the right, and then a big dirty grey cloud coming over.
We've got sunshine and heavy cloud at the moment. Interesting combination. Elvis into Burns, who just plays that very straight back, high elbow, textbook sort of defensive shot back to the bowler. The Vipers fielders just clapping, trying to get the team lifted, but it's very hard to motivate yourselves in these situations. Elvis in again, that's on the leg stump, and Burns flicks it away for another single down to deep square leg, taking her score up to 9.
She's a terrific all-round player, doesn't she, Erin Burns? I know she's 34 now, but she's going to be top-notch for the Sparks.
Yeah, a very good capture. So Elvis in again. It's a full toss, but she can't really take advantage of that, Jones, and can't get it past mid-off. So it's a dot ball. So just 12 needed now for Sparks. We're in the 38th over, thank you. Oh, that's a caught and bowled. That's a very gentle end to an innings where she's totally in control. Jones has just gone on the back foot, changed her mind, I think, and just chipped the ball gently back to the bowler, to Georgia Elvis, who's gratefully held on to that. And a bit of a surprise wicket, I have to say. Somebody who looked in no trouble at all has fallen for 73, but it would appear she's done enough to see her side home. So Eve Jones, 73 off 124 balls.
Yeah.
So run rate is perfectly good for the situation. Second wicket for Georgia Elvis, and a good round of applause from her teammates and support staff as she returns to the Central Sparks dugout, having done the job. But a nice little bonus for Elvis in her last over to get the second wicket. Smith also picked up a wicket in their last over, I think, so they both ended on a little bit of a high.
Well, she's played terrifically well.
Yeah,
I think she was in 2 minds there, what to do.
In the end, it was just a nothing shot lobbed back to the bowler, wasn't it?
Catching practice, wasn't it? 7 boundaries in that innings of 73 for Eve Jones. And I'll just wait for the new batter.
Is it Campbell?
I suppose it should be on the scorecard. Amy Campbell.
She's not on strike, whoever it is, because that's the end of the over. So Burns will be on strike to Charlie Dean.
So 12 needed, and there might be 2 overs. We think there's about 2 overs for the bonus point to go on top of the 4 points that the Sparks will almost certainly grab by the end of this game. And there are 12 overs effectively left in the game, so it's 1 run and over if they just want to drag it out, which I'm sure they won't. I know they won't, and everybody knows they won't, but it's whether they get them in 2 overs. Certainly Erin Burns is trying. 8 off 8. Here's Charlie Dean with a raw spin from that Cromwell Road end and bowls, and Burns works it away on the onside for a single. It's 170 for 3. Remember, the Vipers bowled out for 180 in the 48th. That looks very much like it's Amy Campbell. It is 31 years of age. She's in at number 5. Georgia Adams goes in at slip. Trying to just eke out 1 or 2 wickets before the end. Tries to pick up a new batter anyway. Slip's about as good a place as any for first few balls anyway. Just directing Lauren Bell to backward of square leg. And 170 for 3 then. That cloud is passing harmlessly overhead at the moment. It's down the leg side, that'll be a wide. A little too straight there from Charlie Dean initially.
He's brought quite a lot of wides down there today, Charlie. Some like her.
It is actually. Charlie Dean, that's a 4th wide. And she's into her 8th over.
All to left-handers, I think.
It was, yes.
Yeah, all of them have been leg side to left-handers.
10 needed. As Dean comes in again, and that's a drive into the ground, fielded by Dean. The ball bounces up back into her hands. So there are, 10 balls? 11 balls. 10 balls. In which to get 10 runs for the bonus point. Here's Dean again, bowls, and Campbell bowls! Quicker ball, kept low. Campbell's trying to give herself some room, force it through square on the offside. And that's gone under the bat, and she's gone for no score, and it's 171 now for 4.
Yeah, so look, mini collapse here in the middle of the innings for Sparks. I don't know whether it's because of this bonus point scenario that they're approaching.
So that's 39th over we're in. And I would say the next battering probably is he Wong, Emily Arlett, one of those, or
Katie George, maybe.
Yeah, it could be any of those 3. We'll have to wait and see. I suppose if they were really going for it, they might try Izzy Wong. I'm going to do a quick 30-second update in a moment. Right at the last few throws of this game. 171 for 4. It's of course, Davina Perrin. How could we forget that Davina Perrin hasn't batted yet? 16 years of age. She makes her way out to the crease. I wonder what message she's been given. Go for it, or just play your normal game. I'm sure Emery Burns will try and do it. Right, 30-second update coming. And she just takes her guard and waits for Charlie Dean. Well, we're very nearly at the end of the game here with the Central Sparks on 171 for 4. Need just another 10 runs to win this, and they have plenty of time, just under 12 overs, or it very much looks as though they're trying to get the bonus point and score these runs within the next, just under 2 overs. And they have picked up some wickets, Vipers, as they do that. But basically, the damage has been done. Eve Jones made 73. Amy Jones, the England batter, made 40. They really put the game beyond the Vipers. 180 all out for the Vipers earlier. Never looked enough. And so that's been the case with the Sparks. 171 for 4, need another 10. Charlie Dean bowls, wrapped on the pad there. Perrin trying to work that out on the onside. Workers still here? It's after 4:30, they're still here. So Charlie Dean again, and Perrin just works that out to mid-wicket. And there is no run. They're hard at it. I think they're obviously just trying to finish something off before they go home. It's the end of the over then. So it's 39 gone, 171 for 4. So effectively, still 10 to win. And if they want to get this bonus point off this over.
There's always the possibility, of course, that we got this calculation wrong. I thought it was 40 overs, but I might be wrong.
Yeah, it might be 41. Yeah, it's around there, isn't it? Yours, Phil?
Yeah, we got Georgia Adams back on this end. Keep switching the bowling. Elvis bowled out now, of course. And Adams is going to come into Burns, who's forced that away on the offside. Managed to just get it through, half stopped by Lindsay Smith, but they'll come through for a single.
There's been a lot of half stops and missed stops for the Vipers today, hasn't there?
Yeah, that's right.
Sparks' fielding was almost exemplary. Took every catch, everything that went in the air they caught.
I think there was probably just one missed stumping as a negative one, but no catches certainly. So the field closes in a bit now. They put them in tight on the new batter, Perrin. the young 16-year-old from Staffordshire. And that's played and missed. I think that's gone between bat and pads. Quite a flourish of a shot outside off stump, but no contact made. And Adams with a slightly round arm deliveries. Perrin just defending on the offside. No run. Again, noises around us from the workforce.
A late spurt.
Adams in again. Perrin drives to mid-on, but she won't get it off the mark with this one. Boucher comes across to stop the single, although she doesn't actually make the stop in the end, doesn't need to. Goes through to mid-on. Adams again, a bit shorter. Perrin again trying to get off the mark, but she just plays it onto the leg side. Not an ideal situation for a young player, really, is it?
16, I know.
No, you've got 10 to win. You can't. I mean, the best you can get is about 4 not out, and there's a lot to lose, isn't there? You know. She's on the pad this time, and they look for a single, but change their mind. Southby scurries round, picks up from behind the stump. So just the one run off that over, and that is the 40th over, and they are 7-2 for 4. So if we were right about the bonus point, they haven't got it.
No. It's sort of gone a bit wrong for them, isn't it, in the last couple of overs or so. Amy Jones out, then Eve Jones, and then Amy Campbell, all fairly quickly. 153, 169, 171 the totals. And I guess the momentum's just gone a little bit, isn't it, of their innings, as they just try to scramble these last few runs. 9 runs needed, 10 overs to go, so there's no worries there. Still 6 wickets in hand, so plenty left, but it's just got a little bit messy towards the end as Dean comes in and bowls, and Burns goes high over mid-wicket. That's a lovely slog sweep. That's going all the way. What a shot that is.
First 6 of the day, coming right at the end of the day. Connected well with that, didn't she?
Good. 3 to win. Burns moves on to 16 from 11. I don't think she's faced a lot of the strike. I think otherwise they might have a few more hits like that. I think the game would, they've been walking off by now. Still nobody at deep mid-wicket as Dean bowls, and she's gone full Dean, and it's driven out to Windsor in the covers. So 3 needed. 178 for 4 in the 41st. This is going to be a comprehensive victory, bonus point or not.
One blow. I think she'll be looking to finish this in one blow.
Dean again then, Sunshine out, back out as she comes in again, and Burns on the back foot steers that out just wide of mid-wicket, and that'll be a single. 2 needed by the Sparks at 178 for 4, and Burns moves on to 179 for 4, I should say.
A bit of pressure back on Perrin, yet to go off the mark.
It's a bit, isn't it? This is where it's hard, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
Because 16 years of age, gosh, just play, just let Burns do all the work, and she does. Just pushes that out quietly out on the offside. It's very easy to get caught up in the situation, isn't it, and think and forget that there's so many overs left. You don't need to do anything, just play. It's very easy to get caught up in the moment and just do something a little silly. She's on the back foot there, works that towards mid-wicket, but she looks fairly cool and calm out there.
There's always that anxiety to get off the mark, though, whatever match you're playing in whatever situation, isn't there?
Well, there is.
But she doesn't need to.
No, she doesn't.
Not out's fine.
I know, but I suppose when you look back and you think, well, hang on, she's got an 11-ball naught.
Oh,
and that's a lovely drive, but a good stop at extra cover. Burns is a long way down, has to hurry back as the throw comes in at the bowler's end. But I suppose, if Burns finishes off now, you've got an 11-ball duck, not out, and people go, you didn't make much effort there, did you? But you don't need to in this situation. It's the situation. So this should be the final over.
You would think. 2 to win, and Burns on strike. It was a good stop, that last one, by Boucher. Prevented Perrin getting off the mark. John walks back in front of us now at long on. She's not going to have a successful start to her Vipers career in terms of the team result, by the looks of it. But I'm sure there'll be better days for her ahead. And George Adams into bowl to Burns. And that's hit hard on the offside, but can't pierce the field. They're all up in the ring now. No point in sitting back on those or Adams. So that we've still got 4 fielders out. Up on the offside. Adams is in. Burns goes over the top, and this will be it. She's hit that inside out over extra cover for 4 for the winning runs for Central Sparks. A very comprehensive win by 6 wickets with best part of 9 overs to spare. Erin Burns finishing on 21 not out from 15 balls to complete a final round performance by her. 5 wickets earlier in the day, and the Vipers, I have to say, Kev, second best in every aspect today, I think.
Well, I agree with you. Over 8 overs to spare as well. That's a fairly comprehensive victory for the Sparks. Second time they've beaten the Vipers on this ground. Come back to June 21 when they beat them by 120 runs. That was pretty convincing as well. But then, of course, the Sparks batting first. So it's 2-2 in this competition between these two sides, and the Sparks full value for their win here today. They've outplayed the Vipers, and it is the first time in one single season that the Vipers have lost two
group games.
Rachael Heyhoe Flint trophy matches. So thank you very much. Thank you, Phil Green.
Thank you.
Thank you to Gemma Green and myself, Kevin Jones. I'm not saying thank you to me, I'm just saying who I am.
We'll say thank you.
Well, that is very kind. Hope you enjoyed the live commentary, both on the BBC Sport website and also on the live picture feed. And that is the end for now of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint trophy. It takes a break. In a couple of weeks, the Charlotte Edwards Cup begins. But